Please restart us once to in the competition area. Less than 10 minutes, please reserve us. We will start the competition at 8:05. So once again, to the participants out there, we must create a competition area now, where we just every 7 minutes to start, please follow instructions from the water control. Again, that's the water control, don't be on the inside section. Everybody gets the last ones and finish. Where we just over 5 minutes to start. This is the first meeting of the morning, and unfortunately, we're missing David Silva, there is no resolution. So only the service meeting. And white, yellow, red, white, dark blue, white, white. So researchers out there, everybody must be there now.
Nothing left to lose now. Everything to prove now. Long as I'm alive, I'ma fight back. My fire never cools down. I'm about to catch fire. Yeah, I'm about to catch fire. Get ready for the new me. Get ready for the new me. Try to hold me down and I go louder. Try to put me out and I go louder. I'm a fighter, a survivor. Stand back when I catch fire.
A clear, crisp morning in Portugal, and beachgoers greeted by The beautiful surrounds of Ribeira de Ilhas, Portugal. That is our view looking out over the ocean, seeing some nice lines of swell coming in. Of course, Challenger Series competition ramping up here on the old continent for the MEO Vissla Pro 2021. Looking to get surfers up the rankings for a qualification chance for 2022's Championship Tour. And here to watch it all go down and talk you through it alongside myself, Paul Evans, Mr. Ben Mundy, Mr. Peter Mel. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Paul. What a day we've got out there, eh? I mean, there's some ruler edge lines. I'm loving it.
How are we feeling this morning, Pete? You psyched?
I am. You know, especially when you look out to the sea and you see exactly that corduroy. We're like back in the 70s.
And I think so far, what we Thursday this week, every day we keep coming back. The swell seems so consistent down here. Consistency is that watchword, and we were hoping things were going to kind of ramp up, and it feels like that's the way the energy's headed this morning.
I would agree. And with now looking at the breakdown as far as amount of surfers in a heat, we were going to 3-man heats. And the women's side, it's 1-on-1. So at this point now, we could even bring up the consistency, you know, like as far as for the surfers in the water. It's going to be a great day.
Great performances throughout yesterday, some statement performances. And let's take a look at some highlights of what went down yesterday. But another big day of competition. She just doesn't let us down, Ribeira.
No, she's a faithful old servant of professional surfing. And yeah, yesterday was, you know, it was the smallest sort of waiting day of the waiting period, and all this stuff was going on. That was Josh Burke getting busy early. So during that day, we had really, really contestable waves, fun point breaks. Nothing like the energy that we've seen this morning or the power and the size, but it was still so much fun.
And women, when we got into that division, all of a sudden there was excellent heat scores, right, left, center, everywhere. It was awesome.
Yeah, there was so many, you know, servers getting off to an 8-point ride, and then all the other competitors, like 4 servers in the heat, logging 8s all the time, pulling a dough there. One of the veterans of the tour, she got busy. So yeah, it was just another little step up. I think each day we've just on a nice little routine where there's a wave seem to be getting better. Obviously the surfers are getting more rhythm with the ocean and feeling more comfortable out there. And there's just been a little elevation, and it's going to keep going all the way to the finals day. I feel confident.
And this young woman here, Yolanda Hopkins, who talks about her preparation, leaving no stone unturned, and strong performances. Shino Matsuda as well. She was blazing. I can't wait to see her come back today. Yeah,
the girls are going to, the women's are going to go into that all-important next round, where one sort of heat win means that you've got a result. There's going to be real more energy in the swell, so they'll be tested both physically in terms of their equipment as well. So yeah, real challenge for the women, and I'm really looking forward to it.
And Pete, how about just looking through that heat draw? Any kind of names like leaping out at you? Any of those clashes that we're looking at seeing?
Well, an obvious one for me, Nat Young. Like looking at the conditions today, like this is Santa Cruz to a T. Like he's in a perfect place as far as him getting through a few extra heats, especially with the swell up. But yeah, every surfer in here has the opportunity to win. I heard Mateus Herdy this morning's free surf. He was looking on point.
All right, well, surf forecast, we've been talking about it all week and been pretty confident about the way things are shaping up. It's always nice when conditions continue to improve throughout the week towards the pointy end. Let's have a look at the graphic. This is the fresh swell, Pete. Very encouraging.
Very encouraging. It's just that SAM remnants, right? It's just been stalled out. This is one of the hurricanes that lasted the longest ever in this basin. And now we've got a low that just keeps sucking hot air up and just spinning there and just turning waves at us, pulse after pulse after pulse. I mean, and all of that red right there, that's 20-foot seas. You know, that's gigantic. That stuff's way out there, but it's going to be groomed. Long interval, you know, for Atlantic Ocean, you know, it's a bit different, right? It's a little smaller ocean compared to the Pacific, but if you get 20-second intervals, 17-second intervals, that's powerful. That's great energy.
All right, well, that's the forecast. We've got the picture that's reality out the front. We've also got Travis Logie looking at that, making the big decisions. Let's go down and hear from him. He's with Joanna Garnell.
Thanks, guys. It's a beautiful day today. Look at that sky. What's the plan for today?
Yeah, thanks, Joanna. We're going to start off with the men's round of 24, those first 8 heats, finish that off, and then go straight into the women's round of 16. 8 heats there, so 16 heats today.
And how are the conditions looking?
There's no other way to say it. I think this is the best Ribeira de Ilhas I've ever seen. It's absolutely pumping down there. All the surfers are super psyched to get out there, so it should be a great day.
Do you think the tide is going to come into play like it has in the last days?
The tide always comes into play in Europe, but when it's this size, I don't think it's going to, I actually think it might even make it a little bit better. So we'll see, but I anticipate us having a full day regardless, unless there's a fog delay, so fingers crossed.
Thank you. Looks great.
All right, great stuff. Travis Logie fired up the best. Ribera, he's seen as good as he's seen. He's seen it a few times.
Dropped that bomb, didn't he, Trav? I mean, he's seen it a few times. He has spent some early mornings down here. But, yeah, I kind of agree. It was the swells. You can see there now, it's so much straighter, that purple blob that Pete was just talking about. It's a west direction, so it hits this reef straight on. It doesn't run wide in that channel, so it's a perfect direction. It's kind of about the perfect tide right now, and the winds are offshore, so yeah, it's just as good as this place gets.
I mean, the only thing I would say is that the tide's dropping still, right? So it'll be a little bit challenging and spread out during the first few heats, but still, it's so straight and the angle's so good that, I mean, that would be the only negative at all, if there is one. But then having it tide turn and going through the afternoon, I mean, and swell increasing, I mean, that's just a magical formula for amazing surf and amazing surfing.
Okay, our first heat out in the water sees Ezekiel out and Jordan Lawler out in the water. Of course, these are 3 surfer heats, but unfortunately, just for personal and family reasons, David Silva, one of our big seeds coming into the event, certainly coming into this round, he's not taking part in this particular heat, so our thoughts are with him.
Family first, and so he had to pull out one of the standouts of this event and this draw. It's kind of a bummer that he's not here.
In terms of our 2 surfers in the water now, this is like a little free shot for them.
Yeah, you know, for those guys, obviously that, you know, they would never want that to happen at the expense of one of their fellow competitors' sort of personal issues. But yeah, they've got a walkthrough. It just comes down to first or second. In these heats previously, it was only the surfer in third that got knocked, so that's an impossibility now. And yeah, they're just going to go out there and free surf, have a good time. I mean, it's the best case scenario.
Let's enjoy the show.
Yeah, and one of the things that does come out of this, I guess, would be the seeding, right? So first place would go up against a second place surfer coming into the second round, and so does that really factor in? Yeah, probably does a little bit. I mean, they're going to decide who they surf against. They won't know at this point because of the first heat of the morning. But it does make things very, very nice. They're out there for a free surf, two guys, and they get warmed up.
Jordan Lawler on the backhand, big vertical stab for him for a first turn. You can see the quality, just the way this thing's shelving on the refit. And Ribera Diles in fine form this morning. Another big belt on the backhand for the young Australian. And some nice work done early on.
That's the goofy footers' advantage, is that they can go so much more vertical. And of course, and when you can go vertical too, and then hook the snap. I mean, we're seeing a lot more of that, a lot more room on the waves today. So we're going to see all sorts of different things. I think one key element to looking at conditions today, showcase some variety, right? I mean, because it could be where you're going to be getting multiple great sections. Show us something different every time you get to a new section.
Yeah, that first turn, that just screamed that he'd already had a good free surf out here this morning, because he was straight up into it, so vertical. I think we're going to see a lot more waves with a lot more opportunity. But Geordie, with no pressure, backhand style, he's off to a great start.
Equipment looks on point. I mean, could see some surfers change up their equipment. We're going to see more energy in the water. So I don't know if we'll necessarily see step-ups, but maybe boards with a little, narrower tail or a little less volume, just so you have more control on the bigger set waves.
A beautiful morning in Portugal. Thursday morning. It's coming up to around 10:08 local time. Early morning coffees and surf checks being greeted by the resplendent sight of, well, an ex-hurricane swell filling in along this coast. Of course, right down the bottom of the Iberian Peninsula and kind of down the bottom of Europe. Just gives that swell an extra chance to kind of organize itself more. You think about further up, maybe a little bit more wild, but down here, it's so groomed, this energy, Pete.
It's so cool. I mean, that's what you hope for, is to be able to get this opportunity of these long, westerly direction, long interval swells on a point break. I mean, it's the recipe to make these point breaks go on fire. And this one right now is an inferno.
Yeah, it hits the top, those first line of the swell. I think it hit Ireland. So that's probably the furthest west part of the European sort of surf zone. And it sort of filled in there last night. A couple of big swells banging into Mulligamore and stuff like that. And then it just slowly filters down over the course of the day. So even we're a day behind Ireland, and that's relatively close.
Ben, you're a big Ezekiel fan. I know.
Massive fan.
Particularly his first qualification run a few years back. You were really impressed by how well-rounded he was in terms of surface on the QS. And, you know, everyone's had a little bit of a pause. We've had fewer events the last couple of years. What do you make of what you've seen of him in firing up in 2021?
Well, yeah, he always looks super committed. I mean, I'm always a bit surprised that he just isn't rattling in the cage of the top 10 of the CT, really. I've said that for a long time, and I'm not actually sure what's sort of held him back, really. He's had a few bites at that CT cherry and just come up a little bit short. But, yeah, I think with more experience, I think he's managing his emotions a little bit more. And I think he just looks, when he's seen surf, I'm just always amazed that he hasn't actually gone further with it. Because he's electric.
A little more taste, right? Gets a little more taste on it, and, you know, a couple more licks, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, that tastes really good, and I'm going to be into it way more.
Let's go down the beach. It's a beautiful scene this morning. Joanna Garnell is out and about. How you doing, Joanna?
I'm great. I mean, look at this lake we have. It's something new. The high tide yesterday, 3.7 meters, came all the way in, and it's looking great for fishing, stand-up paddle. Did you guys see it?
I did. That was awesome. I was thinking, like, what, did it rain last night somewhere? But then I realized, hey, it's the tide. Come on, Pete, figure it out.
Well, we were like, man, people were like, was that there yesterday? We've only been here for 6 days. Like, is that new? And, yeah, thanks, Joanna. Yeah, she's down there sussing out. You know, the beach changes. We always talk about the changing conditions where it's the lake arrives overnight.
Massive set stacking up here on the reef at Ribeira Dilias, and a big taken off on this one is Ezekiel with a ton of speed. Just bleed some of that speed of the drawn-out turn, then he'll bash the lip, just kind of fling it down around the whitewater. You can see how big that whitewater section is. He's a big lad. And you can see there's certainly some meat on its bones down there this morning. That whitewater will just grab his board. Won't let him get out on the open face. I wonder, I'm not going to say we're going to be avoiding the bombs, but being pretty careful about legit set waves.
Yeah. I mean, I bring it on. Let's just let's see him. I mean, and this is the first day of the swell. This isn't even the major pulse, which is really forecast for kind of tomorrow, really, is when we're going to see the bulk of this swell. So there's pulse number 1. It'll just kind of taper through the afternoon, like, you know, probably level off for a second, and then just come gangbusters into Friday and Saturday. So, I mean, what a climax to this event as you watch this. I mean, that's double overhead.
It's interesting. I mean, this is a good little sort of taste of the man-on-man or person-on-person heats that are going to come. And I think there's such a wide lineup. With only 2 surfers out there, it's going to be pretty hard to get your bearings, you know. Like usually with 4 surfers, you can sort of know where the things are. But right now, with just 2 surfers in the water, it gets even more tricky.
And we haven't seen the swell of this size yet, you know, all season long. So adjustments, you know, are most likely are going to happen. Either you come for your free surf in the morning and that's all you're doing is just paddling around trying to figure out your lineups, which is easy to do. You know, you can go out there and you can get the lineups figured out. But, you know, it takes, you want to have time, right? So that you're like, okay, this lineup is where I picked up this wave, and, you know, maybe you need to make an adjustment because in the heat you're like, hey, I got to sit on the inside section. You got to get that lineup figured out. So, yeah, it does. It just takes time in the lineup, and those early morning sessions are very important.
Big section in front of Ezekiel on that last wave. Just couldn't quite. He was trying to get around there. And that good stage of the tide, that kind of sweet spot, getting that nice double up energy out on the wave face. And we've had scores way up in the excellent range throughout competition. Be expecting today the scores could get crazy, particularly when everything comes together with tide this well, the performances.
Well, you think about performances, right? We've seen already the first few days. We've seen who's been on point, who's been ripping. But this is a different style of wave now. All of a sudden, you're doubling it in size. You know, the lines are going to be different. The equipment's going to feel different. So, you know, there's going to be certain surfers that are going to maybe keep that elevated performances up, and some that may all of a sudden not have the grip in their board and may struggle a little bit. And then there's other surfers that have been kind of like getting through, just barely getting through, and all of a sudden, they're psyched, you know. And that's why I feel like Nat, you know, even though, I mean, you would have looked at the conditions that he had to surf in his heat, so that each load was probably the worst of the worst that we had throughout the entire event. High tide, bouncy, like inconsistent, and he won the heat. But this looks to me like this is right up his alley. I mean, when he made the final at Bells Beach against Adriano de Souza, this was exactly how it was, right? And he just flared up.
A late entry from Lawler as he goes past Lau, and he'll clip one just kind of spring down out of the top, and this wave will rattle off, and it'll grab him, and he'll go down. So not doing major damage on that. Really impressive to see from that drone shot. Just the speed of this wave this morning, Ben.
Yeah, it goes fast through that middle section. And, you know, in the previous days, if you got caught behind the foam, you had enough time, it usually backed off enough, and you could sort of weave and reform. But I think today, it's if you get caught behind that foam, I think you've got a very difficult chance of trying to catch it back up. So the surfers will have to adjust for sure.
Well, it almost feels like you might want to push yourself again a little outside and further over to the channel. Although I would say probably the highest quality waves are going to be the ones that you just have to choose the right one off the main bank.
I say some of those people you mentioned, Italo obviously not in the event, and Federico Moraes, his swell sort of got kick-ass written all over it. I think if he was still in the event, these would be the type of bread and butter conditions that he would love, but he's just going to have to watch it online and sort of think about what might have been. But yeah, guys like, as you mentioned, Nat Young, here we go on the backhand, Geordie Lawler, surfer from Manly, just kicks the tail out. You can't get around it, so they're just struggling to find their way a little bit, these two guys. Well, maybe not, I mean, it doesn't really matter, but maybe that's in their factor. But
you think about what they were talking about, trying to catch the waves that look like they're going to shut down and close out today. Maybe look for the ones with a bit more shoulder.
All right, big set stacking up here. Rebira-Dilias first heat of the day, the MEO Vissla Pro. And the swell has seriously ramped up, as you can see from that vision. Hurricane Sam going extra tropical up into the western approaches for Europe, sending us thick ruler edge lines of swell, and we are hoping for a real big day of competition. Things looking good so far. Here goes Zeke Lau with kind of mellow energy into that wave. Goes a little stiff legs. He kind of looks at it and thinks, nah, that's not the option I'm looking for. But yeah, I think, Pete, in terms of finding that shoulder, finding that wave, I guess these surfers haven't seen it this big. This is also kind of new for them. They're having to get a new read on it. Maybe kind of like lose what some of the info that they picked up, unlearn what they learned this week.
Absolutely, you would have to, you know, and that's why I think that those morning free surfs, and even on an increasing swell, so all of a sudden you're out there for your morning surf, and then 2 hours later, all of a sudden it's the tide's changed and the swell's picked up another 3 feet. It's a whole nother thing. So the surfer that can adapt to that and do it on the fly, that's the surfers that are going to get through heats.
You can kind of see those boils there, like even those boils out there, that's usually, there's a couple of markers out there. Surfers choose to sit just beyond that first boil or just on the other side of it. But even those they're like further inside today. So those little markers like that, they disappear. New ones pop up. There's another boil that sits a bit further out. So there's so much adjustment these guys that will have to do. And these tides, they're getting bigger and bigger every day as well, aren't they?
It's our tidal situation for the day, so getting down towards that low tide. It's in about an hour and a half's time from now, and it'll bottom out at 0.5 meters. That's above the low tide datum. That's above the lowest possible astronomical tide. And a big swing, 3 meters on it today. And having a big swing on a wave, a little white water on the face, but some nice kind of tight energy. It's our Australian Goofy Lawler, and he'll belt this a couple of times. Maybe these smaller waves just providing, just as I say that, it gets what looked innocuous, a little bobble on the inside, and it undoes him.
Just skipped out, didn't he, with all that sort of foam. He was doing so well, but yeah. I mean, it must be hard for these guys. Well, no, it's not hard, but they just got to change their mindset. They probably just came down to that such a focus, so, just really focusing on what would be a massive heat in their Challenges series. And all of a sudden, it's become a bit of a free-for-all. But Lawler, he looks on point. He's got that backhand style. His style seems to be fitting this extra energy. And now he's just banking down here. And this is a bit just where he skipped out. Just couldn't quite hang on. But yeah, it looks comfortable, Lawler. Having a good time.
Drone angle here. He sets up the fade. Of course, just climbs that whitewater with ease. Not an easy maneuver. We've talked about that in the past. Climbing up over that whitewater, it can be inconsistent as far as the pressure on the bottom of the board, but did no worries, glide right through it. But right there, that's where the slip out happened. You get a little foam on the face, a little bump. Board just releases. Lake Ribera.
And speaking of the boards, Pete, I know you like to geek out on the equipment a little bit. Do you think we'll be going to step-ups? How do you think that's going to play out in terms of quiver choice?
I think there'll definitely be an option especially later in the day. You get a little bit more water too, right? There's going to be some more bumps will be a little bit bigger. So yeah, I would definitely think about at least maybe changing tail design. You know, if you're able to go have a short board that's a squash tail or a swallow. We've seen some surfers that are riding those boards. Going into a rounded pin, it'll just a little bit more grip, so that when you're going a little faster, which is going to happen, that you have that control. You know, an inch bigger, sure. I would definitely, if you have that in your quiver. I mean, these guys, talk about all these guys have showed up with, you know, they're 11, 12 boards.
Well, we had lucky enough to have Alyssa Spencer, the young Californian, in the booth yesterday. She said she could go up to a 5'9".
That's huge.
Her step up. So I was like, okay. Okay, well,
it's all relative.
Wax it up, Alyssa, because you may need it.
Yeah, and it's nothing wrong. Okay, so first of all, there's no jet ski assist, right? So automatically you're going to be paddling a lot more, right? So you've probably already doubled the length as far as your paddling and what you've been able to do this all week long. So that's something, you know, you get a little more foam for the paddle, and then, you know, that extra foam for actual riding the wave gives you more control. So I would say that it's not a bad idea.
Challenger Series delivering the goods for us in Europe at the MEO Vissla Pro. And a big, thick, solid North Atlantic groundswell. Prime season in Europe for waves, and generally with conditions, offshore winds, these crisp, clear mornings. Just grooming the swell as it greets the continental shelf and wraps in at Ribeira Dilias. Sets keep on pumping through. Under 13.5 to go in this. Lawler, the Aussie, with the best of it. Of course, just the two servers in the water. David Silva, unfortunately, had to withdraw from this heat, so we will be sending both of these two through. Just depends where exactly they end up in terms of their seeding. But a good opportunity for these guys just to go out and surf.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a rare sort of gift on the qualifying series or the Challenger Series as it is now to get a walkthrough. It's like every heat's usually so intense.
Well, then they'll have like 3 or 4 alternates sitting there in the wings, but when you've already advanced through, you know, you don't throw an alternate into, you know, if he's already graduated through on his own merits, he's going to get whatever this is, like an equal 25th, I think. No, 17th.
Great looking wave here for Lau as he's deep behind the bowl, and he'll just casually wait for this one. Maybe finding those ones a little bit more shouldery that we speculated. A little double up section here. He's already traveled a real long way as he goes to his first kind of top turn maneuver. And he'll just push up here through a little bit of tumbling lip and belts it nice, lay back, putting some extra energy in and still swinging down the line. This one might go a little bit back inside for a double up. He'll try and get in there. Likes the look of the section you can see in front of him. And Zeke's still swinging on this one. He'll hit it and finish off pretty strong, 12 on the clock.
Yeah, so they're the ones you need, obviously. A bit of downtime through it, but eventually got some big sections to hit. I mean, he's been just looked pretty relaxed all week, actually, when he's been actually through his surfing, that downtime. His body's quite still. There's no jittery. He seems calm. And whether this heat having less jeopardy, that's probably even magnified a little bit, but he just looks like he's just really, you know, he's composed. You know, he's not overthinking things, and he's looking strong.
He's had a switch up in equipment this season, you know, going to Hawaiian Shaper Tokoro, which you would think for the sizable conditions and change that transition would be something that would be beneficial to him. He's been riding rounded pins pretty much the entire event, and that's the type of board that I would, you know, grab here, is a bit of a rounded pin, and just to have that extra positivity off the bottom.
Nice finish there for Zeke on the inside. We saw from that angle how that wave was doubling up. And a nice little technical transition in that turn for him. Under the 11-minute mark on this one. Lines are steaming in. We're hoping that any fog might stay away today. But other than that, we're looking pretty good. Hopefully, they had a big, big day of competition. 8 hours of it potentially. We'll see Jake Marshall just kind of doing his final preparation, sussing things out. He'll be coming up in the next heat, and we'll be right back after a quick commercial break with more live from Ericeira. Welcome back to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira, Portugal. Absolutely on the cook this morning. And our swell that's been promised to us has delivered. We've had fun waves all week. Pretty solid in the early part of the week. The energy just dipping down yesterday, and we've ramped back up today with a long period swell, blessing us with some long walls.
Even though we have this like great, forecasting system, right? You just never know, right? So it's always a treat when you're actually like, yes, it actually showed up, and yes, it's exactly how it's forecast. I mean, and like I said, we're not even really into the meat of it yet. I think we're going to see some really. I mean, it could be, could be on the Big Wave Tour.
Let's move it to Nazare,
right? Well, I bet you Nazare's got a few, 12-footers today.
Yeah, a couple of nice ones. We won't be getting those sort of massive, with probably people saying, we talk about how big the swell could be tomorrow, and people must think, well, what's happening at Nazare? Yeah, there will be big waves there. It's that west direction, doesn't get that, it doesn't quite go through the canyon as those northwest swells do and get amplified. Don't get me wrong, there'll be some couple of 20 or 30 foot meaty offshore peaks, but it doesn't get that real tall effect that we've seen over the years.
Of course, our order of business here is Challenger Series. It's all about getting that qualification. This is how it works out. We're going to take our top 12 men and 6 women who will qualify for the Championship Tour in 2022, Ben. Yeah,
this is what we're all here for, basically. This is whittling down these 100-odd surfers from all around the world to get that into that all-important CT. And there's going to be 12 from the men, as we said, and 6 from the women. No double qualifiers. So, yeah, this is what Geordie Lawler's looking for. CT qualification is his dream. And he's got a walk through in this heat. And he's pretty spicy. Oh, he's going to pull in. We haven't seen one. Oh, we have not. I mean, the last time I saw a tube here, no, I never have. It's the first time. No, man, that could be the first ever tube at this break. Yeah, he actually travelled too there, didn't he?
That thing we had a full opportunity to be a full-on, like 4 or 5 second barrel.
He went a long way.
It's interesting to see that section. This almost like the 2 swells double up, don't they, down on that corner, and he got a big open section. Let's get another look at the replay here.
Oh, this is super cool. Okay, so there's, I mean, and unexpected, right? It's not like we're coming here looking for barrels at all. But I mean, again, with the energy, and the energy is the, the speed of the swell. So all of a sudden you have the 17-second interval, and the swell is going to move at a much quicker pace on the reef. Look at how deep it went. Like, did shut down at the very end, but man, that was, and so the speed of it is going to increase, which actually makes the wave throw out a little bit farther. So that was an opportunity. I mean, look, this wave shuts down the double up. That's that extra energy that comes in through the inside, and it pushes onto the reef. And then we get an angle looking into it. Let's see what happens here. He's deep, and that's where he gets bucked off. So it was some foam he had to travel over, but we're seeing that right now. Oh, man, what are we going to see later?
All right, things looking really good at Ribeira Dilias this morning. The MEO Vissla Pro firing up with some excellent surf conditions. From the very first heat, just 2 of them out in the water in this one at the moment. It is Lawler with that lead. An incomplete backhand tube right attempt from him, but nevertheless good enough for first place at the moment. Both of these 2 will advance out of this heat. It just depends on where exactly they'll surf. Wonder where they finish in this. Is another good-looking set stacks up, and Zeke Lau, we mentioned that he seems to be looking pretty relaxed out there. Just be looking to get himself away, maybe pull in himself.
Yeah, he can ride the tube. I mean, he's had the odd bit of shampoo time, and yeah, he's such a natural barrel rider. Amazing at pipe, won at sunset, and yeah, he'd just be out there cruising. I mean, such a rare opportunity to feel the liner out on a new swell with no pressure on, and get through to a round of 16. A result, I think most or all of these surfers would be setting out saying, okay, if we just get to that round of 16, that's where the money, that's where the points are, and then regroup. And yeah, so both these guys now can just tick off, check that off, and look forward to what's going to be a much harder, more intense round of 16 match up after this. But yeah, it's been having fun.
Just over 4.5 minutes remaining in this one. Lines continue to fill in here. That long old paddle back up the point for Jordan Lawler, as he's got sort of a measured pace to his paddling as he makes his way back out. Clamped inside a decent tube with some great speed. And I'll drone angle just showed how open that section was, and that one little bit just bucked him off, as Pete said, but looks like he's having a lot of fun out there, and he's up again here. Another opportunity, so glassy and clean on the face, a massive stab vertical, just tries to rotate the tail a little bit out the lip, slightly over rotates it, so it's incomplete. Meanwhile, right behind him, Ezekiel, he's been patient, waiting for this wave, and this thing will just draw sweetly off the reef. It's all set up, looking down the line. He'll go past Lawler, almost lose it on the fins, does well to regather, and he'll sting a big turn and project himself out. Here's that double up section, and he'll look to get points going in here. That's a really nice turn, just juicing up on the rail. He'll load up a big floater, and again straight into a bottom turn, hooking in the pocket. Nice snap from him there, and he'll belt one on the end. A great wave from Zeke.
Yeah, there's the best wave of the heat. I mean, he waited, like you had mentioned, for a while, and that one had that inside line. It didn't look like it was going to shut down, and then just right into the little racetrack section.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the first indication of what the type of quality we're going to see out throughout the rest of the day and the rest of these 7 heats of the round of 24, because he just absolutely juiced that. As you say, a few turns out the back, but when that double up section came through, I saw Geordie pull in, but for Zeke, it just absolutely lined up. He almost lost his feet and his wax there, but here he goes. And there's that double up section. He stays calm. Then from this point on, he just absolutely nails every section. Radical, fluid, big floater. Never looked like coming off, never looked like losing control, and then finish off with a bang. So that's such a well-served wave from Zeke Lau. He looks really, really on point.
And you remember what we saw from this panel, right? Is if you're going to attack big sections and attack the lip, that's what you're going to see. That hasn't changed, even though the swell has risen. As a matter of fact, it's probably even more so emphasized. If you attack a big section, you're going to get rewarded, handsomely.
Geordie just looks a little bit less, that maybe it's a function of the waves he's been getting, but just a little bit more skatey and just a little bit less drive through his bottom end turns compared to Zeke. I know it's a backhand style, so he's going more vertical, but just doesn't seem to quite have that sort of board control in this heat. But as I said, it's kind of relevant anyway.
Well, and you think about what he's probably riding a squash tail, which is, I'm not 100% sure, but just by the way it looks under his feet. And whereas Zeke's going to be riding a rounded pin, so that's a little difference in the approach, and then also obviously the most obvious being the forehand against the backhand.
All right, Lawler having a look here. And a little kind of inside type wave with some good steepness to it. Massive hit from him, really nicely done. Keeping his speed up. So he'll swing through this mid part of the wave again. It's standing up really nice. And he'll hang one up on the backhand, and again, just throwing buckets of spray, and the energy all being provided by the wave, and him able to put some precision turns on the face, smashes it one more time. Good stuff from the Aussie.
That was a nice answer to Zeke's last wave. We've yet to see that one, but man.
I was just saying how he didn't have much board control.
And then all of a sudden, well, I mean, we've seen him skip out a little bit, but right. But I mean, I think his wave choice was good there too, because it was a slightly smaller wave. Which helped a bit to gain that extra control, and he's showcasing. That's what the smaller board will do. It turns tighter in the arcs, so you can see it straight up, and he hooks it really quickly.
Yeah, he's going top to bottom, real whippy, real fluid, and then got a nice little end section. Not quite the impact of Zeke's wave, but still really well served on his backside, Sydney sider, and yeah, just starting to. Just get a bit more looser, get his rhythm. 20 seconds gone. He's obviously going to get through. And just a nice way to finish off what's been about as good a start to a day you're ever going to get on the Challenger Series.
Great shot there, just seeing where the wave is on that inside in relation to this reef tide. Still draining out. We've got another hour or so of the ebb tide before we get the low, about 9:45 local time down here this morning. But certainly at the moment, that low tide, the way the shape of the reef is, just sweetly grooming these swells into long walls with some great sections. We saw a good tube ride attempt from Jordan Lawyer, with some big power turns from Zeke Lau. That heat, a little bit inconsequential just in terms of no elimination. Both of those two going through. Looks like it will be Zeke Lau getting that first place over Jordan Lawyer. And that'll wrap things up for our first heat of the day. Of course, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira It's a Challenger Series competition, and we're getting to that stage now, getting towards the end of the week. Things are getting serious, getting through round of 16 quarters. That's where the results start to kick in terms of putting together a qualification run.
Yeah, exactly. It's getting right into the meaty part of this competition. And in the next sort of 7 heats, you know, one person will get knocked out, so there's still a fair amount of jeopardy. And you just start to see things more exciting, bigger turns, bigger manoeuvres, and yeah, just more pressure as well, so it's on.
Beautiful morning scenes here in Portugal at Ribeira de Ilhas, our World Surfing Reserve. And the sunshine just warming up this bay in here. Action in the water, hotting up too. We've got another great heat stacking up. That's coming at you live right after this quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Starving, fun surf. Look at, I got this app, the sickest app ever, Expedia. You check it out, see what we got for food. Pasteleria Batalla, pastel de natas. You can learn how to bake it with no baking experience. I'm in, let's do this. Hello.
Hi, I'm
How are you?
João.
João, Peter.
Nice
You
to
can call
meet
me
you.
Pedro.
Welcome to our bakery. Here is where we make the pastel nata workshop. We'll start with the dough.
That is perfect.
Some flour on the top. He's already surfing on the dough. Let's do it. Bum, 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 bum. Look at that.
That's
not
not bad.
So bad.
Not bad.
You serve so many.
They surf Nazare.
No serve nothing.
Whoa.
Look
Voila.
at that. Beautiful. Well, cheers.
Cheers. Best one ever. Thank you, Expedia. Nice.
Someone's having a good time in Europe, aren't they?
Hey,
Someone's enjoying themselves.
Expedia, man. They got all sorts of experiences there. I love how I had this pastel de nata still stuck on my teeth.
They actually looked genuinely good, mate. They look really yummy.
Oh,
good
it
job.
was actually really, really good and a lot of fun. The guys there that helped us out, João, he's an entertainer himself, so it was good fun.
Brand new heat out in the water. Let's set it up. Zhao Shank of Brazil, Jake Marshall from the USA, Luca Macinas of Peru. 3 of them duking it out. We'll advance 2 to the round of 16. No waves caught as yet in this one. So we get down towards about 5 minutes gone. Obviously should see a little more action in terms of frequency of waves ridden with the full 3 surfer complements out in the water. One of them, Jake Marshall, looking, Pete, for a big result here to really set up that qualification story.
Yeah, and all 3 of these surfers actually, you know, when you think about conditions and the improvement in conditions and in the bigger surf, Luca Macinas Navarro, he's going to be amazing out here, being that he comes from a region of Peru with waves very similar to this, very high energy, you know, kind of cold water. He's going to be right at home. Also, Josh Yanka, another surfer coming from a region of Brazil, pretty much what the most wave-rich region of all of Brazil, Saquarema. It pumps there constantly. So you think about his brother as a big wave surfer, but Joao went to Hawaii, like his first 2 seasons in Hawaii, just settled right in. So you'd expect him to do real well. Jake Marshall, another surfer coming from California, coming from the San Diego area, another, wave-rich region. So this adjustments to a bit more energy in the water isn't going to be too difficult for either of these guys. So it's a very evenly matched heat.
Well set, shaping up wide on the refit. And this looks like Jake Marshall, the American's found himself a nice little opportunity in morning sunshine. He'll clip one. And he'll keep that speed, drilling down the line. There's a nice turn with some release in the tail, but he'll get that slightly wrong, and it'll be an incompletion for him. Meanwhile, top of the peak, we got a paddle from Luca Macinas. He'll look to try and find some open face here. Good hit from him. Just kind of keep that pushing down the line. There's a nice vertical hit. Really good recovery from that turn straight into a nice little rail jam in the pocket. Still keeping that energy up, still swinging. So smaller waves in this one relative to our sort of bombs, around about half the size, but more able to control that energy on these smaller waves, and a load of variety there from Luca.
We had, this is 7 minutes into the heat, so this was the first kind of medium-sized set, and they pulled the trigger. Jake unfortunately goes down, not going to be a score for him, but Luca, I feel like, is going to be a pretty nice score for him because there was a great vertical hits in the lip. He compressed through some maneuvers and looked really, really smooth.
Looks great from up here. Let's find out how it looks from down in the water. We got Ezekiel with Joanna.
That's right. Congratulations. Not a lot of consequences in this heat, but still, you had a lot of fun, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I came down this morning and it was firing. I mean, the waves were way bigger, and it was actually like howling offshore. But it seemed like right when the horn rang, the lineup changed a lot. There was this weird bump on the wave, and it seemed like it got 2 feet bigger. But it was super fun. It's obviously good to have a heat with no consequence of losing, but I still try to take it serious and try and, practice for the next round. The next round's going to be man-on-man, so it's good to kind of be out there with one other guy and get the rotation.
And you have to change your strategy as well with the board?
Yeah, I did I went from a 6.0 to a 6.2. 6.2 is like my normal shortboard at home, but 6.0 is my growler because it's been small, but it felt good to be on a normal size board.
And are you going to be looking for some barrels? Because we had some in your heat.
I know, that's what I heard, but I hope so. I'd love to get barreled out there, but I think that's pretty rare. But I don't mind doing turns the whole time.
Maybe on the free surf. Back to you guys.
Great stuff from Ezekiel. He seems happy, and he just seems like he's got that kind of headspace in a good spot. Even from the start of the week peak, you've got to feel he's been thinking about kind of looking for later on in the week and just kind of really focusing on big results.
Yeah, I would agree. And I mean, he's a pretty intense character as it is, so maybe that's what he's been trying to do, is just to kind of relax himself a little bit. I mean, he's already going to get himself some opportunities on the championship tour by winning the Ultimate Surfer, which is cool, and that I'm sure helps to keep that relaxed vibe to him. But I also think that it's a recipe, right? Because the intensity can come up through the event, right? As it gets into like quarterfinals and stuff like that, I feel like his intensity will grow, and so he's using that kind of as a pacing himself for this event. Looking at replays here, Luca Macinas. This was a little bit smaller wave, but that vertical tag, good healthy mix of variety of cutbacks, snaps off the tops. I love this closeout move here. It's like, I mean, he ends up getting back to the open face, but this compression he has in the lip, right there, gets all low to his board. His knee almost knocked right to his chest and the board, and just compresses through the maneuver and releases. That's a sick looking move. Also, Joao Chianca picked up a little taste of this. That isn't as the bigger waves that we saw earlier, but they need to get their heat started. You only get 30 minutes, so your opportunities are within those, hooters. You got to get your job and get your work done. Into the darkness there and a fall. So a little error there for Joao Chianca. Best of this went to Lucas Macinas.
20 minutes, 20 seconds to go in this. Plenty of time for surfers to post scores. Can you get a decent number in for our Peruvian surfer in the white center of your shot there? As we see these lines will march in. Certainly seems from the opening set, they're not waiting for the bombs, just looking for opportunity, but these medium-sized ones seem like they got a nice pace to them, Pete. Yeah,
and again, that's, I think, that if you're going to choose a wave that, I mean, even when it's, 3 foot, 4 foot, it's those medium ones that are generally going to be best waves. And they hug the reef better. They come in with the same amount of energy, but they hug the reef and they'll stay more vertical face all the way through the entire ride. You know, and if I was like the Luca Macinas, there's a wave called Caballeros, which is in Punta Hermosa, which is a little right-hander, right? There's, and that's the wave that I think that Luca is kind of emulating in his head. Whereas, you know, Josh Yonka, I'm trying to think of what wave would be. I mean, the wave that he surfs in the main break that we had a QS at before I actually had championship tour events. As a matter of fact, we're actually going back to Saquarema. Vahine is the right-hand wedge off the jetty. Not quite like this, but the power will probably be there.
Spread from the panel for Macinas Navarro. Comes in as a 6 for him. That was his opening ride in this heat. And the best of it. Impressive for a number of reasons, this young man, but quite often mistake-free. You see his surfing throughout the way, between his turns. Don't see too much kind of wasted energy. Very polished and accomplished competitor, getting off to a decent start in this one. So just going to lose one of these surfers as we'll go down after the round with just 16 remaining in the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Who will it be out of this lot? Jake Marshall here would love to go big with a result in Europe. Talking about his participation at high-end qualifiers for a number of years. Actually got quite a bit of experience. He started out pretty young. He felt like he's kind of grown, like physically. We've watched him grow up on what was then the qualifying series tour.
Yeah, all of the kids that are actually in that same generation. You know, Cole Hushman is another one. Jake is, you know, the tall kind of, and now like growing into men, so they're filling out, they're gaining weight. You know, not necessarily getting much taller now, but gaining weight, which of course translates into more power in their surfing. There's adjustments that happen. I mean, I think as an adolescent, there's, you know, kind of this gangly moment, right? Whereas they've kind of gotten through that, obviously. Now they're these young men that are now filling out, and all that really does is they're, you know, they've got past the gangly point. Now it's just a matter of like using that extra strength into bigger performances. That's what we've seen from Jake Marshall. I mean, plus he's just a really mature competitive surfer. He knows, he's very analytical when it comes to heats and figuring out where he is in the lineup. I mean, I've watched him in his pre-heats. He's literally sitting on the sand. Okay, where's my lineups? And he's looking at it and he's understanding it. Looking for an octopus?
Yeah, looking for something to eat down there. Plenty of seafood along this very rich stretch of ocean down here in Portugal. If that's your thing, you won't be disappointed with some of the delights on offer. And if you decide to keep it plant-based, there's some pretty nice veg too. I can testify to that.
Yeah.
Ticking all the boxes,
I
something
actually
for everyone.
I went through the Lisandro region, Rio de Lisandro, which is the, you know, it's a pretty good-sized valley just south of here that has this beautiful river that runs up all the way through. And I drove a little run there, and they've had full farms all down there that are just growing all sorts of great produce.
All right, 16.5 in this one. Not a load of action. 5 waves ridden so far. Best of them going with our Peruvian surfer. He's got that 6 early on. No one else has really got anything of particular note. Never just with this longer swell, we will get these longer lulls. If just a little bit of time to sort of reflect, think about the kind of wave they want to get next. By now, they would have watched, obviously, a little warm up before this started. The first heat of the morning. Just using that intel, trying to figure out exactly the kind of waves they want, but also at this stage of their career, highly experienced surfers. I mean, they kind of know what they need.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of now if the opportunity's coming in. This is, you know, in the beginning of a swell, very early stages of a swell, you'll have inconsistencies. You'll get 20 minutes where there isn't a lot of waves, even 30 minutes where it'll be kind of slow and only get 1 or 2 sets. And that's what feels like the kind of vibe of this heat so far. I mean, they had a sit for the first 5 minutes, nothing going, no waves ridden, and then all of a sudden you had a set, there was only a mid-range set, and you're always thinking like, man, I saw 6 to 8 footers out there, where are they? And they may not show up in your heat, you know, and so you have to make that adjustment, and you got to do it pretty darn early. You know, right now the best advantage is to Luca Macinas. With 15 minutes ago, they already had half their heat gone, and he's the only one with a real score.
Seeing these sets sort of stand up a long way outside and feather towards the reef here. Priority is, well, second prior with Luca Macinas, so he had that over Shianka, and he'll take this wave. The heat leader, nice opening turn, wow. Super technical. I mean, we talk about mistake-free, but he's got so much control of that board, and still plugging away on a nice sort of compressed-looking wall through here. This thing should stand up pretty sweetly for him. Nice Nice little vertical section. Just kind of extend that line through a top turn. He'll fang a re-entry. Just keep that energy going. Another little jam down from high in the pocket. Another sort of extended out vertical turn. So that maneuver he went to a couple of times on that wave. Just looking to keep that speed going. Maybe not push too hard on it, Pete, but
smooth,
well surfed.
As silk. I loved it, and especially this layback drift. I mean, very high risk. You know, you're leaving the board out. You know, you're risking a lot for the fall, and he was able to control it. You know, all those burpees and crunches that he has to do to get himself back up onto your surfboard, those pay off big dividends in a wave like that or a maneuver like that. Nice and long, like I mentioned, so smooth. He'd already had the high-risk move on the outside section, so just needed to keep it clean through the inside, which he's done. Adds to the 6-point ride with 14 minutes to go. This looks very good for Luca to get himself through this one.
Yeah, he's looking really good down here already. This is going to be a good number for him. A great way to back up already. So in that second priority, just using that relative seniority over Shianka. That's the way it's going down in heat number 2 of the MEO Vissla Pro. Big Thursday swell. Greeting our competitors this morning. We're looking at a big day of competition, men and women, on the Challenger Series. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll come back. We'll wrap up heat number 2. More live action from a pumping Ericeira right after this.
Welcome back. I'm at the top of the cliff of Ericeira, the Ribeira de Ilhas beach, and I just climbed up all these stairs. Just kidding, I drove up. You won't catch me doing that again. But if you're around, you can come down to the beach and watch some live action. The waves are pumping today, so there's going to be a lot happening today, and we really want to see you down.
All right, great stuff there from Joanna. Beautiful overview of our arena here at Ribeira de Ilhas. Almost it was kind of designed to host surfing competition. So many good vantage points where we can watch the action and watch waves swinging in. And a little energy here, just kind of tickling the reef, not tempting anyone. And this one almost seems like the waves are a lot smaller in terms of the sets, but a little bit more organized, Pete. But not loads of opportunity for our surfers. Certainly making the best of it. Luca Messina's got 11-1-7 on the board already. He's looking pretty good out here.
Well, if you had looked at the very first heat, that first heat had plenty of sets. I mean, there was probably 3 or 4 legit sets, and this one here, 0. Like, literally, there was only that one kind of mid-range set. The opportunity for Luca sitting in number 2 priority. He sat just a tinge inside. One wave came through. He turns it into a 5.17. And now has a good substantial lead, and you know it's already gone quiet once again. We're almost down to 10 minutes left, so trying to turn a heat in 10 minutes with getting 2 solid waves could be pretty tough with the way the conditions are set up today.
That man there, the young Brazilian Shianka, just 1 wave ridden by him, 3.27, so a tiny requirement needed for a second. Jake Marshall's only got a couple of small throwaways as well, so we nearly lost 2/3 of this one.
Like strategically, what do you do? I think that you know, do you wait it out for that set that may or may not show up? It's been pretty quiet. Here's another mid-range set. Looks like Shianka's going to pull the trigger over here pretty deep.
Deep up the point, Brazilian Shianka up riding in red, and he's going to have to do a bit of work to come from behind here and just kind of flick one up over a whitewater section. You see him trying to keep that speed, get on the gas straight away. That's a really, really nice turn. If he can make that, which he does, super technical surfing.
Well, there you go. All right, you get yourself in the lip in a big way.
Marshall swinging all the way around the house, just jamming in the pocket again, keeping on that rail, plugging down the line. He'll tag a lip. A little foamy section here. Wow, got really close to Shianka with his board. And finishes nicely with a sort of an acrobatic kind of float maneuver.
Well, a couple more maneuvers for Jake Marshall. Didn't quite have the same impact of that final move that we saw from Shianka. Shianka did only have those 3 turns, so the judges have some work to do, because this is an important exchange between these two surfers right here, because you know, who determines who got the better of the exchange is going to have the advantage going into this back 9 minutes of it. Let's take a look at the replay here. So Jake's wave, a little bit more of a standard kind of Hibera type wall. He just carves through the face, had to deal with the foam, but you're right. Shianka right there, like, I mean, literally almost ran him over. Feels like Shianka's going to get the better of this exchange again, so he picks up this one, tags the first section, carries a bunch of speed around it. Another bit of a floater maneuver, but this turn here just hammers it, drifts the fins, disappears, come out, stands on his feet. So a bit more of a high impact move there from Shianka. Let's see what the judges think here. Is probably going to be a pretty similar score.
They have been paying off risk, haven't they, throughout the week so far. Here, 4.33 in for Marshall, 4.33 for him. Zhao Shianka's number will come through and kind of therefore set us up with our first kind of legitimate situation with everyone locking in 2 scores. You see the gargle of the boils on the reef here as this long period swell feels the bottom. The famous reef here at Ribera and a crucial number to come in for Shianka. Just 2 surfers will advance out of this 3 surfer heat to that round of 16, really setting up then a chance to get a result here. If you get to that quarterfinal sort of mix, it's very much looking like a keeper score for your 3 keepers. The Challenger Series set up. Let's see. Set feathering here. Priority is with our Peruvian surfer, who's not particularly interested. Has a little kind of speculative glance at that, but realizes that one's going soft. And in the heat, it's been had fewer waves, and the waves that have come have been a little smaller. I think this next number is going to be really, really crucial, Pete.
I would agree. You know, and they're taking their time for Joao, but again, high risk has been paying off in a big way. And it looks like it worked again.
Good number in for Zhao Shianka, 7 points. We've been talking about that all week. You touched on it this morning in the morning show. Taking on the lip, showing that risk, judges rewarding that. So set up turns, went a lot of points on those float maneuvers, but you see the spread from the panel there. A good number of 7, the high score of the heat, basically for that last turn.
Yeah, and now it puts Jake Marshall in a, you know, with the 4.33 and 6.5, 6.45 to go. Yeah, obviously the next set are going to be pretty critical. So Marshall's idea be to kind of lurk to the side, which you see him kind of doing there. He doesn't really want to get right in the mix, maybe get a wider set wave to come his way. Whereas Shianka now, with his second priority, has the best wave of the heat. He's kind of in a good position. You figure if a set comes, there probably will be 2 waves. So he'll be able to share one of those with Luca. But Jake has to somehow find a way to get himself a solid set wave. And then probably the next set, he's got to be on one of the better waves of the set.
Got 6 minutes to do it. Been a lolly heat, that energy out of the swell that we saw first thing. Just going a little bit slow in this one. As a result of that, is Marshall at the moment with 3 waves ridden, but nothing above a 4.33. That was his high score for his last effort, so he's heading in the right direction, but a bit to do here. And these 3 are very close together indeed. I mean, you think about how big our lineup is here.
And that's what happens, though, I think, is in that situation, it's like, hey, you're competing against your other competitors. You don't want to have those opportunities. I mean, if you're Jake, for example, I think he's the one guy who could move away and have it be strategically sound. Whereas Luca and Joao are like, hey, we need to stay tight to your the competitor. You just need to beat one surfer here. And so Jake Marshall's unfortunately got the target on his back, both by Shianka and Luca.
Right, let's see if we get some sets provide us as we go down towards that final 5 minute. Love to see an exchange as As we watch next heat, Jacob Wilcox has been mighty impressive on the backhand down here. Won't mind a little bit of extra juice, the Western Australian, at all. Neither will this man, your hometown buddy, Nat Young.
Whoa!
Nearly a little slip there, Pete.
Hey, it is slippery down there.
All right, sets here on the reef. And it looks like Will Marshall went that way, but Zhao
He
Xianka
sold it.
had the inside and took it. Let's see him here. He's got some pep in his step. He's swinging fast. Absolutely flying down the line. That board chattering. And he will slice one. Rip the top part of the wave apart. Straight onto a rail. This wave will go fat here. He'll struggle to get back from there. So
that sell was pretty important. It felt like to me, because I don't know if that's going to be a gigantic improvement. Obviously, it's going to work for him to get, you know, better than the 267.
Heat leader, Messinas, the Peruvian, trying to find open face. The wave not cooperative at all. He'll just kind of mid-face this a long way, and then he'll finally get a tee off.
Well, Jake did the work there. I think Jake was strategically, he made that happen. He forced Zhao to go, and then Zhao's going to improve, which is going to make Jake need something. But now it's a great situation for him with, you know, 3:45 to go. He's got priority, and you know, if a major set comes, that's going to pay off well for him. And again, Jake selling Luca on this one, because both these waves aren't going to be gigantic numbers. Trying to think if this is going to improve on the 517. I don't know if it will. It just feels like he's chasing a lot. Finally does get back around here and finishes with just kind of a floater. So I mean, he attacked it as best he could, but I don't see it being anything bigger than the 517. If it is an increase, it'd probably only be, you know, a quarter point, half point. Joao's carrying a 3.27. This will be an improvement on that. But this wave did not give him the inside. It pushed off the reef and just died out right here. So that's, you know, maybe half point, quarter point more. I don't know. See what the judges think. But all Jake needs is this one of these waves to pick up for him. He's going to need probably, what, maybe 6'5"?
Live action, Xianka belting one with a ton of speed in that morning sunshine. Good looking opening section for the Brazilian here. And he'll swing around and still keep plugging away. A little frantic on his previous effort. This one more measured. He does have another section down the line here. Nice little steep bolt on the inside. He'll release that tail and finish off an energetic performance from Zhao Xianka.
I like it. I like it from Joao. I mean, he's looked good here. He did have the most high-risk moves so far. 2 minutes to go. It'd be pretty tough to get himself all the way back outside again. So he's going to have to rely on what he has done at this point. You know, for the sake of knowing there's a minute 50 left, he'll paddle back out. Maybe something goes wide to him.
Scores to come in for all of our surfers. Let's get the recap, see how this one's gone down. Our second heat of the morning. And this is Zhao Xianka. We're just having a look at that last effort, Pete.
Yep, 7 points. Oh, this is the last effort. So yeah, you're right. Sorry, you got the outside move, which is pretty good. You know, it carries a 3.73, so he did improve by a half point. On the last one, you know, again, this way it pushes off the reef here. But I think that's going to be a bit better. So smart move with that adjustment to get a quick wave right after.
Judges with their work cut out, the peanut gallery on the shoreline, just sizing it all up, looking at different sections of this reef where there might be point scoring opportunity. Whereabouts exactly the sets are hitting, how that processes into scoring points. Looking to do that out the back. Top of the point in third place at the moment. Pending the score is Jake Marshall, 6.41. His requirement, 45 seconds remaining in this seat. Messinas at the moment with the lead. His score comes in, it doesn't improve. So he'll just stay in first, but with the same score line. We've got a number of Xianka to come in. 4.17 the requirement for first. A reasonable chance of getting that number. And he does. And he comes in, he gets a 6.43. So actually improves by quite a bit. So now Jake Marshall's morning, it's got a bit worse. He now needs 6.84. He's got priority. If a wave comes, he needs to go it. It's running out of time here, 15 on the clock.
You're in the lead, Joao. You're looking pretty darn good. 13.43 total.
Good performance from Zhao Xianka. who kept at it, just found good energy, found his way from a little deeper up the point. Got that little come from behind section to begin with that really allowed him just to square up, take on that lip. That 7-point ride, crucial for setting up his total. He'll go on with extra confidence through the next round official results. Xiao Xianka and Luca Massinas are our 1-2. They'll go into the round of 16. We'll see Jake Marshall again up in France next week. And that's the way it's going to wrap up our second heat of the morning, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Fine swell materializing on the refit. I hope you're enjoying the action that you've seen so far this morning. We've got a big day of it. We're going to be back with heat number 3, more live action from Ericeira coming right after this.
Welcome back to live here, Ribeira de Ilash. We just saw the promo for what looks to be an absolutely epic night this Saturday night down at this very beach. We've got a night surfing, the EDP Surf Tomorrow, a great program, and they're illuminating it literally with a pretty fun night down here on Saturday. Chico Alves in the booth with me, mate. That you'll be down here, right? That looks pretty fun.
Yeah, that looks really fun, and on the replay of some maneuvers, we saw some huge airs actually at night.
Yeah,
so
exactly. That was the one in France up there in Anglette. They have night surf. But this one's going to be down here. That massive light's going to illuminate this whole lineup. We've got some of the Europe's best surfers. I just saw Connie Zubazaretta's one who's involved, and if Connie's involved, I'm involved. Yeah, they get LED lights around their boards. Amazing surfers. Night surfing out here in It looks to be a pretty epic night. So if you're in Lisbon, if you're in Ericeira, if you're in Porto, if you're on the continent, if you're on the Iberian Peninsula, get down here, because Saturday night's going to be a pretty special night. But right now, we've got bigger fish to fry. We've got 3 surfers, and they all bring something pretty different to this heat. Chico, what do we got here, mate? Talk us through their strengths, their weaknesses.
Well, Nat Young, we know his backside is little. Jacob Wilcox too. He has been surfing so well on his backside, and Hiroto, he has been kind of the standout surfing that has been pulling off 16-point total scores.
Yeah, and he got a wave here, and he's straight into it so fast. Big layback hanger, driving off the back. You can see his fins, and that's a great start from Hiroto. Yeah, and this man, Nat Young, well, Pete Mel, the Condor, his hometown here, and he's been backing Nat Young. He just thinks that if there's ever an opportunity for Nat Young to show his strengths, it's in a day like today and tomorrow. Big, long right-hand walls. He's been good all event, and he's warming up here.
Yeah, this wave was really complete. Some big backside smash. I don't know how many he did already, but I think it was maybe 6 or 7 really clean backside snaps. And here, Jacob replying to Nat and Hiroto with a quick jam there. Another one here. And let's see what he can do here. Come off the bottom. Oh, and it slips off. Maybe a little bit of
wax, nerves.
I wouldn't say nerves. When it's slippery on the rocks, you get your feet with some kind of like
a bit of moss or a
slippery.
bit of slippery. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, we saw actually when Nat Young was walking out the rocks, he almost slipped. He had a bit of a wobble, like me yesterday. Remember, we had a surf on a little secret spot, and I almost went over there. There's so much action down on these rocks.
But I think that was because of your flip flops, right?
Yeah. Well, it's a bit. I mean, let's not go into too much detail, but yeah, it's real. Something's on his foot, and it's unlike Jacob. He had a good start there. He was just actually starting to find some rhythm, and he's made a mistake. So that's a mistake. He'll have to. Luckily, he was early on in the heat. He's got time to come back into it. But also, I mean, these are the type of conditions that Jacob Wilcox should thrive in. The Western Australian's got a lethal backhand. It's one of his strengths. He's done well at Bells Beach before. Margaret River, he's surfed a few CT events there and done some damage on the Margaret River right. So this is right in his wheelhouse as well. And Hiroto O'Hara there, but got an early exchange, a 6.67 and a 6.5 for both surfers. So really, really tight. And I think if Jacob Wilcox hadn't slipped, he probably would have got a score up around that Mark II potentially. But as it stands, Hiroto O'Hara had a good year this year, qualified for the Olympics on home soil and surfed really well in that. But Nat Young hunting the inside, and he's up and riding. So takes a swing without priority. His backhand again, just warms up, kicks that tail out. This board he's on looks really good. A nice, another top turn. Comes around again, another stab. Gets up late and just keep going. And now he's hoping for a bit of inside action. So just staying so busy, linking all his turns. This is a board he's had for about 2 years. It's been a money winner for him, and it's also got some of his mum's artwork on it. So he lost his mum earlier this year. So sort of a mix of equipment he loves and a bit of an emotional attachment. I'll tell you what, he found some attachment, and then he goes O'Hara, the Japanese surfer. Real contrast in styles here. Saw Nat Young sort of long, drawn-out backhand whips, and then you got Hiroto just sort of zigging and zagging and tagging all over the waves, super busy. And so a bit of work for the judges to sort of, look at those two different approaches and see what floats their boats. So a bit of a flurry of replays coming in. I'll get you, Shiko, to talk us through it. But yeah, they're two very different surfers.
Yeah, like we see Hiroto. I think the judges have been loving the way he compresses off the bottom. As we see here, he gets really low, and there's a good carve to start this wave off. And another one there, kind of zippy snap kind of carve. Another one, it looks really committed and fast, and a zippy last turn. I think this wave was good, but I really enjoyed this Nats wave. I think it was a really well-surfed wave. Comes off the bottom, big carve there, a lot of water coming out of that board. Quick jam there too. It comes off the bottom. Here, he almost lost it, but he did a good job to make that around that section. He clicks it again there, and I like this one. Boom, another one fins out, and boom, another one. So yeah, this wave was really complete.
Yeah, and you got a 7.77 for that. And there's probably only a couple of little sort of squeaks. We could have maybe left a few points on, but what a massive, massive start from Nat Young. 6.5 and a 7.7 right off the bat. So already lays down a marker. Obviously a three-man heat, so these first two surfers go through. Surfer in third place will be exit through the gift house. But right now, speaking of winners are grinners. We've got two of them down on the beach down there. Joanna, take it away.
Yeah, look at this smile from ear to ear. How are you feeling?
Yeah, feeling great. This morning, the waves woke up like absolutely cooking. I had my board. I had like 2 hours of practice, 3 hours of practice, 2 hours of practice, 3 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 hours of practice, the first quick sesh before the first lie, and got 2 really good waves. And then for my heat, the set slowed down a little bit. I just got my 7 with I don't know, 12 minutes heat, and yeah, was kind of like cold already, waiting for the opportunity. Had to block Jake. Jake is a tough guy. Had to block Jake on the I don't know, 7 minutes heat, and just like the wave was really bad, but I had to block him. But ended up just putting me on the right spot to the 6.43, and yeah, just super stoked. That's my first man-on-man on Challenge Series, so looking forward.
It was great surfing. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese?
Yeah, sure. Not a long list this time. Só quero mandar beijão para casa, para minha mãe, para minha família e para os meus patrocinadores. Muito obrigado. Vamos aí, torcida.
Just saying a few thank yous to his mother and then his family and the sponsors, and yeah, that's it. Good job. Thank you. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, João. So a bit of a detailed brief, but basically he had to dig deep to block Jake Marshall. Knew how dangerous he was, all part and parcel of competing successfully on the Challenger Series. And yeah, it's got a result into the man-on-man. So and that's where it starts to get really serious, huh? Chico, that's what they've all come here, these guys, to get to that sort of that round of 16, and the man-on-man starts, and that's when it gets big money, big points, and yeah, he's getting closer and closer.
Yeah, I think all of the guys that come down here, they want to make the man-on-man at least, because it's a keeper result. In the other side of the coin, we have Jake Marshall, who comes out of a final on the US Open, and he's got a run of 24 years, so I think he's quite consistent. I don't know which result he has from last year, but it might be good on the rankings right now.
Yeah, he's looking solid. He'll be disappointed, obviously, but yeah, he was right up the top there, so he's been consistent. Best 3 count. And, yeah, he'll be right in the mix, especially with France coming up quickly. Next week we head up to Hostiga, to the bank at Nakunu there, and we start all this again. So there's loads of surfers eyeing off France, but I'll tell you what, that man there, Nat Young, he's eyeing off a win in Portugal. He loves this part of the world. He's won here before, and he's really looking in the groove, off to a really strong start. A 14.27 heat total already, with just on 12 minutes to go in the heat. So he's in a really strong position, given the fact that 2 surfers go through out of 3. And he's just staying busy as well, so he's not waiting for those massive sets. He looked at that, but just didn't quite go it. But he knows Jacob Wilcox has got priority. He's sitting at the back. Jacob's the one that needs to get back in touch, and looks like the West Aussie is having a look at this one. Looks like it's got a long wall stretching out in the bay. So here goes Wilcox. Drives off. Nice top turn, trademark style. He's got that compressed sort of legs, gets up high. Wow, 3 big turns already. You know, just hoping for a bit more action on the inside. Real zap on that backhand turn. Fortunately, Jacob, just that end section just didn't provide anything. We saw Nat Young's reel off Chico, but tell you what, every section that Jacob got there, he was so powerful.
Well, I think, yeah, he didn't got the end section, but the outside sections, I tell you what, he surfed it so well. Yeah, he looked really fast and strong, like strong maneuvers out the back. So I think he's going to put himself right in the mix, and yeah, looking for a better way for sure too.
Yeah, he's back in the mix for sure. Hiroto's got a pair of 6s, so at the moment it's what Jacob needs to look at. We'll see where the replay comes in, how he went. But Nat Young, just having a few swings, just trying out. It's not a bad approach out here. You never quite know what the wave he's going to do. So he's having a look at a couple of insiders, and now he'll get back out there and perhaps just wait his turn once he gets his priority. And you see those lines are stacked to the horizon. I mean, yeah, we talked about corduroy, and yeah, they are just pouring in from this hurricane, Sam, way up there in the North Atlantic. thousands of miles these waves have travelled to get to here, and then they just unleash on this even reef at Roberta Ilash, and these guys patiently waiting. That's the thing about this today. I think this is going to be so many opportunities. You know, I think even if we saw, Jake can make a bit of a small mistake. The beauty of today with the waves and the way it's set up is that you're going to get plenty of time to regroup no matter what. There's these big sets approach.
Yeah, the thing is, the waves are so good that there are so many waves coming, and sometimes like the small ones get really steep and go all the way to the inside, but you're not looking at them because you're waiting for that perfect line, the wave of the set. So as we see here now.
Yeah, so Nat Young positioned himself second priority, but again it was just a bit wide, so that one didn't quite pan out. Again, no harm, no foul really. He had a look at it. He could have got lucky. He doesn't lose his priority. He just gets back out there and waits. And so to be in that position already, 6.5 and a 7.7, he's not completely out of the woods. He can never be, that safe with the caliber of surfers like Jacob and Hiroto, but a really strong start. Now he can just afford to be a little bit picky, be a bit more relaxed, try and pick that excellent sort of wave. Hiroto on the inside, looking at that one. Just got almost sort of going down to the low tide, so I think we might find that it's bottoming out. It's a little bit, makes it a bit more disjointed. There's a bit more sort of sectiony on the Chico. As the tide starts to come in, I think we might see some it all sort of forming up, lining up better. Do you reckon?
Yeah, I think so. I think with the high tide we kind of see the wave connect better. Not as many sections as on the low tide. We just see a lot of.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's going to interrupt there. We're just going for a quick break. Carlos Manu's doing some good turns there. We're going to come right back with more action after this. Welcome back to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We are at Roberta Ilash, halfway through. 12 minutes to go in this heat. We are getting through the round of 24. As it currently stands, Nat Young out in the lead with a high 6, or mid 6 and a high 7. Looking really good on his backhand, really comfortable. And Hiroto O'Hara with a pair of 6s. And that last wave of Jacob Wilcox that we saw was a 5.5. So he's the one getting a solid score to get back in the game. 2 servers go through. The surfer in 3rd place is knocked out. So it's crunch time now. Still plenty of jeopardy. Nat Young just looks at this. Has the think. Says no, not going to touch that. But Jacob Wilcox a bit wider. Says he'll have a crack. First turn is nice. Just biding his time, trying to delay those bottom man turns as much as he can. And well, he delayed and that wave just didn't quite run off. So he looks back, just sort of got himself a little bit out of position as more sets come through. Whether those wider ones might be of use there. Chico, sometimes cutting back out, you can connect some of these bigger sets and go a bit wider.
Yeah, the score, the best score of this heat was caught with 3rd priority, which was Nat Young the 777. So yeah, I think Jacob is in a good position to get one of those double ups that come in, that Hiroto and Nat can have it. And as we see him here on the corner of the screen, having a look on one of those. But yeah, I think his 5.5, in my opinion, was a touch higher, because I really enjoyed this wave.
Yeah, it had some spark, didn't it? Some squirt.
Yeah.
But just didn't quite have, maybe that lack of sort of end section, maybe sort of took the edge off that score. He's sitting a bit wider at the moment. 10 minutes to go. He's getting worried now. He's looked in form, but just hasn't been able to get a high screen wave. Maybe that he fell on quite a good one early on. Maybe that might come back to bite him at this stage. But still a fair bit of time. I think you might get at least 2 sets in 10 minutes as the way it stands. A really long period. We think might have had a bit of lulls to it, but I think there's almost 2 swells at the moment, so it's just so many sets, and you see some lines marching in from out the back. It's low tide, the bubbles, it might break a bit wide. We'll see. It's a solid wave out the back. The whole coastline of Portugal is coming alight today and tomorrow and Saturday. Big west swell, winds are good. The surf's got a decision to make about this one. It's already capped out the back. Looks like it's not going to reform on the inside section, so that's the low tide coming a bit into play. You think later on, as the tide fills in, that wave would sort of stand up where the surfers are sitting now, rather than cap on the reef out the back and come through?
I don't know. I just think like on the high tide, if the wave is actually too big, it gets a little bit soft too, because it goes like away from the point. So yeah, I think we're going to see an interesting day and a shifting day in terms of conditions.
Yeah,
but
as you see, Jackson Baker there and Jan Martin, Ripco team manager in Europe, and yeah, Jackson Baker. He's had 2 heats, 2 amazing heats in the last 2 buzzer beaters. So both times he's needed a big score as well against fancy opponents in the last couple of seconds, and he's nailed it. So he's got the moustache, he's got the steed and footy in his hands, he looked relaxed. And as we see Mateus, Herdy, Carlos Muniz, Shrimpy, Cameral paddling out, so another big heat. Plenty of firepower there. Herdy's been on a tear, and Mexico's got an incredible air game. Carlos Muniz, veteran, but also really electric, really spontaneous surfer. And same with Shrimpy. He can just sort of suddenly go electric when he wants to. He can really inject some spark. So they're paddling out for the next heat. As we see Jacob Wilcox, like this, he's paddling ferociously, and he looks like he's going to get into it. So he does. So there he goes, chasing a high 7 to get back into second. Unfortunately for him, it just closed out. That's the problem with that third priority. Sometimes you're forced to feed on scraps a little bit. O'Hara's been really patient. He's had priority now for a good 6 or 7 minutes and just staying calm. But Jacob just increasingly having forced to sort of go ways that he might not go otherwise. Chico, he's in that position where he's in third, he needs a score and he doesn't have priority. Sometimes, yeah, it's an awkward place to be.
Yeah, well, we see that the 3-3-3 at the start is coming into play in his decisions, because he fell on that actually opening wave, which I don't know what happened on the inside, but maybe it could have gotten a 6 or a 7. And now he's just playing catch-up. There's 6 minutes to go. The lineup is quite big. And yeah, I think he's just trying to put like one of those 6s on the board.
Yep, so the heat recap. So this was early on. See just how clean it was. Hiroto O'Hara just banging down the line. Really busy. That was 6.5, so 6.67. Bit of variety. Just managed to finish it off. So really dynamic surfer. But then Nat Young, Chico, he just clicked into his routine. He does what he does.
Yeah, this wave was really steep, and Nat loves that. So he can unload on those turns here again. Boom, a lot of spray coming out of that board there. And he's been surfing really good. Once the wave stands up, he's there. Look at this again. Boom. and he goes for another vertical snap here. So he got like 6 or 7 belts there, and he's looking really solid.
Yeah, see, even that projection down the line, he's got the ability to sort of stab that lip really hard, but still project with pace down the line like that. So you've got 2 for 1 there. Really difficult to do, and then it just wound down the line, and this is where he really clicks into gear. So that was a 7.77, and with 5 minutes to go, it's got him a commanding lead in the heat, and he looks happy about it. I mean, that's the thing about Nat Young. Like, he hasn't changed. You know, he's been off the CT, but he hasn't changed his approach to surfing. He knows his strengths. It's got him to the very top of surfing in his career, and he's just all he's done is just refined it really. And when there's waves like this, and when there's conditions that suit his style, he's such a gnarly competitor. Real thinks about the sport, thinks about how to best maximise his own strengths, and that's what makes him very difficult to beat. He's out in front. It's that Jacob Wilcox, who is the one at this stage chasing the score. Big score at the number, and Hiroto O'Hara's got a score to come in. That's just come in, not much change there. So Jacob out the back, waiting patiently. There he is. He's really got his way this heat, so he's going to have to, you know, salvage something with a bit of magic towards the end potentially.
Well, it needs a 7.24 with this type of waves. We've seen a couple of 7s being thrown by the surfers, so I think Jacob is really capable of finding a good one and actually putting an excellent number on the scoreboard. And yeah, it's just a question of is he finding the wave or not.
And Nat Young's found his wave. Again, his wave selection is so superior to his competitors. Just found a wave on the inside part of that reef. Wasn't one of the big ones, just that nice medium size. And he's managed to just rack up more points, whether he gets above a 6.7. Interesting to see on the inside, but his wave reading, his knowledge of this reef is really, really strong. You can see the range trust going, yep, absolutely nailed it. Already had a heat lead, and with that wave, he's probably going to even potentially increase it. So, yeah, all coming together for Nat, and really, really impressive surfing.
Yeah, his wave selection has been impeccable. I think this last one he had, as you said, was not one of the biggest ones, but it hugged the reef really well as he winds up a couple of times here on the outside. Boom, big snap there, a lot of spray coming out of that board again, and vertical there again. So here he's just pacing him, his time, and here he winds up again. Boom, that turn was solid. Like he blew the fins out, he comes around the section, he gets in there in time for more, 3 turns? Yeah, another one, and he clicks it again. So is this his best score?
I think it might be. Okay, and then with Hiroto, what did he get up to?
Yeah, quick carve there, really clean surfing from Hiroto, comes off the bottom, vertical snap there. He gets really low and long extended carve, and unfortunately for him, the front foot slips off. So yeah, but he was on his way to probably bettering that 6.07.
Yeah, he was on his way to a good score there, and so he's just left the most smallest door open for his opponent. Might be lucky in terms of time, only 90 seconds or 100 seconds left, and so that might not be enough time for a wave to come through. But by that mistake, he's just let the tiniest of opportunities through for Jacob. Nat Young, meanwhile, just banking some huge scores. So one judge going as high as 9.5 and 8.5 in there for an average of 8.83. So huge heat total. He's won every heat he's surfed in this event. Never looked like sort of ever being in danger. And yeah, he's looking dangerous. But that man out there, Jacob Wilcox, is anyone that can change the current situation. Waiting patiently, 50 seconds on the clock. Needs 7.24 potentially, unless Rodos goes above the 6. just think that time might be the enemy here. He's trying to get the call. He's trying to call it in. Just saying, come on, Ocean, give me something, let me show. Because he really hasn't been able to, showcase what he's got. Those waves that Nat Young and Hiroto got, he would have been loving those to unleash on his backhand. Made one or two mistakes, and you can just see he's going, well, that could be all over. So Wilcox just praying for anything, praying for a lump, and it looks like nothing's going to come in time. So it's been a poor performance really from Jacob. He would have expected a heat total way above 8.83, and unfortunately for him, he leaves the event. But I suppose the big takeout from that, Chico Alves, is that performance of Nat Young. What an incredible display of backhand surfing.
Yeah, Nat has always been a threat in long right-handers, and he proves it again that this is a comp he can go all the way to finals day, and yeah, he's a threat for sure.
He's just got there, he's taking his time, he's obviously having a bit of a time to himself there, and you can see that he is potentially probably a little bit of a thing about his mum. He's been through a grieving process, but I tell you what, he's so committed to this sport, and what a performance. We're going to go to a short commercial break, come back with more electric surfing like that right after this. Don't go anywhere, folks. It's pumping in Portugal. Welcome back to Herdy. We've got some sunny skies, we've got some offshore winds, we've got some pumping swell, and we've got three incredible surfers, two Brazilians and a Costa Rican. And who you fancying, Chico Alves? What's your thoughts on this? Who would you put your money on at this early stage?
Well, I think Mateus is the guy I'm most looking for today. The way suit his style and the conditions look great, and he's got Thiago Pires on the hill telling him which one to catch, so I think he's got a good probability of doing well.
Yeah, Saka Perez has been down here helping out a few of the Red Bull athletes. No one knows this wave better, and no one's surfed it any better than Thiago. So yeah, another little string to his bow. Mateus Herdy, he was electric in Mexico, surfed so well, made the semi-finals I think there.
Yeah, he lost on the semis.
So for a wild card to come up in great ways, that shows you the level he's at. Saw him last night. He had Mexican. I know he had Indian for dinner last night. I know he had a bit of a. I don't know if that's the actual his normal pre semi sort of around the 24 routine. Bit of biryani, but yeah, he looked happy last night. Nice early dinner and then off to bed. So he's dangerous. But this guy, we love Carlos Muniz. He's one of the great sort of characters of the sport, isn't he? He's vibrant. He's always happy. Been around a long time. Absolutely charges. So I just love seeing him back in the limelight.
Yeah, he's been in the mix for quite a long time now. We've seen him doing massive barrels, massive airs, massive turns, and it's amazing to see him on the round of 24 putting into some good performances. as we see here now.
Yeah, speaking of veterans, we've got Camara here, known as Shrimpy, the prawn, and he's just got a lovely wave here. He knows this wave really well, spent a lot of time in Portugal. Just winding up, trademark style, just quite low. He's a big, tall man. He manages to always generate speed on whatever wave he's on. It's up late here, and that's just a bit, for a starting wave, you'll be happy with that. Good wave selection. Didn't like link all his turns together, but with just on 5 minutes to go, just to get up and running and get the first score on the board is pretty important. And he'll be happy with that going back out.
Yeah, Tiago, he has been trying out some sick clips surfing in Marzias. I've seen a couple, and he has been ripping really hard. And yeah, I think Tiago is one of those surfers that they're kind of an underdog, but once they stand up, you can tell they are not an underdog because he rips so hard. And here we see his wave almost lost it there, and he gets back. Again, I love this wraparound snap. Big extension there, a lot of speed coming from that white water. And here, well, I thought he was just waiting to see if the wave offers that bonus section, but the wave kind of like let him down, and he was able to get in there once again. But yeah, it wasn't that meaty section he was looking for, that's for sure.
Yeah, still managed to tag it all off. Yeah, those roundhouse cutbacks, and then meanwhile, Mateus Herdy got a wave as well.
Yeah, Mateus, quick snap there, kind of like a sit-down layback. Was cool, not as powerful as he maybe wanted, but yeah, look good. And here, let's see how we can connect with the inside section. It's quite small, the wave here. This is the time you need to know if you want to stick with it or not as he goes for the air. And yeah, he gets up kind of like
almost say, with a hang 5.
Hang 5 reverse.
Yeah, he had to lack that wave to start losing its energy at the latter part of it, but it just looks so electric at the moment. That board, that pink board that just stands out. Like in the lineup, you just see a flash of it, don't you? You know immediately when Mateus is up and riding. Not just because of the color of his board, but the way it's just flashing through the ellipse and launching in the air. So he's been in form. And, yeah, I mean, he's just the next generation of Brazilian rippers. That Brazilian Storm, that's not Storm anymore. It's just an endless high pressure system of talent. It's just a high pressure zone just parked over professional surfing.
Exactly.
And there's so many coming through, and he's I think one of the next best batch. Him and probably Zhao Chianca probably leading the way. I think they're around the same age. They're only 20. They're really young, super well rounded, super experienced for their young age, and yeah, he's dangerous. So he'll be paddling back out now.
And on same age, we have Sammy Pupo, already 1 year. So they kind of are the same generation, right? Mateus, Jean Chianca, and Samuel Pupo.
And they've all got that links with, like in case of Sammy Pupo and Zhao Chianca, got elder brothers that have, really talented. In case of Sam Pupo, his brother Miguel's been on the tour for 10 years. In case of Zhao Chianca, his big brother Lucas is a big wave star. So yeah, just had a guiding sort of hand through it all. Mateus, he's his uncle is one of the more famous ones of the herd. He's Gil Herm. So just grown up in a professional surfing environment since a young age. So yeah, the combination is pretty lethal, but doesn't mean anything now. You've still got to go out and do the business and try and beat some of these world's best surfers. Carlos Manuz won't care who his uncle is. He won't care where he's come from. He's got a job to do, and here he goes. So the Costa Rican drives around the corner. Big stab at the top. There's another one here. Just lets the tail go. He's got that trademark locks up in a nice top knot. Looking sharp. He's got a double up section here. This is the one that's got, whoa, that was a real vertical turn. There's another one, just slides the tail and whips it back around, so a bit of variety. And then another big hack, and he can finish it off. So that is great surfing from Carlos. As soon as that double up section comes in, they're the ones you want. And as soon as he took off, he just got in a rhythm. So great surfing out the back. Thiago, camera out, just couldn't quite make that one. But yeah, Carlos, really good to see that wave where he just had a bit of everything.
Well, I'm so impressed with that last wave. That last wave from Carlos was amazing. I think it's going to be an excellent score, that's for sure.
Yeah, we're going to look at that. But right now, we've got your classic Santa Cruz sort of bro down going on down there on the beach. You've got Pete Mel, Nat Young. Take it away, boys.
Yeah, that's right, Ben. Nat Young, you went out for your early morning session. What did you learn during that early morning session that you were able to bring into that heat?
I didn't really learn a whole lot. I came here this morning and it was kind of bombing for sure, and I just have this magic shortboard that I just know works so good, and it felt a little bit big out there this morning on it. I didn't really catch any set waves, but so I was a little unsure, but I was like, I can't not ride this board. It's just been working and I trust it so well. So it dropped a little bit in that heat for sure, and it felt fine. But this morning it was pumping. It seems like it got a little slower with the low tide, but maybe start to get bigger again as the tide fills in.
What is the model of the board and how old is it? What's the story on it?
It's just an old rookie. It is probably 3 years old now. I haven't ridden it since the last Challenger series maybe, and no, maybe before that. I don't know. It's been a long time, but I pull it out for comps, and it's just nice to have a board that you trust and know isn't going to do anything weird. So I just want to find the waves and surf, and yeah.
And I informed you that you weren't going to be able to surf today, and you're kind of bummed because you feel like it's going to be pretty good today.
It's definitely pretty good out there, and I would be stoked to surf more, but it looks like the forecast is good for the next couple days as well. So either way, all good, and I'm excited to surf a man-on-man heat for sure, and get to surf more out there with no one out.
Congratulations.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Nat Young, and thank you, Peter Mel. Just see Mateus, Herdy going for a Hail Mary. Yeah, so Nat Young's got the board that he absolutely trusts. He just keeps in mothballs. For those guys out there, surf fans, these guys have these boards, and you used to be competitive. Once you find that magic board, they don't ride it, do they? They don't ever free surf it. They just keep it just for heats. Often when they get one of those magic ones.
Yeah, we see a lot of guys doing that, right? They keep boards forever and they only use it on comps because it's magic. And speaking of a magic board, I think Carlos has one under his feet, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, he's got a 9-point ride for that wave, so what a start from Carlos. Got that wave, had that double up section, and just went to town.
Yeah, this wave was so well surfed. I love this first time. Boom! A lot of spray coming out of that board. And he gets in time there, quick release there on the carve, putting some risk on the outside section, and this double up could tell you what was coming. And yeah, he comes around the section and he gets vertical there, and he goes again, and quick carve releasing the fins at the end of the turn. He goes again, boom, layback, snap, and he finishes it off with a vertical hit again. So a lot of variety in this wave.
Yeah, that was just, the more you look at it, the more impressive it gets, because I sort of hadn't remembered just how big the outside turns were, and that's what Thiago is trying to do as well, trying to get some outside meat on the bones before the inside comes in. Hasn't had that open face, so now he starts to wind up. There's a nice cut back. The waves he's been catching has been opening up those cutbacks. Here's a big section, so he goes for an air, and he was a bit stiff-legged there, wasn't he? Sort of was caught in between trying to do a close at re-entry. Sort of at the last moment, looked like he decided to try and pull off an aerial. Sort of did neither in the end, so that wave probably ain't going to help his cause.
Yeah, you got this wave looked really clean. First hit out the back, kind of sticky turn there, and then he was just always chasing this wave. This wave didn't really allow him to go off the bottom, off the top. Then he gets a quick wrap ear. He's doing some beautiful cutbacks, and here, yeah, I thought he caught in between. I don't know. I just think, yeah, he was looking for like a air to get into the inside section, but yeah, unfortunately he fell. Quick jump there from Mateus, another floater. He looks really quick, and boom, big snap. Kind of floater there, and he gets in time for a cutback, comes off the bottom, and another click there. Yeah, this was a well-served wave from Mateus.
Yeah, backing up a 6.67 there, so smart surfing, and Carlos up as well. So, such a flurry. So many waves pouring through the lineup.
You see Carlos getting all the double ups, right?
Yeah.
This wave had a little cool double up too, so he's got the eye for Ribeiradilla's wave, right?
Yeah, and it's not easy to work that out, but he's got it. We've seen a few this morning. I think we saw even like a crazy barrel from Geordie Lawler where it doubled up and he got tubed, didn't quite come out. And then Ezekiel got a couple of those double ups, and they're the ones that get the big points when they run off down that inside. The sun just starting to poke above those cliffs now. You see that little green tinge it gives these waves. Some of these Portuguese waves that get that look about them. Super tubes on the right light can get that. Some of Nick Von Rupp's sort of big clips where he's surfing those crazy lefts. Just that, I don't know, it's a Portuguese green. We need to come up with some, there must be some word in Portuguese for it, is there, Chico? We need to make one up.
Yeah, we can think about that during the day, and we come up with a green.
I'm sticking with Portuguese green for now. But
Portuguese green, okay.
I think we can get a bit more imaginative. But
greeny Portuguese.
Greeny Portuguese. And tell you what, it's just absolutely delightful. And there's that double up section you can see there. So the drone angle showing the cliffs of Ericeira as they go around to the bays up there. There's so many little nooks and crannies, so many great waves. This whole coastline is coming alight. The one benefit, I suppose, from all those guys, have been knocked out. We start off with around 100 surfers, 112 surfers at the start of this event, and we've only got 24 left at the start of the day. But the rest of those guys are just scouring the coast right now, surfing the waves up and down this beautiful part of the world. Of course, all of them want to be right here. I mean, this is what they came for. This is what they were targeting. And right now, Mateus, Herdy, and Carlos Muniz look like they've got probably the closest in terms of having a foot in the next round. So Muniz backing up a 9 with a 4.17. So he's still got a bit of work to do on that back up. And we're just waiting on the score for that last one of Mateus. Herdy, he had a solid opening start at 6.67, and so yeah, just waiting on those scores as more come in though. So consistent, bit of a northerly kind of breeze. You see, it's like not dead offshore, but pretty close to it. There's not much texture on these waves, and the scores just filtering in now. 3.73 for Camaro, so he's still in second, but with a score to drop from Mateus, you think that might go down to third. And more action. I mean, it's just been absolutely non-stop throughout the course of the morning. We're going to run through the 8 heats of this round of 24, and then we get into the women's division. That goes into person-on-person heats. So a new step, a little roll in here, a bit of a chip in from Carlos. So he's trying to back up that 4.17, just nice and relaxed here. This inside section looks strong. Oh, and he just clicks it up there, and probably saw the closeout section coming and elected to go out the back. Meanwhile, Herdy, he's been busy. Big section here. Oh, a massive layback turn. And there's that double X section we talk about. He just can't get down it. You can see just bending the knees. You can't get through. So the wave before that was a 6.17. Sorry, my mistake, 6.10, which did move him up into second. One massive layback turn there. Good to see the layback. It's it's a manoeuvre that's a big part of surfing, and at one stage there it was sort of seen as uncool or unworkable. But even these young kids, these aerial surfers, they're bringing it back, mate. It's a huge turn.
Yeah, this was amazing. Like, boom, release the fins, and comes back to his feet really easy, because the whitewater was had some power on it, so it kind of pushes your body up again. But yeah, I've seen Mateus likes to throw that turn in. He likes to add some variety into his surfing. And yeah, it's cool to see young kids like Mateus throw airs, but at the same throwing like very laybacks like Tom Curran and Marco Chilupo would throw with that back arm in the water and just full power.
Yeah, exactly. The Larry layback. Yeah, got some of the great surfers. Gary Elkinson was a proponent of it, and yeah, it's just a functional and exciting part of surfing. And yeah, these young guys are just making it even more dynamic.
Talking about Larry laybacks, Sonny Garcia comes to mind, right?
Yes, love the Lazarus. Absolutely love the Lazarus. But while there's a bit of a lull in proceedings, we're going to sort of tee up a short commercial break. 10 minutes left in the heat. We've got Carlos out in front. We've got Cole Houshman staying calm and meditated. We're not calm, we're excited, and we're going to have a short break and come back with more live action right after this.
And welcome back to the MEO Vissla Pro here at Ericeira. I've made my way out onto the reef, and one of the things I love about this is how much the tide is going to change. Look at how much behind me. There's yards, hundreds of yards, meters, they call them here in Europe. Low tide right now, 9:43. It's only a half of a meter. High tide today is at 4 p.m. It's a 12-foot tide, and that's got 11 feet of tide difference. It's incredible. There's going to be a complete change in the way that this wave works. Right now, they're way out there. As it starts to come in through the afternoon, we're going to see that. One thing I did notice is I'm sitting down here is actually we have that river up there in the valley, and it's not breached anywhere visually. But if you look in here all along, and there's just water rushing from underneath the water here. It's crazy to see that there's actually an influence of this river coming through the rocks, and it actually influences the wave out here. I love it. This is why we come to Portugal. Tide differences, pumping waves, and sunshine.
Yeah, Pete. And before you go, so if you were to stay there for the next 6 hours, which would be a bit of a stretch, I'd imagine, but
well, you'd put a seat down here.
You'd be a nice tide guy. But by the end of in a couple of hours, would the surfers be kind of riding over where you're standing almost?
Yeah, you saw that in the last few days. I mean, today the swell a little bit bigger. They start to kind of move down into that zone over here, not necessarily right here unless it was really small, but with today's swell, yeah, they'll be finishing right on the rocks over there, and hopefully it's a little further than this little minefield that I showed you the other day. But, you know, it's like, I want to go just kind of searching through these tide pools. There's pretty cool stuff in here.
I have a little look. Just go and investigate, see what you can find.
All right.
If you get anything interesting, just call us back. So yeah. Pete, Mel, thanks, mate. Down there on the beautiful reef, the live ecosystem. It's been there obviously a lot longer than any of us. You know, all those rocks have seen some wave action over the millennia, and yeah, providing the backdrop. Or the underdrop to what is this incredible surfing spot, as we see more lines just pouring through the break here. It's been a new west swell, dead low tide, and we've got waves on tap. Just trying to see here, because it looks like there's been some big numbers coming in. So Shrimpy, Camaro's log 7.4. We'll get the replay and we'll get Chico Alves just to go through that, but potentially bit of a, you know, an upset here. If the elder statesman, the elder Brazilian, can take out the young gun. Mateus Herdy's now been pushed down into third. So it does set us up, Chico, for a pretty fascinating 6 minutes. As you see out the back, so Carlos trying to back up a 9. First turn is strong. Managed to do that in his last wave. Come around the section again. Bit of a check turn, waiting for the inside to stand up. Board's looking good. Oh, there's a big lip line. Just managed to crack that lip. So only wanted to improve on a 4.17. You think he'll do that with those 3-turn combos. Didn't get the runner, but he still managed to do some really explosive surfing, and that's been getting points in this event just by attacking the lip. Chico.
Yeah, well, this wave was so important for Carlos. He had a 9 for almost the whole heat, and he was looking for that backup till now.
And Mateus Herdy just not finding the waves, and then sort of being forced into some look at those sets coming through out the back, giant waves rifling through the area. And yeah, Mateus just has been able to pick up those runners. Got a couple of scores. This is the wave that Mateus just got there. What a wave.
Yeah, Carlos here starting off with a big bang out the back. Here he kind of played it safe, but I understand because he wants that pack-up score so bad and a huge snap to finish it off. So Carlos putting another number on the board, and yeah, helping his cause. And here during the break we saw Thiago. This is his 7.4, that's for sure. Great rhythm, great wave, really clean wave, and yeah, big layback jam there. Comes with speed, and let's see what he can do on the inside section. Gets around the section, boom. Oh, and he fell actually. So, but yeah, nonetheless, a really well served wave for Thiago.
Yeah, he left a few points on it, but he'd already done all the damage out the back. Some of those turns are really savage. Linked them all up, and yeah, he's put his fellow countryman Mateus Herdy, a young gun, now netting a 6.74. I mean, he's such a great surfer. That's well within his grasp, but just hasn't been able to find those in-betweeners. Sort of gone the bigger ones, and they've closed out. I mean, it's really hard to get a good air section out here. There's so much water moving. You know, it's not an air wind at all, but I think there's been, you know, it's quite hard to get those aerial manoeuvres in. So Mateus needs to regroup. He's in third spot, and Carlos Muniz scores coming in there at 6.9 for his second wave for that last wave where we saw him do the big close-out venture at the end. So he's moved safely up into the first place. Got a big number on the board. I think it's going to come down to these two Brazilians in terms of trying to get this second place, the all-important second place. Two go through, third gets knocked out. And on this Challenger series, it's these heats that can be absolutely crucial, because if you get through this, you're in the round of 16, and you're probably, you're probably one heat win away from a really bankable score. 3 minutes on the clock. Looks like Thiago is looking at this one. So here he goes, comes down the corner. Oh, you can tell his confidence is coming back now. Releasing the tail, finding some good waves. Waits for this section, goes for a throw, almost a throwaway air. So that's not going to go into his total. And now he's given priority to his countryman. And here he goes. I heard he's pulled the trigger. So a bit of a toe release here. Finally got a bit of a wall to work with. Waiting for this section. Nice smooth tag, and he tries to find the double up, but he just can't. So we didn't see the start of that wave, but by Mateus' body language, it looked like he wasn't particularly stoked with the way that wave went. You can see the frustration. He's putting him in now. He's at 2.5 minutes. No way in the world will he give up. He's an intense young man. He's really onto it. But this wave just didn't open up for him, Chico.
Yeah, he tried to tag it on the outside, but was kind of soft here. He goes for the kind of like blow tail, and then here he's always like looking for that double up to go all the way in, and he hasn't been lucky enough to get one of those, and yeah, he's frustrated about it.
Yeah, you needed a 6.74 and you got a 4.73, so nowhere near the score he needed. That wave just not allowing enough. And well, Carlos, the long hair don't care. He's absolutely got this locked down. Herdy could be, a bit of an upset. He's be one of the form surfers here in Portugal, and big raps on the kid. Massive performance there in Mexico. But right now he's up against it. He's got 90 seconds. He's motoring back out. He's in the lineup. He's got potential time to get one more. Can sneak one wide. or he can get one of these sort of bigger sets. And he's back in the game. He's motored back out there. He'll be tired. He knows if he just gets one more opportunity, he can make it count. This may be a bit of a lap of honour for Carlos. Nice wrap around. You can tell he's feeling it. That board feels great. He's just got so much rhythm, so much polish. He's picking the good waves as well. So this has been a tremendous heat for that man. Really stoked to see him back at the pointy end of elite surfing. And he's looking really strong, and he's coming in over those rocks Pete was talking about. It's still going, and then just finished off. So yeah, well surfed that wave. It's going to be irrelevant in terms of this particular scoring. It all comes down to what's happening out the back, and whether in the last 20 seconds Herdy can get a wave, and he has got one. Didn't see what went up the back, but he's winding down. He's going to claim it, I'll tell you that for nothing. And if he lands that, he doesn't. And whether that's the one, and he doesn't look happy. So he doesn't think he's got the score, and he looks pretty upset about it. As I said, he's an intense, passionate man. You can see it there. And maybe if he made that last turn, that could have been the clutch. We didn't quite see what was out the back, but he's not exactly selling it to the judges. He's really upset with his performance and just didn't get the waves, really. And now it looks like Thiago Camaro has just squeaked through. We'll get that confirmation scores to come in. But an exciting heat, loads of action. And yeah, just really, really impressive surfing from that man. He just untangles that top bun. That's that hair loose. And he'll be absolutely wrapped with that performance. Really, really strong. He's even got another sort of high score here. He might even improve his heat total, which is already was, you know, and he has. He's got in the 16-point range. Herdy's wave nowhere near enough, so he's out. He'll have to regroup and head to France. But yeah, Muniz and Camaro, bit of an upset, bit of a shock, but these veterans, tell you what, they're gnarly. When the surf gets good and the stress gets high, these veterans can really perform. But official results there. We're going to go to a short break as we rev up for the next round, the next heat of this round of 24. Cole Hauschmund, Dylan Moffat, and Carly Vast, another stacked heat. So just see these waves. There's Carlos Muniz finishing off. We're going to come back with more live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira right after this.
Hurricane Sam delivering the goods as we ramp up the action on the Challenger Series Thursday morning in Portugal. Round of 24 live in the water. We'll see the American Cole Hauschmund take on Dylan Moffat of Australia. Carly Vast, representing France, comes all the way from the other side of the world. French Polynesia, Tahiti's his home. We know all about the free surf chops in the big, big juice from this season just gone over there. But we also know a bit about his competitive prowess, and he's looked mighty sharp throughout this event. He's got a heat in his hands here, though, Peter Mel.
Yeah, he's missing a swell over there in Tahiti right now, though. So I wonder if he's actually feeling that one. No, I would say not, because he's got a swell right here and a chance to get himself onto the championship tour and earn a spot so he can surf the place with just one other surfer in the water, right? If he gets himself on tour, Tahiti event's a big place for him. You know, he could actually come out with a win. You never know.
Here goes Vast on that backhand. He's got some good weaponry. He'll tag one. Look to carry that speed, just kind of taking all that impact in the quads, absorbing that with the knee, and then unable to get around. Have a little glance, a little wry glance down the line, see what would have been down there. Just a quick opener for Cowley. Half an hour clock for our surfers to score their best 2 waves. And already heats during that ad break, we can see a massive, massive number coming in for the young American Hushman. An 8.83 for Cole. What a way to get things going.
That's right. And that would be, you know, there's a pretty good little crew down there. Again, the posses are here in full effect. You got the American squad all supporting the Americans. Cole, what a way to start a heat, though. That would just be like, you get a little extra kick in your feet when you're paddling back out and you hear that number from Nuno Jornet, the longtime surf commentary. Look at that, a couple 9s, 3 9s actually, a couple 8.5s, averages out to an 8.83. Okay, so now you have 26 minutes to find another one.
What a way to get things going. And he's looked really, really polished throughout this event. Great way to get it going. Let's have a look at it.
He saw something down the line, obviously. You know, and that's what this wave will do sometimes. You take off a little whitewatery, feathery wall, and then all of a sudden it just loads up on the inside section like this one does. And he finds himself in the rhythm. Some hacks outside, and then I'm sure it's going to double up right here on the reef, hooking it. Boom. Heck, look at that. I mean, it's just straight off the bottom, off the top. And the judges have been very kind, I think. And I you know, there was a moment where where the judges were, it was super hard to get 8s, you know, and like, so that 8 to 10 part of the scale was being neglected in my eyes. And I think that there's been a slight adjustment, at least in this event specifically, to use part of that scale.
Just looking at that criteria, would you say that's more of a conscious decision or just kind of the natural order of things?
I would say there's a bit more of a conscious decision in regards to, you know, utilizing the whole scale, because you get so compressed, right? I mean, that 5 to 7 range gets so used that, you know, ultimately you want to be able to showcase the excellent wave score. So I mean, hey, was that an excellent wave? Yes. So that's why it hit the excellent range, and then you've got all that range of the scale to use. I mean, there it is right there, the judging criteria scale. 8 to 10 is excellent, very good, 6.5 to 7.9, 5 to 6.4. So, you know, instantly you're okay. Was that an excellent wave? Yeah, I felt like the surfing was excellent. Okay, cool. Now you use that part of the scale. How far in that range of 8 to 10 is it? Right, and then you can kind of throw out 8.5s, 9.3s. You've got, you know, whatever that number is. It's 20 numbers to deal with, right? You can 8.1, 8.2, 8.3, and, you know, so whatever. You've got a lot of range to use in there, and it doesn't, you know, on the championship tour, it was a major adjustment. I would say 2 years ago, where it was really tough, and it still is tough to get an excellent number there, but you know, and it becomes the head judge's decision too. Mikael has been working hard with this group here, and you know, and he runs a tight ship. I've been putting a lot of time in that judging booth and seeing how that there's some great things happening. They all have their own iPad, so they actually do have a card that is just a normal judging card. It has, you know, a little wiping board and clean it off. But that's like, so you put your first initial gut score down, right? You put that down, and then you'll actually enter it into the screen. There's a little computer screen, you know, as time permits, because obviously lots of stuff starts to happen. You know, we'll get back to that real quick.
Yeah, we'll revisit the judging chat. There's someone definitely currying the favor of the judges. It's one of our Costa Rican surfers, Carlos Munoz, winner of the last heat, and he's standing by for an interview.
Yeah, Paul. Wow, that was fire. You were saying that you were nervous just now, but it didn't look like that. I mean, you completely went mad on that 9-point ride.
Yes, I don't know. At the beginning of the heat, before the heat, I was nervous, so I was warming up enough. And yeah, at the beginning of the heat, the first wave came, and then I let it go, you know, the guy. So I was like, oh, I don't know if that was the right choice, but I keep calm, and somehow I find that good one. I mean, I've been seeing in the free surf everybody on that wave, and finally I got it. So, I mean, it worked good. You know, my mind training on the water when I'm there, you know, because I don't catch many waves. I think it paid off. So. Yeah.
And do you want to say a few words for back home?
Yes, of course. I want to say hello to my family. They probably are watching. I love you guys. Thank you to everybody to support me, to come all the way here. My sponsor, Scotiabank and Timmy Patterson. And for sure, my coach, Jimmy Hogan, he helped me to line up and find a good one. So, yeah. Thank you, everybody. Also, the WSL for the opportunity to come to the Challengers because, I mean, the 2020 was a hard year, and somehow I ended it out. But, yeah, I got the call, so I'm stoked, and thank you, everybody.
Great job. We want to see you in those white shades.
Yes, I know. Those are the Matrix shades. So, yeah, I hope next time I get the interview and I wear it.
Yeah, thanks. Back to you guys.
Great stuff from Carlos Munoz. We're watching Moffat here, who's been outstanding in this event so far. Really impressive. The next generation of talents out of Australia. Big hit to finish on the end. So well controlled. We talked about that power. How deceptively tricky and technical it is in there. Good finish from Dylan.
He's the lone regular footer in this heat against Cole and Cowley. But Cole's already posted another great number.
6.33 in for Hushman. Just such a great way to start things off. Going excellent, backing yourself up straight away. But here's that effort from Dylan Moffat.
So Dylan has the 5.5 in his score line. Much better looking wave here. Going out onto the face, driving carves. He sees the double up here. He's like, okay. You see him read down the line. Had to make the adjustment to come back over it here because he's going to get the final move. Attack the lip. Beautifully done. Just hammers it, pulls it down. It's going to be another good number for Dylan. He's able to build early in this heat. You know, strategy-wise, you want to pick up, you know, 2 early waves, get the rhythm started. You see the double up.
Really interesting from that drone. Just seeing how the reef here splits the energy. It does real well to get over the ledge here, Pete.
Well, and he was adjusting it. He didn't know if he wanted to go back to it or come to this section here, and he had to read it and figure out which one he wanted to do. He ended up deciding to fade back and get that piece of the double up. You know, he could have maybe tried to race across, and, you know, the risk being he gets across and you get maybe more opportunity, but maybe you don't make it, right? So he was able to come back, and that's the read you're having when you're kind of on the wave. You're like, okay, where do I feel like I'm going to have the best opportunity to get that best next section?
High risk on the low road for Dylan Moffat, smashing the end section at Ribeira Dilias with some aplomb. Let's see where that puts him score-wise, already with that 5.5 on the board. 19.5 to go in this one. Bushman making a great start of things thus far.
Going back to the way that the judging works, so they've written it down, you know, physically on a plastic card with a score. Then they'll review the replay. And at that point, they can make any adjustments if they need to in regards to comparisons, because that's generally what will happen right out of the gates, is that you'll throw out the first initial number for a heat sets the scale, and then everything else is based off of that. Like, oh, was it slightly better? Was it much better? Was it a little bit worse? You know, and then you kind of can put your numbers in according to that. And that's why, you know, 1.883 in this heat compared to 1.883 in 3 heats later is not necessarily going to be the same. You look at them and go, wow, they're such 2 different waves. But that's not, it's not about comparing those things. It's comparing within the heat. So it's important to note that, just for regards to watching surfing as a whole. It doesn't always mean that an 8 in this heat is compared to an 8 in 3 heats later.
Score in for Moffat, 6.97. Pretty good. Rewarded for juice in that end section. The Aussie looking all right. 12.47 at the moment. Reasonable score to be posted up. Won't want to be hanging around there, though. Looking at the talent, the quality he's up against in the water as he makes his way back out. We'll pick him up, paddling back towards the peak here at Ribeira Dilias. Of course, we are in a World Surfing Reserve, so you see that cliff on the shot there, and all this land here protected. Can't be developed. Like, keep it beautiful. Real privilege to be
Why would you? Right? Don't develop. You know, it's like, there. You know, what's crazy about this region specifically is that it's really neat to see is that there's this great kind of elevation that happens off the coastline gradually. So you can be a good mile off the coast and still have a view of the ocean.
Getting a good view on this. Vissla clicks one hard backhand, leans that bottom turn. That's vicious. Pokes it up there beyond Vert. Got that beautiful whip with that back foot.
And the way he gets to the bottom, he's super quiet off the bottom, right? His arms are all placed, they're solid. He just waits, and then it's just this hammer of the lip. And that whip you had talked about, just in either it's the slash kind of section style or the complete bang of the lip. Great technique for such a young surfer. And you can see, look at his thighs, you know, they're just massive. So he's super strong. That whip in the lip, I mean, he places the board on the lip and then just hooks it.
Vissla, couple of hits for him on the backhand, looking for a number. Third place currently in this one, set steaming out of the Atlantic, some real size as we have just bottomed out on the low tide, so the incoming water just helping this swell fill on the reef. The man who's done a good fist so far of reading the swell out here. Pushes up a couple of turns high and wide. That wave goes into a bit of a hole. Not an opportunity for him. Priority with Moffat. Look at that boil. So you see this long period swell. That means we're actually feeling the bottom in much deeper water. We're going to see all these weird boils pop up, almost like new little sections appearing.
It's true, you know, and that's, again, you talked about the energy of the swell, and that's really correlated to the interval between the waves. You know, when you get a big, long interval, generally a long interval here in the Atlantic is 20 seconds. There's sometimes it gets a little longer than that, but it's pretty rare. You need a certain special thing to happen, and usually that subtropical storms are what you'll see, because it'll start this really strong storm really far away from us, so the energy's out there spinning away, it's not local, and then all of a sudden it has this time to kind of unwind, and it gets stronger. And so the strength of the swell actually reaches to the bottom much easier. So that's why you'll see on bigger, stronger swells, you'll start to see the bottoms, boils, all the stuff that's on the bottom, the uneven portions of it. I've been on the reef, it's pretty uneven. So there's little big holes in the reef, and that's why those boils come up, because the energy folds over the top of that, and then the water turns and spills up. And that's why you see, you know, those big boils of water.
Just make out Ricardo, our water cameraman there, bringing the shots. Good job swimming.
Today he's going to be paying for it.
This guy surfs Nazare solid. He's amazing in the water. So this is like,
this is nothing.
This is mallow.
Yeah.
You know? But
like, oh yeah, just a little afternoon swim.
But bringing you beautiful angles from the water, of course, worldsurfleague.com. Check out the shots, clips, all sorts from around this event. We've been really blessed. Super photogenic conditions. Long lines of swell wrapping in on this point break.
How good is it that it's a climax of the swell too is going to be happening on, you know, into finals day, into the weekend. I mean, Saturday most likely will be our finish of the event, and it'll be just on the other side of the peak of the swell, which you know, I think that, you know, tomorrow is going to be a bigger challenge for these surfers, because it'll be more strength in the size of the swell. It's going to be, you know, harder to find those quality waves, but then on the backside, you're looking at Sammy Pupo coming up.
Yeah, smoker of a heat taking on Ian Gouveia and Jackson Baker as well. Jackson Baker's really good in this one. He seems super relaxed between his heats. Samuel getting that win in this event was a 10,000. It was then known as the qualified series back in 2019. Huge career-defining result for him. Came on the back of a strong run, did well up in Pantin as well that season, but let's concentrate on 2021. He'll have a heat on his hands, as has this man, Vissla. Looking to get a third right now, struggling a touch, did improve certainly with that 6.97, those two big hits that way. Didn't seem to have the finish on it, but I wonder what he got done early on.
Almost sure I have the replay here momentarily, but thinking about his 6.97 matches Dylan Moffitt's 6.97, so they've got their single high scores are equal. So real good battle happening here. Cole with the distinct advantage already with the 8.83 on his very first wave, backed up with the 6.33.
Long old paddle back out for Vissla. That won't bother him. Very fit. Just to keep on top of his training. Looking pretty good on this nice little double up energy, Pete.
Yep, there you go. That power hook in the lip. Score before came in at a 4.27. Actually, that's this wave here. Didn't quite have that inside energy double up that we saw from the 883. And Dylan Moffitt's 697, so this one's gonna, that's why the score is not up into the very good range.
Yeah, it's really interesting. So it's kind of unusual in surfing. There aren't many ways to kind of split the wave in half in that way. Sometimes you'll see a split sort of from the pocket going out towards the shoulder. It's quite rare to have those two waves coming through to the inside. Relatively unusual wave this. We've heard our surfers talk about some of the challenges of surfing here. We like to say it's harder than it looks. Everyone's doing an awesome job of making it look, very much part of their routine today. But a lot of challenge involved as this swell ramps up. And that's exactly what we've seen so far this morning. Should be getting pretty solid, the next kind of couple of hours. We're getting up towards that sweet mid-tide moment, allowing that energy to fill in further. That's the view from our drone out here, hovering above the peak. It's a beautiful World Surfing Reserve.
I was over there frolicking around on the reef, and you can already see that that reef is starting to disappear. I mean, just instantly, as soon as that tide switched, we're going to get the surge of the waves. And it feels like when you see that tide turn, you will start to see that if the swell's on the rise, it'll actually start to flood in pretty quickly. And we saw it last night with the increase in swell that filled up the little basin that we have on the beach. Got filled up quickly. I figure this afternoon that thing is going to be surging once again.
All right, 11 on the clock in this one. So far, the American Hooshman certainly making the best of the run-in. We're going to get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll wrap up heat number 5. We'll also bring in this man, Jackson Baker, as he gets ready to surf his next heat against 2 Brazilians. Join us for more live action after the break. Two spots up for grab in the round of 16 from each of these 3 surfer heats. We see a little strapping on the leg there of Ian Gouveia as he looks to surf his way through the pain barrier. We know he's got the tools. Let's hope the body can hold up for him. He's got a job of work on his hands, a real tough heat. Samuel Pupo and Jackson Baker, that's all coming up next in about 9 minutes and 20 seconds time. For the meantime, let's refocus on what's actually going on right out in the water now. Dylan Moffat with priority, the Aussie, second place position at the moment. It's his. Cowling Vast in third, crucially. 5.5 his requirement. He's going to have to be a little patient in terms of priority. If he's waiting to surf away with first priority, alternatively, he could try and snaffle something, sneak something. Everyone going to have to play that waiting game right now. We talk about that mental headspace, the controlled breathing, all of those sort of things which have really come to the fore in terms of just making sure every aspect is taken care of for a surfer. That's going to come into play here. Pete, you've got these long lulls. You have quite a long time to kind of reflect on where you are in the heat.
Yeah, no, you don't want to think too much. You just want to stay in the moment. And I think that I'd actually asked that question to Paulina Doe, in those situations where you're having to wait it out, what are you doing? What are you thinking? And she just said, I think, and it's the right thing to say is that you're always paying attention to what's happening. If there's an adjustment that needs to be made, maybe you're looking at lineups, maybe sometimes you just have to sit and wait it out, and then all of a sudden you can kind of focus inwardly, talk about breathing and oxygenating your body. There's this really great way of just doing these belly breaths. They're influxing a pure oxygen in there, because obviously you're going to have to ride a wave again, and if your body's oxygenated, you're going to be in a much better place physically. You're going to paddle a lot, so that's kind of a thing too, physically physically challenging stuff. So this is a great way to recharge, right? And so that in that moment, you're also paying attention to the lines in the lineup. If you're seeing maybe some indicators, if there's a reef up the way that shows you that there's a set coming, okay, cool. You're looking in to triangulate yourself. Oh, am I in the right spot? Or is there a boil next to me? Where am I sitting on the boil? So you're always staying in the moment, doing the next right thing.
Just over 7.5 to go in this one. Let's see what happens with our next set that comes through, and that crucial priority for Dylan Moffat. He's had it for a while now. Been sitting with that prio for a good 8 minutes or so. Hasn't been seduced into taking away. Let's see a little slight adjust outside as this one shapes up on the reef here. We might see a little bit of interest on this wave. Moffat put himself in position to spin and go here. And he likes the look of it. Well, no, he doesn't actually. He decides, Cowley Vast, that's all yours, buddy. Here goes our Tahitian, looking for 5-5. Crumble in front of him, slightly awkward. Has swung into committing to that turn harder, then had to adjust halfway through. And I think that's exactly the reason why Dylan Moffat decided not to go that way.
Yeah, he saw that there was that section that was down the line. And today, you generally would probably think you want shoulder. You know, you want to see, and it's the angle of swell too. So the shoulder is actually going to give you, which is the tapered off to the left. They call that the shoulder. And you know, if you can hit a wave like that, it's going to stay open the entire wave. You want it to have some water in it, so it looks like it's going to, you know, at least have the energy. But you saw Moffat, that one, you know, had they think about, oh, the closeout's the one to get, but today probably not the case. So again, Moffat just decided to let that one go, and it was a good choice. Didn't use his priority on a cruddy wave.
More sets stacking up here. Just over 6 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. And another adjust out in the lineup, heading slightly further out. Again, Moffat will put himself in a position to make a call, but he crucially won't paddle until the last minute. He'll just put himself right in that slot. And that means that if he doesn't paddle in earnest, he can hang on to that priority. Again, he elects not to go. And again, from what we saw that way, seemed like a smart decision.
Yeah, that's interesting. When you talk about priority and how you actually accidentally can relinquish it, it's when you actually make a dig, right? It's pretty obvious when you actually make that effort to catch the wave. You know, your arms speed up. You can get yourself into position. You can paddle inwards towards it. But as soon as you get that kind of extra pulse of paddle for the wave, that's when you see, like right now you see it, and then now there's the dig. Now he's paddling. If he misses it, he loses priority, but now he gets it and he's going to ride this wave.
Moffat commits and goes. He'll just bank off an initial section.
Ooh, mistake there. So now he'll give priority back to Ushman and Voss. So that's exactly what Voss would have loved to have happen, is that Moffat takes his priority, doesn't pick up a number on his score. This is an advantage now to Voss, who needs a 5-5 in order to move into second spot.
Not a big number for the young Tahitian. Hushman still well out in front, 15.16 his total. That's a healthy number. Meanwhile, looking for a more modest number of 5-5 to move to second is Cowley, and here he is swinging. Nice swoop down using that rail. It's so smooth and well put together. Another big hit from him. I'm not sure he'll get another section here. He'll hang on to that. Just that combination of turns, we think about that criteria. 5-5, the requirement for him, Pete.
There's so much more potential today that two-turn combo, say two days ago, yeah, we would say that might be the case. It might be good enough. Feels like today that there's more scoring potential on hand, that it might not be enough.
Let's pick up Hushman way out the back, just over 4 to go in this one. He's controlled it from the start by getting that excellent number, a high 8 early doors in this heat. It's really put him in the driving seat and waiting for a number to come in for Cowley. It needs to be a 5-5 to get it crucially into one of those top 2 spots, as Hushman can just afford to sort of prowl out there and have a look, see if there's anything he fancies that he think might offer up something greater than 6.33. That's his backup. Let's get another look at Cowley's wave.
You know, it's pretty good. I mean, the snap carve here, this is the first real substantial turn, beautiful carve, and then clicks it here, stumbles coming out of it slightly, you know, and so it's not the real clean make. So again, that'll factor into the score. You want to have that kind of perfect kind of execution of the maneuver come out clean, which didn't really happen, but judges are having to think of it because it's an important score here.
This is how it's gone down. An early work from Cole Hushman, just so impressive getting this strong start.
Oh, so true. And a lot of the scoring potential happened down the line. You know, this stuff here, you're like, okay, cool, he's got some snaps, but as soon as it starts to load up on the inside reef, this is where he gets his rhythm. There's some foam on the face, and you look at the scoring potential, you're like, I don't know, 9? You know, this is an 8-8-3, but look at here's where it starts to go for him. Just hooks it right off the bottom, right off the top. Major maneuvers there, combination of major moves. Just packed it in, too. Nice and vertical. Judges ate that one up. Little power fist. Yeah, he liked it. Also, the 6-3-3. And this one not as long of a wave, but a much more powerful execution of those 2 turns. And that's why you saw it go over into the good range. And he obviously finishes to complete the ride from start to finish. That's the 6-3-3, his backup number. Dylan, big open carves. 2 of them in a row. Finds this little double up section. Reads it well, looks down the line, says, up, I'm gonna go low road. Smart call too, because I don't think he would have made it otherwise. And then, you know, a good 3.5, 4 points right there in that maneuver.
Well, crucially, the score has come in for Kauli Vast, and he does get the number, 6-2-3. Judges enjoying that combination of maneuvers to finish off that wave for the young Tahitian. Second place now for him. A score to come in for Dylan Moffat. Kauli with the long old paddle back out. One judge going as high as 6-7. Point spread between that 5 judging panel will lose the high and the low. It averages out as enough currently, but guess what? A score drops in for Dylan Moffat. Kauli Vast is just finding out about it, so he was in second place there for all of about 15 seconds while that number drops for Moffat, and he gets the score. 6-7 in for Dylan. Puts him back in the second place. A minute to go now. Pressure on this young man. He needs a 6-7, Pete.
He does. And you see where he is in the lineup. He's getting out to that spot. Moffat has the luxury of priority over Voss. So in this next 45 seconds, he's going to keep his eye on Kauli and try and limit his opportunities. That's what he can do, and he has higher priority. I just don't know the distance between the two. But ultimately, it looks like Moffat's, you know, he's outside, because you wouldn't have gifted second priority if he wasn't.
So sitting in the lineup, having a look around, he's probably realized there's not much perhaps coming in. That's why he hasn't bolted straight toward. There is Kauli just joining him in shot, and you'll see now Moffat.
Yeah, that's why he wasn't really moving anywhere, because he was paddling right out to him. You're like, yeah, keep coming to me. And now at this point, you'll say that he's going to stay within wave catching distance of Voss. At this time, Voss would be like, you know, there's nothing he can do. This time ran out. It's over.
We're going to run down the clock, and that's the way this one's gone down. Hushman, just 3 waves ridden. The best of those, his first wave. He'll be feeling pretty good about getting great early work done. A little left-hander in on a right-hand point break for the American to bring it in. And he'll take Dylan Moffat alongside him as well. The highly rated Aussie, disposing of Kauli Vast, who did rally. Got himself back in that advancing slot for a while. That score of Moffat coming in as a 6-9-7. Good enough to put him in the second place. It's going to wrap things up for Heat 5 of our round of 24. MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have Heat number 6, Talent in the Water. We'll be seeing Pupo, Gouveia, and Baker right after this break. Challenger Series action in Europe. The swell is pumping here. Ribeira Dilas, our world surfing reserve at heat number 6. We'll see 2 highly rated Brazilians. Samuel Pupo, former champion on this reef, will take on Ian Gouveia, formerly of the Championship Tour. Looking to get back there. Could do that with a strong run here through Europe. Jackson Baker, another one of that strong Aussie contingent, a highly skilled surfer. Been looking very relaxed and composed at home in these running right-handers throughout the week here. Get down to that crucial stage in competition. Slot at the round of 16, and then a chance to really bring it together towards the finals. Samuel Pupo's a man who's done that. He knows how to put together a win down here. It's part of a real strong European campaign a couple of years back. What have you got, Pete?
Just thinking about, who's this today's advantage is headed to. I mean, Pupo has been on point throughout this event, and obviously a past winner and up on a nice looking wave. Let's give advantage to Pupo at the moment.
Up and swinging here. Nice energy to this one, not running too wide, and as a result of that, he's just been able to time these turns, kind of prepare the sections before they stand up. Good variety. It's been one of the things we've seen for him. He does like to mix those turns. Judges enjoy that. They just kind of prod at the board to pick up speed. Never really required to put too much in, as we just kind of keep that energy plugging away. Point break style surfing, all about setting up that next section. A little wrap on a small section on a kind of solid 6-foot day, finishes up on a kind of a 1 to 2 foot wave.
Kind of cool. He's riding CHP, which is Wagner Pupo, his dad's boards.
All right, here goes Gouveia on a meteor wave, long bottom turn, massive hit. Look at the speed he comes out with. Absolutely flying. Unfortunately, commitment to that turn does cost him the next section. I'd love to see him taking risk. A big hit for Ian Gouveia.
Yeah, he's laying the rail, sinking the rail. That's where that power's coming from.
His dad's also a shaper, right? Fabio, making great boards.
Yep. Hang loose. Long time, obviously, pretty much lifetime contract. Don't see him moving away from hang loose anytime soon.
So opening exchange there from our Brazilian Samuel Pupo, plugging away, getting the turns in. Here's Baker. Has a little look, looks kind of disinterested, realizes not really the way he wants. With the 2 Brazilians way down on the inside, he'll just decide probably the best thing to do is get back out, get priority again, which will shortly appear. Once he gets to the lineup, he'll get to a certain area of this break deemed to be legitimately within the lineup. Our priority judge.
So interesting about the choices, right? You can see just looking, always reading. That's the thing about surfing, that it's so tough to teach that, right? I mean, it's like the only way you really truly, it's someone's DNA, if they can just understand the ocean and see stuff that maybe another surfer doesn't see, then the decision process and time and all of these things are really the keys to winning heats, is these little decisions that you make. I mean, you paddling out, even paddle 10 yards this way or 10 yards that way, and we don't get to showcase that really here, in the broadcast per se. So, looking at this big solid move there from Ian Gouveia, but you had mentioned the carve, and then committed to the carve, puts him a little bit behind on this one. It did run down the line. We've seen that happen quite often. Pupo, on the other hand, picks a wave that gives him just the perfect pace, right? He didn't have to work hard chasing it down the line. He just waits off the bottom. Sections are coming up for him. Love this projection out of that turn. He redirects the board, doesn't push too hard on the lip because there's plenty of power there to keep pushing him down the line, and just places his board in the right spot. That's the one thing I think that why Pupo has just done so well here, is that he has that ability to read the lineup and put his board in the right place to keep getting projection and speed. This wave wasn't a big wave, but it did provide the canvas. Jackson Baker now. That projection floater too, he has to keep the momentum flying down the line. Those 2 maneuvers there are basically setups to keep sure that he can make the wave. Also, there's some points on offer for those types of move, but ultimately the committed maneuvers are when you start driving the board through, having the board head the opposite direction and still keep the speed. Nicely done there for Jackson Baker. So of the first exchanges, it feels like Pupo and Baker will have the slight advantage. Although the Gouveia, he had that one massive turn, but I still feel like today judges will probably be focusing more on the combination of major maneuvers because it is so much better and lined up.
Speaking of those combinations of major maneuvers, one man who definitely found some great combos, his name's Cole Hushman. He smashed his heat, big, high 8 for him. He's down for an interview with Joanna.
He did. That was really good stuff out there. How was it? How are you feeling in there?
Thank you. Yeah, that was, I'm stoked. You kind of always look forward to make it to the days where there's waves in the contest, and today was a day, so stoked. Woke up and there's some swelling, and yeah, I lucked into 8 in the first minute of the heat and knew right away I had to back it up, and kind of just hung out the rest of the heat, tried to use my priority wisely, and yeah, just stoked there's waves and I'm able to surf my backhand, and I'm having a lot of fun. So
these waves are more your style?
Yeah, I definitely like when it's a bit bigger. I can just kind of use my size and my frame to surf, but and I don't mind when it's small either. It's just a lot more fun when there's waves. And
it's more proportionate.
Way more proportionate. And when it's like this, it's fun because you can kind of just power through the waves. And stoked there's swell. The waves are firing, and the next 2 days should be good.
Yeah, and we'll see you tomorrow as well with some really good swell.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Good stuff from Cole Hushman. He's thoroughly stoked, likes a bit of meat on the bones of the swell. That's exactly what we're looking at right here. Set steaming in, Pete.
Yeah, and a ton of momentum, right? Because he already has a result. Quarterfinal at the U.S. Open. That's a solid result. That's that, top 10, basically, what you're looking for. And, a quarterfinal finish. He's got one more round to match that. If he can get through it, he's up against the second place surfer in this heat, in that heat number 5 of the round of 16. So he, ultimately, he gets into the quarterfinals. He'll find his way. I mean, the worst he could finish is an equal 5th, and he'll be rocketing up the rankings. That's 2 solid results for him through the season already. Heading into 2 more events, if he can find himself another, deep in the draw finish, he could be on the championship tour. And here it is. I mean, first year on the Challenger Series, and he could be on the championship tour if he keeps it together. And I think his transition to the championship tour, looking at his build and looking how smart he is surfing and competing here, he could give a good run. And, he could be up, as a rookie class coming in, he could be making some upsets.
Storylines unfolding on the Challenger Series right before us. Really interesting to watch all that go down. Big swell hitting the reef at Rabia, and a wave here for Samuel Pupo, our heat leader. Got a 7 early on, and he's got a much bigger wave here. Look at how much more speed he's got through his board on these turns. And he'll just drive away at this, just slashing in the pocket off the rail. And he'll look for some sort of double up section through here, which he'll find and gather his board underneath, get his feet sweet, and just push up a floater. Inside section, another little snap for him. He'll keep swinging straight from a maneuver into a bottom turn, into another maneuver. Just enjoy those combos. Finishes up strong, smart.
So
surfing.
Crazy, man. He's literally a regular foot version of his brother. Just everything. You see the way he picks up speed off maneuvers, and just an amazing watch and seeing of the waves here, because that wave had tons of scoring opportunity. Gouveia also picking up a wave from this set. Kind of caught the back end of it, but man, Brazilians are on fire right now.
Yeah, they are. We're waiting for scores to come in. We've got a 5.23 prior for Ian Gouveia. Struggled a bit to find himself that inside. Eventually got there. A number drops for Baker. It's a 6.17. Let's get another look at Ian's wave.
A little stumble there to take off, but he pulls it together. 2 beautiful hooks outside. And a 3rd, so there's some scoring potential on the outside section in a big way. Those were 3 solid major maneuvers on the outside. Sees the double up and had to work to get there, but he does it. And so he's able to clean this one up. This is gonna be a much better wave than his 5.23. It's exactly what Gouveia needed to do. Get the 3 major turns outside and the finish on the inside. Feels like 7s or above for Gouveia. Another great score here for Pupo, maybe even bettering his first wave. The outside work with the carves and snaps sets up this double up, and then when it gets here, the thing just loads up. It's got a ton of energy, and he's just had to ride it. Just put the board in the right spot. Great floater. Maybe mistimed that one slightly if we're going to get critical, but the cutback, and we talked about the variety, all 3 different style turns right there on the inside. Nicely done for him. And now Baker. And Baker has that forehand. He's got that bigger frame, really knows how to utilize the rail. And so wow, this is a competitive heat here, because that was a great wave on the outside section. Already has the 617 in his score line. And we're waiting on this score. So this is another, yeah, wow. Let's see who got the better of the exchange here. It's tough to say, because they all look like they got 7+ rides.
Jackson Baker feeling it on the inside. I tell you what, he will be bang up for this clash with these two Brazilians. Super competitive. And some sharp, crisp rail work from Jackson. Let's see how that goes in terms of score. We're waiting for numbers for all of our surfers. We get a look from above. Just see him processing on the inside. Just kind of joining up the dots to set things up through here. But a really well-surfed wave. So important to get the finish as well, which he does. And a little glance in, which is a way of saying, yeah, I've done all right there. Give me a number. They'll do that, our panel. They'll be scratching away furiously at their pads and then iPads and processing numbers. And the first of those 3 scores we're waiting for drops in for Pupo, backs himself up. Wow, 6-6-7. And already with 2 waves ridden, putting up good numbers, 13.84 out of 20. There's the spread from our panel.
I'd say that Baker's is probably comparable. Just his first backup score, the 617 compared to the 667 of Pupo's, half point under.
Samuel Pupo talked about his win at this wave. Just so much in his armory in terms of whether it's heat craft and just the ability to make good decisions, whether it's kind of on-wave decisions in terms of maneuver selection. Seems very polished. Very much looking forward to trying to advance, put themselves back, possibly for another shot at the title here. A lot to happen between now and then, of course. Fortunately, this swell just keeps on delivering. We've ramped up today in terms of size. We expect to see some bombs as we get up towards that mid-tide mark. And all about surfers who can make those good decisions to get themselves in the right place in the lineup on the wave themselves. A couple of numbers still coming in. The judges are going to take their time, and this is crucial. And you just think, no one's gone like excellent yet. These are quite close together numbers. When you get into like the game of 6s, it's kind of crucial, these fractions of a point.
It's true, and again, it's comparisons, right? So you're able to, with the 1/10 of a point increments, you can fit waves in between. Generally you start out the heat 6.5, 7.0 kind of a thing, right? So you have the ability to go in the middle if need be. So you give yourself that as a judge. You're going to go, okay, and then you can start doing it. We're starting to see this now for Jackson Baker, for an example. Getting up there in the scores, we're seeing it start to trickle in now.
Scores come in at 8 for Baker, so it goes into the excellent range. The best wave we've seen ridden. We also get 7-2 drop for Ian Gouveia, so we've got a smoker of a heat and a hand speed. Good numbers in already for everybody.
See Baker there just do the hand slap, loved it. Look at, here's a good spread in this one, 6.7 to a 7.7, but that's where those 0.1 increments come in. We saw that with Jackson Baker's wave as well, where his wave has an 8, an 8.3, an 8.2, but in the beginning of the heat, you'll see that there's like, it could be an 8, an 8.5, and the averages end up being a little bit different. So judges, as they move on through the heat, will start to fit scores in between other scores they already have on the scorecard.
Baker kind of claws his way back out to the lineup with Boyd, with the great news that he's gone into the excellent range with an 8. So looking good thus far for Jackson Baker. That was his 3rd wave, got a 6.17 prior to that. We'll have to sit at the back of the queue in terms of that priority for now. 14 and 20 to go, but just the way this one's setting up, already good numbers from everybody, showing good form as well. We're less than 2 points between 1st and 3rd, and hopefully if the sets keep delivering, we could be in for a big finish in this one. These 3 very much seem to have a great read on things. Saw a little strapping on the back leg of Ian Gouveia on that knee, but it doesn't seem to be hindering him too much, but he looks healthy.
Yeah, I mean, with knees are interesting, right? It's like, while you're surfing, it probably feels okay in the hinge, but if you ever like kink it in, or have a wipeout where you just don't want to re-injure it, so that's why you'll see strapping on there, just to keep it from overextending. But it is tough, you've got to surf through injuries sometimes.
Physically demanding wave at Ribeira Dilas, heat leader. Almost got that first kind of pretty standard turn a little bit wrong, and a slightly comedic dismount from Jackson as he decides not a lot of point scoring opportunity. We talked about priority. He was in last place on the queue, just saw that wave. No one else wanted it. He's like, yeah, why not?
Took a look at it. Nothing wrong with that. You're not going to lose priority. That's why sometimes we talk about the advantage to being, outside of priority is you're able to kind of look at a few more waves and not run the risk of losing that opportunity. And there's lots of good waves to be had at other parts of the other pieces on the reef here.
Big set stacking up at Ribeira-Dilias. This swell energy continue to fill in throughout the day as the tide floods up the reef. The flat section of the reef, the flattest part around that mid-tide, bringing this swell energy in. Who can make the best of opportunities coming through out in the water? Having a little look, Ian Gouveia decides not to go on that particular wave. In third place at the moment, Gouveia, not a huge requirement for him, 6.64, but something in your mind. Do need a little bit of quality to get that kind of number. He's already gone better than that with the 7.2, but he definitely know the kind of wave he wants to get. As a result of that, as a result of just 3 surfers in the water, just being a little bit more selective and a little bit more choosy, and they can afford to do that when there's more quality in the swell.
That's for sure. And again, we're doing 30-minute heats. Most qualifying series heats are 20 minutes, so we're an extra 10 minutes in the Challenger Series. I love that. It's pretty much the minimum that they've been doing for heats is 30 minutes. That's how it works on the Championship Tour as well. So elevating the Challenger Series, every 10 minutes you add to a heat, it adds, you think it throughout a day, it ends up being hours, right? So, we've had some long days, but ultimately, I think as a surfer, that 30-minute heat is just optimum. It gives you the opportunity to really showcase your skills. You're going to get several more opportunities. You take 10 minutes out of a heat, all of a sudden you see a lot more scrappy kind of style to it, whereas now there's a little bit more patience. Quality waves are going to be better in the scores.
A bit of investment in terms of physically catching a wave here as well. We think about decision making in terms of wanting to get the score required, obviously nudging up your own score, but also just commit to a wave here, especially on a day like this. It is a long wave, and even if you're trying to go to that inside and find something, there's an investment of time there. We're taking maybe 3-4 minutes out of the clock every time we catch a wave, every time we ride one.
Yeah, it's true. So if you're going to make the decision, it better be something that's going to build on your scoreline, right? If not, it's a mistake.
Little lull in the action. And in the meantime, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more live action. The next heat, we'll see that man who was on fire yesterday, Josh Burke. He likes his board, he likes the waves. Join us for more live action from Portugal after this. And a very warm welcome back to live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Sunny skies and pumping swells once again blessing our Challenger Series action with great conditions to compete in big waves on the reef here at Ribeira-Dilias. A few protein-based delights if that's your thing too. Find yourself some of the week down at some of those rock pools, an ocean teeming with life and an ocean teeming with opportunity for surfers to get themselves in with a shot for the Elite Championship Tour in 2022. That's what's up for grabs here on the Challenger Series. Under the 9-minute mark in this one, Jackson Baker leading things with that 8. The high score goes into his total along with a 6.17. It's good enough at the moment for the lead. Third place in priority in terms of the pecking order. So first dibs on sets will go to Samuel Pupo. He's in second place at the moment. That's an advancing position in this heat. We're going to take 2 surfers of these 3 through. Third place with Ian Gouveia, formerly of the Championship Tour. Parish would love to get back there. He's got a good shot with a run here through Europe. He's got a good shot with a wave here as we see him almost catch the nose a little on takeoff, and he puts it up late, Pete, and unsuccessfully.
Yeah. Utilizes his priority there in that situation, too. Pupo had #1 priority. I don't think it's a huge deal at this point with 8 minutes to go.
Live action. Here goes Samuel Pupo. Down the line flow from him. An extended flow to maneuver and another.
A little fumble.
So interesting. A couple of mistakes here. Just wondering, maybe sort of pushing things a little too hard. Maybe kind of snatching at opportunities a little bit. So far, so good for Pupo. Still in that second spot. 7:01 the requirement for first. But that last little exchange all plays into the hands of Jackson Baker. As we see the Brazilian crew there, the strong support crew. Well, #2, Tatiana Weston-Webb with Jesse Mendez. Checking things out, seeing how it's all going down here at Ribeira de Les. Two very highly rated compatriots from Brazil out in the water right now. At the moment, one of them's advancing. Jackson Baker is pretty patient, top of the point. He'll see some sets steaming in now, and he'll start to think where he is in this heat. His requirement to improve on his score. Think about his low number of a 617, anything offering that or better. He'll look to pull the trigger, but he will be relishing this clash. And he doesn't mind a bit of juice from the ocean. As we can see, it's been delivered here at Ribeira de Les. Slight little ruffle through the lip line as these waves deal with a little bit of sea breeze, a little bit of onshore flow to the latter part of the morning. 11 a.m. local time, another beautiful autumnal day. Crisp in the morning. Delightful by lunchtime. Shorts on the beach. People filling in, finding their little spot on the sand. Enjoy a big, big day of Challenger Series competition from the World Surf League. A long walkout, sort of picturesque if you're going for a free surf. If you're going out for Challenger Series heat, probably a bit more business-like. As we see a nice entry into a great-looking section for Pupo. Ton of speed for him. He'll just kind of dip around, bang, massive turn off the top. Really well done. So stylish and controlled, and a little finger lofted up towards the judging tower.
Yes.
In a good way.
Yes. That was the #1 finger.
So
that was a massive layback hook with a ton of speed involved. I mean, anytime you go into a maneuver with that much speed and you execute it, the judges will devour.
And we talked about his variety, right? The different turns he can do, particularly by day 4 of competition. We're used to seeing a lot of the same sort of thing, but I love the way he goes to the weaponry here, and so much flow through this turn, Pete.
Yes. I mean, again, see how much speed he has, and then just hooking it with water flying off the rail, and gets the finish move on a big section. Feel like this will be an improvement, as this crew here definitely liking the way.
It's polite applause rather than raucous applause from the Brazilian contingent. They're pretty stoked.
Yeah, a little golf clap.
Towards that 5-minute mark now, we're going to get a score in for Pupo. If it's 7:01 or better, he will go to first. And at the moment, it's Jackson Baker hanging on to that lead, as we'll see an effort from Gouveia looking inside. A mistake from him on his last wave, unable to add points at a crucial stage in the heat. Will he be made to pay for that? Let's see how it plays out. His requirement 664. That number will have been in his head for a little while now.
Yeah, it's going to change, I would imagine. Pupo is going to increase here.
Big number in for Samuel Pupo. Takes the lead, gets an 8-9. An 8-9, so another excellent score dropping in. Jackson Baker will drop the second place. Still hanging on to that priority. Might use that soon. Samuel Pupo, we talked about his form. Everything really all dialed in so well. There's the spread from the panel. 8-7 was the low number, 9-2 the high. Comes in as an 8-9. And it's been a consistent string of heat wins for him that he's been stringing together. He's on his way to another one here, because we do take 2 of these athletes through to our round of 16. Under the 4-minute mark now, Jackson Baker. He's the sandwich between 2 Brazilians currently in the water. One of them, Pupo, won this event in 2019. He's looking good with a 16.07 total. Ian Gouveia got a little bit to do. That requirement has gone up now. He now needs to beat Baker's score. Pete is looking for 6.98. He's in second priority. Not a ton of time on the clock, just 3.5 minutes.
Well, so this is the strategy for Jackson Baker, is to use that priority in. If he does, he better be looking to improve on the 6.17. As we watch this recap here, Pupo very early in the heat gets himself the 7.17 with just amazing flow, great wave choice here. It's a smaller wave, but look at all the scoring opportunity it gave him. It gave him a ton of maneuvers on the outside section, and watch this one load back up on the inside. He's reading it here as his wave's going to crease and double up. And then he's able to pick up a much better number. Watch Jackson Baker, his best wave, 8 points. And it was due to these big arcing cars on the outside. Getting the work done on the outside, judges will like that. 3 big snaps. That's where a lot of the excellent number came from, although he does finish up with a nice read of this wave where it doubles up and he gets his opportunity on the inside. He's not going to squander it. He isn't going to make any errors here. So important not to have mistakes. Jackson doesn't do it there. Gets the excellent number of an 8.0. That has him in second, but he does need to better a 6.17 if he wants to keep that spot. But just a beautiful snap there from Sammy Pupo. Gets the best number of the heat, 8.9, goes to the lead.
All right, live action. We'll pick up Jackson Baker currently in second, swinging. So he did use that priority eventually. He made a call to ride this wave. We'll see if we can find what work he got done out the back at the moment. We're watching him just go kind of through the motions on the inside, but he looks pretty happy.
You see the stash was flared up right there.
So there's the Aussie crew at the center of it. Doug Marsh should be scrolling a few things down on his notepad. But Jackson Baker.
Have you ever tried to read that thing? It's tough, man. It's like, it's hieroglyphics.
But Baker unlocking the code on this wave at Ribera Diaz. Let's rewind it and see it from the peak.
Well, he utilizes his priority, and like I said, it's important if you're going to pull the trigger that you best be confident that you're going to be able to better the 6.17. And I would say, yeah, just by what we saw on the finish of this one and on the outside work, this is going to be an improvement. It's exactly what he wanted to do. Looking for the 8.08 for the lead, and conceivably could get it, because I mean, he had a lot of good turns. I like what he did on the outside section, very similar to what he did on his 8 before, where he was focusing on the outside moves first, which is what you need to do, but also cleaned it up and found a little double up section on the inside. I mean, he would be confident with this heat score here.
Yeah, he looks happy. 40 seconds on the clock. Let's see how this one goes. Judging wise, could be further bad news for Ian Gouveia at the moment. 6.98 his requirement. He's got priority though, the Brazilian goofy foot. And let's see if he can find himself an opportunity as the clock will tick down. Just maybe a final effort. The way he's looking around tends us to think there might not be much out there in terms of opportunity for him. Well, his requirement has gone up. Baker does improve. Jackson Baker gets a 7 for that last wave, still in second, but what that means is the requirement for Ian Gouveia, which all will be academic anyway, because he's not going to ride another wave. We don't think, just edging towards a little lump there. It's not going to be a ride for him. So there it is, Samuel Pupo again, hitting his strides at an important time in a big competition. And looking really, really good value for the win in this one, smashing out a big 8 of his own. Jackson Baker also got a flat 8. And those two making the best of this, finding the best ways, riding them. And getting themselves through to that round of 16. There's the little cruisy sort of flow through the inside from Samuel Pupo. We'll look to bring this up, steer the ship safely up the reef, and come back for a debrief and think about around a 16 heat. Look at those scores, Pete.
That's it. That's right. It's another excellent heat for Sammy Pupo. Jackson Baker, solid 15 points. Even Gouveia's 12.43 isn't anything shabby, but it's just not enough to stay in the event. He's out.
That's the way it's going to wrap things up for heat number 6 of our round of 24. We're coming at you live from beautiful Ribera Diaz, Portugal. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring back Ben Mundy back in for the call, joined by a couple of Aussie mates, Connor O'Leary and Wade Carmichael. Join us for more from Portugal right after this.
Welcome back to the shores of Roberta Ilash. There's Jackson Baker. He's pretty happy about that. My name's Ben Mundy. I've got a couple of Australians here, Connor O'Leary and Wade Carmichael. What about Jackson Baker? What a story. He's been absolutely on fire, hasn't he?
He's been ripping. I really think his style suits this wave, and just those long, drawn-out carves and all the spray he throws. It's I think it's his to win.
Yeah, well, and that, I don't know if it's the moustache or just that's helping, or just the whole factor, Wade. But yeah, these type of waves, it's a bit similar to Merriweather where he grew up, isn't it, as well? It's a bit of a Merriweather feel to it.
Yeah, it's a dead ringer, I reckon. There's kind of got that same line when a south swell comes to Merriweather, so I reckon he's feeling right at home. A few rocks to dodge on the inside. He's killing it, Jacko. Good on him.
Yeah, and another Australian coming up, and another good friend of yours, Cooper Chapman, there in the red, Alea Moniz and Josh Burke. So we've seen the Australians, got a good little posse sort of going on down there. I can feel the energy of you lads. There's a big crew and everyone seems to be doing well. How's it feel? It feels like a new kind of sort of Aussie sort of spirit almost.
Yeah, there's definitely a huge camaraderie over the past, a couple of years on the QS, and I feel like this year for sure, we're definitely kind of trying to mimic the Brazilians, and they're always backing each other and all that, and I feel like we needed to do the same, and it's awesome to be on the forefront of supporting all the boys, even though Wade and I aren't in it now. We're here to cheer the boys on, and we want the Aussies to win. Yeah, and it helps, some of those young guys coming through, like Dylan Moffat this trip, Callan Robson, guys that probably a lot of people didn't really know about so well, but they've just come through and added a bit of sort of fresh spark as well. Is that right, Wade?
Yeah, the young fellas are killing it. Cows was ripping it US Open. Deal's been doing huge turns at this event, and he just scraped through that last heat doing a big turn, and it's good to...
Yeah, so live action there. We just saw Josh Burke, another smooth natural foot up from Barbados. But yeah, those young Australians doing well. We lost Jacob Wilcox, you guys, so one man down, but still progressing. And of course, Cooper Chapman, as we see live action. Now, this is Josh Burke from Barbados, and he just comes unstuck. Yeah, Cooper's had a great event. He's had some big numbers and feels like he's sort of really get back in his groove. Hey, Connor?
For sure, yeah. I mean, he's definitely got that QS experience. He's been on there for a couple of years now, and I feel like as Jacko, the same as Jacko, this wave suits him a lot, and he put a couple of really big numbers in the heat that he had previous.
Yeah, he waxed
the other
me.
Day.
He took you out, didn't
It's good to see, though. He's been in the flow the whole time since we got to Portugal. We've just been going with it and finding waves and rocking up at the heats at the perfect time, and it's just been in that moment the whole week we've been here. So it's good to see. So hopefully he pulls it together for this heat and gets the W for the man-on-man next round.
Yeah, it's a big sort of heat, this one, isn't it? If you think you can get through the round of 24, then you start to get in those sort of real keeper results almost. So this is a big heat for Cooper.
Yeah.
And Alejo and Josh.
This round of 24 round it's so clutch. I mean, you want to be in the man-on-mans, every event, and losing out in these three-mans definitely stings a lot if you do. But yeah, I'm sure Cooper will be getting a couple of runners.
Yeah, and here he goes. He's putting on this one. So Cooper Chapman and riding that smooth style. Oh, and that's a big first term. He just gets hung up and talking him up there, sure enough. And what about this morning? You guys have been surfing. Any waves this morning? Did you get up and get around? Can you tell us what?
We've done the milk run this morning, but
right.
we didn't find anything.
Right.
It was one of those kind of morning sick, lumpy mornings. So we'll find somewhere after this heat. We have to come back and watch scoops, do a couple of whacks. So we'll go for a little shred after.
Yeah, nice. So many options around these parts.
I reckon this is probably the best anywhere right now on the coast. This is pumping, right? This is the best they've had the event all for sure.
Yeah, true. Sort of the beach breaks are a bit big and a bit straight. Some of the points of the tides are big, where this wave here is just sort of can handle it. And we see a replay. I might get you, Connor O'Leary, to talk us through this one. How's Alejo?
He's racing down the line, waiting for this thing to stand up. He's so good at those back foot jams. He's gone again. He's found a little inside connection here. Oh, that was sick. I love how, with Alejo, he just puts so much emphasis in every turn. And and another one. He's found a runner. He put so much emphasis in every turn. on this, and on that wave. There was not one turn in there that he didn't go 100%. So yeah, that was a really good wave.
Is that the score dropped already for that wave?
I don't think so. I might find out actually out the back. Live action. We're just going to go follow this live action for now, and we'll go to an interview down the beach. But right now, Josh Burke putting his rail in, engaging it. Big turn, obviously grown up on those Barbadian points and coral reefs like Soup Bowl, so he's no stranger to a right-hand reef, and he's been smooth. He's got a real sort of good transition between his turns, and he finishes off well there. So some big numbers to drop there. I think, yeah, Alain Medin's, you're right, sorry, Wade, an 8.43 was for that, well, 20-turn combo.
That's a big score.
As you see Josh. How does Josh compare to that wave, do you think, Wade?
He, like you said, he's smooth. He looks calm. He's drawing some lines. Where Alejo's wave was smaller, that was a good turn. That's probably the best turn of the wave. This is going to be a good score again, I think. He's just holding his rail the whole way. Didn't get that inside section where they've been getting one big hit, which kind of really puts a full stop on everyone's scores today. But I think he done the damage at the back.
Yeah, he's done damage. Also doing some damage down there also was Sammy Pupo, the defending champion of this event effectively, and he's down on the beach, I think, with Joanna. Have you got me, Joanna?
Yes, I do. Thanks, Ben. You really found your rhythm in there with a huge laid-back snag. Talk to me about that wave.
Yeah, it was a good wave. I had third priority, so I saw the wave and I knew it was gonna be amazing. And I was just trying to not show a lot of interest in the wave, so no one would paddle. And Jan had a look at it. He didn't go, so I was able to catch the wave and go to first, which was what I was planning for the last couple of minutes of the heat. Just trying to find a good wave and go to first. And yeah, it worked out.
And you were up on the cliff with your dad checking the swell. What is it that we're not seeing? What did you see?
Yeah, we're at the cliff and it's good to see the break. You see all the types of waves in the bank. And then we were checking that double up since we got here this morning. That little double up in the inside, that's the one I got for the 8. So just trying to keep it calm. And
what's the plan for the rest of the day?
The plan is just to chill and watch the rest of the event. Watch the girls too. They've been inspiring me a lot. All the young girls just surfing so well. So just excited.
Absolutely. Thank you very much and good luck in the next round. Back to you guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Sammy. He's such a cool, calm guy, isn't he? He doesn't seem to ever he's just flat lines. He's just maintained such composure.
How good are those handlebars that he's rocking on his face?
Yeah.
Nearly as good as yours, mate.
He really is. We should have just maybe an expression session just with the best moustaches out there. But, Jacko might get a go. Sammy's got to start.
Wader, you'd win by a country mile, I reckon.
I just let it all grow out and don't keep the muzzy there.
And yeah, really well. He's obviously won the event, Pupo, a couple of years ago, and he's quite young. And
was he the last event winner?
Yeah, when it mattered, when there was 2019, when there was still a QS, yeah, he won. And back then it was, it was a bit of a shock, but less so now.
He was surfing really good that event.
Yeah, he was just in rhythm. He's just, for whatever reason.
He looks similar right now. He's kind of just surfing the wave to what it gives you. He's not over surfing it.
Yeah, exactly. And, we saw Cooper get a 5 and a 4.83. He had that big layback hack. We might replay, but unfortunately for Coops, it just didn't line up. As we see some monsters just rolling through this lineup. It's like, the Bell's Bowl just kicking in out the back there.
There's these crazy double ups that are happening wide, and the odd one that comes, Sam was probably the first one to get one, and it was a 9-point ride, and it just, whoa.
He had a few issues with his board yesterday. Actually broke his board halfway through, and that one just
I was going to say, from his first wave, it looked like he was riding a lot smaller board than everyone else, and from the wave he caught too was a little inside runner. I don't know how it's going to go on those sets, but he kind of just fell off in that set then, but it definitely looked a bit skippy and smaller.
Yeah, yesterday he sort of rode out, and I don't think he was on his first wave. He just looked a bit weird. I was like, what's going on here? And then he just went for a turn. It just literally broke in half. So we see Cooper. So this was 2 turns.
5 points.
And if he just got more chance in this wave, because he was on that's a big hack, classic trademark Chapman, but just, you needed more than 2.
Yeah, he wanted to sit deep and start the heat deep, and hopefully he kind of hangs wide now in this bowl and can get one of those long runners that the other 2 guys have already got.
The other thing in that interview with Sammy Pupo. He's talking about trying to not show interest in the wave, trying to, what's your technique there, boys, when you do that? Just face the other way, just, you don't even paddle.
Yeah, just don't paddle, just sit there and just look aimlessly at the back.
Yeah, you do the old whistle and look for birds in the sky.
yeah. And then swing.
Yeah.
But it paddle hard. And, the old lemon seller.
Yeah, exactly.
But he got given the perfect lemon.
He did, yeah.
At the end of the day, we're just glorified real estate agents, just selling.
Trying to sell anything you got.
Especially with that priority.
Yeah.
And still that bit.
It's hard to tell, but with these guys sitting on the screen right now, the lineup's actually really long. It's probably wouldn't really matter if you paddle out or in today. It's just like long ways, so you can sit really wide and sit really deep. So that takeoff spot, it's kind of weird that they're all sitting together. I thought that might have been a bit more spread out because it's such a big area out there right now.
Is it right? I think on the low tide it gets stretches out, doesn't it? And the high tide it compacts a bit. But at the moment, yeah, you're right. It's we just saw those sets break 50 metres out past the point. So yeah, it must be really hard. And you've been out there surfing it a fair bit over the years. There's Josh Burke's Barbasian team. They're all pretty fired up. But yeah, the lineup, where the markers today, those boils change, don't they? It must be hard to work out exactly where to sit.
Yeah, 100%.
It's the biggest lineup ever. It's kind of got that same similar yardage lineup as Sunset. You could get a 9 on the shore, you're paddling halfway out the back, or further out the back. So
it's a big paddle too. It's probably like 5-6 minute paddle from that shorey out to the priority line, I guess you call it.
Yeah, and so does that mean you've got to be even a bit more careful on the waves you catch? Because if you catch wave and get to shore, and it's a 5 minute chunk of a 30 minute heat.
Wave selection's key.
Sure. If you're not doing a good turn out the back, you've got to hope that it'll line up really good on the shore break.
Okay, so Josh Burke, he's already got a solid wave to start off with, a 7.17, so he's backing it up here, drives through the line. It's a little zappy on his board. There's a big Lazarus layback, got a bit caught up, but just hung on, but doesn't get out. So they're trying to sell something down there as well, but out the back, that trademark swoop and turn. He's got such a wide stance. As he gets all his power, just put his back foot on the tail now, just biding a bit of time. And here he goes, starts to rev up here. So a bit better wave than Josh. Big turn here. Massive floater. And that's, can he get round? He's struggling and gets it up. And finishes. So for a guy that's destroyed his knees a few times now and had a few recos, he's still absolutely putting it all on the line, right? It doesn't seem to be affecting him, Connor.
Not at all. That floater was really functional. I thought he was gonna get around it and be able to rip off one at the end, but he's managed to do pretty well to even fit one in at the end.
Yeah, a few turns out the back, but it just sort of was all about this inside section once he was waiting for it to double up. And yeah, the fighters are hard to judge. It's one of those turns that you never not quite know where it's going to go with this.
Yeah, I mean, this one was really big and big drop and came out with lots of speed. It was just a bummer that he couldn't get around this to kind of get a clean turn, but he still managed to get it up there. So I guess it'll be a pretty good backup for him for sure.
Josh Burke, Wade, he's just picking those sort of more insiders that seemed to have a bit more wall.
Yeah, this was a funky one. It kind of was clean, but had a lot of lump through it. This was a good turn, but he just slipped. That was the kind of. It seemed like the water was a bit fuller in front of all them guys' waves just then. It didn't really draw off the reef. Coops, he got one too.
Oh, nice
that was a
slide.
nice turn. He's going to get the runner on the inside. Oh, he's getting short waves right now. It's weird because the last few heats everyone's been getting super long ones. I don't know if the tide's incoming right now, isn't it? So maybe it's just changing the lineup a lot.
Yeah, it can change pretty quick. Yeah, Cuba just hasn't been. I mean, he's actually, on the scoreboard, he's in the lead, but he'll know that Alejo and Josh both have got a single big numbers. He's really got to get up in that excellent range with at least one wave, you think, to get through at the halfway stage.
I mean, he's got a 5. I feel like that'll be a pretty good backup at the end of the heat. So if he gets a 7+, he's looking pretty good.
So yeah, there you go. So there's high tides there. So low at 9:43 and then a high at 3:58, and then you can see the difference between the two. That's the thing that, it still blows me away. I've been living over in Europe for a long time, but the difference in the tides still blows me
Yeah,
away.
3.2 metres or something. It's wild.
We're used to Australia, like maximum, like 2 metres a big tide, isn't over
Yeah.
here? That's just like...
We've got houses washing away at 2 metre tides.
Yeah, 2 metres over here, they don't even bother to mention it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so the tide's coming in. That's actually, and this wave tends to be sort of best around that mid-tide on the push, so we're actually kind of just sort of going into that, hopefully sort of the optimal.
Here comes some sets lining up.
Yeah, some big waves coming out.
It's a
Not
good
sure.
swell right now. It's so lined up and straight that it's just marching through. Hopefully Coopsy's sitting a bit wider after the conversation we had this morning, but it looks like they're deep again because then things are pushing way wider.
And do you have a bit of a chat? What was the general plan for the heat strategy before he went out? Did he let you guys know? Did you have a bit of a brains trust?
Yeah, we rocked up and, oh, here he goes right now.
Okay, so here we go. So he's up, big floater, big first turn, and you can see him eyeing off down the line, trying to stay with the foam. You can see the boys is a bit frustrated because he just can't get some open face.
There's some funky stuff going on there right in this heat. Compared to the last few heats that we've watched so far, they were getting so many good waves, and this heat just seems to be closing out.
Yeah, maybe just a bit more energy in that swell. I mean, the swells is predicted to just keep on pushing. Meanwhile, Josh Burke, he's sitting further inside. And that's a big, nice first carve. Drives around again. Oh, and clicks the fins out. And if you can make that and keep going, and he's done that. So that was a bit of risk. That was a big turn. Look at that inside section. Oh my gosh.
Well, that was
he's just gone mad.
That was an extreme wave.
Kind of just really can't get my head around that. He didn't need to do that. Didn't need to go that big, you wouldn't have thought, boys.
Not with a 7.17 on the board already. If he finished that off, he would have been well in the lead.
Yes.
He surfed this
It's a
first turn.
bummer. He
so
could have
nice.
just surfed that wave to the end. Like, that first turn was the best turn of the heat so far, I think, and he managed to regain it so well there, and he could have just rode this to the end, but he was feeling it. So
he could have done an Alejo Muniz, like float to victory on that section and still got a good score.
Or a big Larry or something. That was the bowliest section.
Yeah.
He could have got like 3 extra turns, and that
He's
probably
going
would have
for it
been.
though, so it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see, isn't it? You can't sort of... We always love to see surfers pushing it and exciting, and, you know, when they play it safe, we complain about it, and then when they go for error, we complain about it. But, yeah, but just in the context, having done... You'd already put it out there, hadn't you? You'd already put the risk into it. And then...
Well, the way they've been scoring this event too, like a good wave just needs to be surfed, doesn't need to be blown up to be able to get excellent scores. So he kind of already blew up when he could have just finished it off and he would have got a good score.
Yeah, like those first 2 turns were sick. That first turn was so nice to watch. You know,
He
had
could still
such
get a good score for those
face.
first 2 turns.
For sure.
Maybe better is 5-1, maybe. It'll be close.
Yeah, so some scores to come in, but yeah, we'll see how that 2-turn combo. You got a 5-1 for the one before, and then that one, yeah, had everything. There's a lot going on, a lot to unpick.
And we're still waiting for Alejo's last wave too, so he's probably going to jump into second.
Yeah, I think Cooper's
Might mix
be,
it around.
there you go, just as Wade called it. So an 8.43, and he backed up with a 5.53. And so he's now in the lead. Josh Perkins second. Cooper Chapman needs a bit of work to do. We're going to a short commercial break. We're going to come back for the last 10 minutes of what should be a pretty exciting and fascinating heat. Okay, we are back live here at the Herdy Ilash in the Ericeira, Surf City, Portugal. We are coming down to the final 8 minutes of what is a pretty important heat. We've got Cooper Chapman in there in third, now netting a 7.27. I'm joined by his good friends and travelling companions here in Portugal, Connor O'Leary and Wade Carmichael. I'll ask you first, Connor. What does Cooper need to do right now with 8 minutes to go?
Yeah, I just think he just needs to just find a wave with a lot of length and you know, find a half decent turn out the back and then just surf it to the shore. I feel like today there's so many opportunities because the waves are so good that he already, you know, the past couple of heats he's already been showing that, you know, his wave selection's been really good, and you know, his surfing just does the talking, and if he finds one of them open face waves and rides it to the end, then yeah, he's home and hosed.
And Wade, he's done a few clutch heats, a few scores already in this sort of event. So he's, you know, if he gets opportunities, he's not gonna buckle, is he?
No, yeah, that's what I was saying before. Like, he's in that flow kind of state where he's just going along and surfing his waves the way he needs to. He just needs to get the wave. It's kind of the trick out here at this wave. It's moves around a lot, and if you get the section, you can produce a really good turn out there. It's just you got to get given that section first.
Yeah, and
it's going to be a good 7 minutes.
He's got priority, so he's got a bit of time. He's been coming in here actually and doing a few commentators in the booth with us. You're saying letting surfing do the talking. I'll tell you what, his talking was doing the talking when he was with us. He's a real energetic character. You travel with him. What's his vibe when you're on the road?
He loves the chat, that's for sure. He loves talking. He's a great person to listen to, that's for sure.
Our household gets a lot of coops. It's classic.
Yeah.
In the kitchen.
Okay, and here we replay. So Wade, this is Alejo.
He's on that small insider again. He knows what he wants. I feel like he didn't want any of those sets.
I think they're the best ones as well, Wade? Like the mid-sized ones that have a lot of length, they're the ones that hit the inside really well.
Yeah, get a clean wall as Coops found one here. Everyone seems to be catching a lot of waves in this heat.
Yeah.
No. Oh,
It's
I
kind of
was
like
getting flashbacks of last time I surfed this event, and Coops came in the booth to commentate my heat, and I broke my board and he was going to my caddy. I was just thinking right then and there he's going to do the same thing to me.
Yeah, I mean, you know, caddy first, commentary second. I mean, that's your classic rules, you'd think. But yeah, hopefully
it's a big call giving someone your board to run down the beach if you break it.
Yeah.
I want like shoes, wear, jeans. Even take your shirt off. If Connor got his shirt off and I broke my board, I'd be stoked.
Total commitment.
Total commitment. That's what you need
from a caddy, isn't it?
Yeah.
If I don't do that, then get rid of them.
Yeah. Here I am in the commentary booth.
Yeah. Just praying he doesn't break anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's just made, you know, he's going for it. He just had those 2-turn waves so far. He said he needs some length and just for whatever reason hasn't been able to.
I feel like if you want to get the short waves, they kind of got to be bigger. Like Dylan Moffat got a big set wave and did one big turn and got the score to progress through his heat. So I think that's kind of the vibe. Looks like Cooper's going for, but it's just not working out in the right waves.
Yeah, and if he'd made that one, he was just pretty close. It would have been sort of up there for that 2-turn combo. But he's still got a little bit of time. Obviously, you boys are out of this particular event and supporting Cooper, but obviously France is coming next week. How excited are you? You know, you both got so much CT experience. You both surfed up there in Hossiga. What, you know, how?
Yeah,
are you frothing?
We're frothing. We can't wait to go back. It's been a couple of years now, so to be able to surf some punchy beach breaks and know that we're probably going to get pretty good waves. Yeah, it's going to be super exciting.
Okay, yeah. So plenty more to come up there next week. Right now, though, this is a recap of the day of this heat, and this is Alejo. He's pretty much set the tone with his first wave, Connor. He was just those mid-size sort of runners, and he's just been hammering away.
Yeah, just like I said before, in putting so much emphasis in every turn. There's just no, he's not putting the brakes on. He's not going through the motions. He's just hitting everything 100%. Of what's in front of him. So that's why they're rewarding him with such a good score here in his first one.
8.43, and he absolutely smashed it. And then out the back, Josh Burke. Bit of different approach, a bit more technical, but he found some nice walls too, Wade.
This is a well-surfed wave. Well-deserved 7. This just keeps giving you the nicest little wobbly lips just to bang.
So he's just like two dynamics. Hey, you got Alejo who's just ripping everything just that's in front of him, and then you got Josh who's just going through the motions, but his timing's been so nice. So he's just putting his board in the best spot of the best part of the wave. So yeah, there's definitely two dynamics going on here,
Yeah, and
which
then
are
he
both working.
Oh, he did better his 5-1 on this wave as well for the first 2 turns. So that was probably going excellent. Oh no, this isn't it.
Yeah, that was his 5.3, I think.
Yeah, this is 5.3. So we didn't. Yeah, he backed that up with that 2-turn, the wacky races wave.
Yeah.
He got a
5-1.
5.33, I think. Yeah. So out the back, Aleo just waiting for it, getting the little inside runners. This is why he's got the heat lead. Relatively safe.
I mean, it's pretty obvious that, you know, Alejo's looking for that one type of wave, you know, like what we spoke about, those mid-sized ones that have a lot of length, which have been the best scores. You know, Coop, we were talking about that with Coop, but he just hasn't managed to kind of put himself in the right spot to be able to get those ones. But
yeah.
Maybe it's the tide that's making it hard. Yeah.
Just one of those two. It's just the ocean, and now he's in a bit of strife. He's in third priority. I think he might. I suppose he just waits for a set and hope with three waves instead, or is he better off trying to get away from his competitors in this situation? Wade, what would you be doing in this exact situation?
I like to get away from people, especially with third priority.
Just in life.
Yeah, just as much distance as possible.
Yeah.
No, but like third priority, you don't want to be sitting next to the guys beating you right now. So create a bit of space and try and make something happen. Make a score. Manufacture 7.5 is what he needs. That's a pretty average score for today. I feel like everyone's been getting at least one 7-point ride in the heat out here right now. So it's easy doable. It's just if you've got a bit of space, you can have more chance of getting one. But he does need a good wave, and it looks like the ocean's going pretty flat.
Yeah, they're not letting him out of their sights. They're all pretty close. It's been actually good. We haven't seen a whole lot of blocking and paddle battles and all that sort of stuff. There's been enough waves. You know, one of the great things is this event and this swell we've had is that all that sort of hassling stuff's been taken out of it to a degree.
Yeah, and the new age priority system is so good that it takes it out of it as well. There's only maybe 30 seconds or a minute until someone catches a wave these days. So it sets the order pretty quick, and you can if you know what waves you want, you can get them pretty easily if you wait and the ocean produces them for you.
Maybe Coob here's just trying to drag him out of position. He's just paddling up the point and they're sticking with him.
He does this to me all the time.
He did too the other day.
He's actually just normal. It's not even a complicated
No.
Yeah. I think it's a good tactic from Cooper.
He's from Narrabeen after all.
Yeah. Looks like there's not much coming though, so it's going to be it's pretty slow back end of the heat for this one.
Yeah, unfortunately 20 seconds on the clock, and even there's some sets at the back. I don't think they're going to arrive in time for the Australian. And Manise, surfed really, really well.
He just came out of the gates firing, didn't he? 8.4 first wave is a great way to start the heat.
Yeah, exactly, and that's the end of that. So unfortunately for Cooper Chapman, so he's out of the event. Surfed really well. He'll be really happy with the performances, but obviously we'll have a bit of a debrief with you boys about what he could have done better in this one, and then regroup for France, right?
For sure, yeah. You just got to learn from your mistakes and move on. There's another one around the corner, so just focus on that.
So the results, official results. Manise first, Burke second, Chapman third. Those first two go through to the round of 16 in the man-on-man heats. Well, boys, really appreciate taking the time out, taking the time off your caddy duties, Wade. Just ditch that job to come and help us in the booth, but really appreciate your insights. Have a good rest of your trip in Portugal, and we'll see you in France for hopefully some 8-foot barrels.
Yeah, hoping for that. Bring it.
All right, great work from those two. Always happy to have the surfers involved and coming in and helping us out. Right now, though, we're going to go to a short commercial break. Come back to the last heat 8 of the round of 24. More live action here from Ribeira de Ilash. The surfers pumping. The winds are great. The guys are involved, and it's all happening. Women coming up as well in the afternoon. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're coming right back after this. We are back live. Beautiful sandy shores, Ribeira de Ilash. We've got some amazing waves. We're down to the last heat of the round of 24 of the men's. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined now in the booth by Francisco Alves, and a packed heat here. I'll tell you what, these got 3 surfers, 3 natural footers. And I think between them, they've got a lot and lots of power.
Yeah, these 3 guys in the water right now have been so informed over the last couple of rounds. Callum Robson, so powerful, and he has been throwing some big cars out the back. Caio with some huge airs, and Imai Kalanidovo, super talented surfer from Hawaii, and he ripped yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. So, a bit of CT experience from Caio. Really passionate, resilient, loves the big stuff as well. Obviously, Imai, he's been, logging some huge numbers all throughout the event. And then Callum Robson, who is a real dark horse, Australian surfer. He's only 20 years of age. He's a really big, powerful, young, stocky kind of guy, but he had an amazing performance in the US Open where he got a big result. And he's doing really well here. So there he's the surfer in white. And we've heard the Australians all sticking together, and there's some young guys coming through. We've seen Dylan Moffat do really well, and Callum Robson. And while we're, and it looks like, I tell you what, he's going to have to do some work, because already in this heat, as you can see on the scoreboard on the left, while we're in the break, Imai Devol got a 9.6. And I'll tell you what, he's been logging every heat, been logging 9-point rides pretty consistently, and he's done it in the first 3 or 4 minutes. Just sets yourself up so well, Francisco. So we'll get that replay and go through it, but yeah, what a start from the Hawaiian. It's just on fire.
Yeah, are you kidding me? 9.6 to start off a heat is the best way to start off a heat. I think there's 25 minutes to go, and let's see the 9.6 from Imai. Yeah, what a nice wave he caught. Boom, big snap out the back to start this wave off. Another huge snap there. And he gets a layback jam there with the fins out. Quick carve there. That board is looking amazing under his feet in the last huge turn.
He's just so relaxed with it as well. Like, in between those really powerful turns there, hold the phone, he's going again. In between those super powerful turns, he's just it's so cruisy style, like a beautiful style, linking the turns. And then before you know it, he just belts it so hard. So incredible surfing. And that wave was just a smaller, frothy one as well, but he picked the perfect wave. And yeah, he's been, we'll have to go through and crunch the numbers, but I'd be very surprised if he doesn't have the highest individual wave average and heat total average, because he's just been so consistent and packing some big numbers. And yeah, that's put the ball in the court of Caio Belli and Callum Robson. You think with such a high score, it almost becomes a battle for second place quite early doors. And they'll be waiting patiently out there.
Well, there's something I think Imai is doing, is that he's putting a point of difference in every turn he's doing. The way he's attacking the lip, it has been quite different from everyone else, I think. He's throwing the tail on every turn, and he's surfing the wave on the pocket and really strong. And the judges are loving his surfing, and you can tell by his scores that he's they are enjoying the way he's reading the wave, as we see him again.
So he's going again. So this is without priorities, pulling back out. Just gets that whip. And finally, we're talking him up so much. He was just a little bit late to that third turn, but trying to back up. So here's Caio Belli, and he goes down. So he hasn't been able to post any scores of note as yet. The experienced campaigner, former world junior champion. Just so much experience, made some CT finals, really consistent, and loves the juice, really loves the power surge. Spent a lot of time in Hawaii. As we see these waves just storm through the lineup, and interestingly, we just had Wade Carmichael and Connor O'Leary, and they've been up and down the coast already this morning. They left at 4 o'clock to check it out. And they were like, this is the best spot on the coast. This is the only sort of place that that's handling the swell and the wind and the tides at the moment. And you reckon, they were saying, this place, this is where you want to be, Francisco. And just big sets rifling through, but just got a little bit caught up on these last 2 turns. Chico?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this second turn. Really quick and powerful, and yeah, and here it was kind of late, but yeah, it just looks so relaxed. And the way he's been surfing, it has been rewarding him so well.
Kaya must be got this one. Oh, down the point. So got the second one, and it's uncharacteristic for Kaya to make 2 mistakes in one. Robson just eyeing off these sets, trying to pick at the one. We saw Cooper Chapman get a bit lost in the last heat in terms of wave selection. Robson not wanting to do that. He's really, by all accounts, really super organised, done his leg work, and here he goes. So Callum Robson from Evans Head on the north coast of New South Wales. Big first turn. And that's a man who is committed and confident. And yet again, we just saw it that last heat a bit with, he'd done the hard work. He'd gone so hard. He didn't probably need to push it quite so hard on that second turn, because he was on the way to a massive score there if he could have kept that together. So that's a mistake. What went wrong?
Well, this first turn was amazing. I think he came off the bottom. He was excited to have such a good wave, and he tried to blow the tail out. And yeah, as you said, I didn't think he needed to push as hard as he did. As we see Kaio here on his wave too, I think he fell on the floater on this one. Oh no, he fell on the last turn, exactly. Yeah, I think he just pushed it a touch too much and he fell on his back, yeah.
I think sometimes when you've done a really good first turn, you're just in the groove, you just got that confidence to really, really push it. If there's ever a time to do it, it's probably then, but unfortunately for Callum, he pushed it too far. Someone who hasn't been pushing it too far at all in that last heat. Amazing performance from Maleo Maniz is down there. As we see, whoa, MEO Duval. Hold that interview just for one tick, because Duval is on an absolute tear here, and he's going to finish it off. And that's almost as good as his 9.6. It might even be even better. So shut the door. MEO Duval is on fire. We'll come back and watch that after this interview with Joanna Garnell down there on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Thanks, Ben. That's right. That was insane surfing there, and you managed to get a floater. How was it?
Yeah, it was really fun, I love competing in any kind of ways, but this is what we want to be every time, amazing waves. I love Portugal, and I was expecting to get a swell like this. We've been waiting so many days for this. Every hit I made before, I was like, yes, I'm getting closer to the day where we're going to have waves. So I'm really stoked to get this win.
And now you get to surf tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I heard tomorrow could be bigger, challenging, but I feel prepared. My boards are really good. So, yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow.
Great stuff, and we'll see you there. Thank you.
Thanks, Leo, and thanks, Joanna. Well done. And we've just seen some crazy action going down here. We saw MEO Duval just rack up 3 massive turns, and then Callum Robson on one of the biggest waves we've seen ridden of the whole event just went for a crazy lip line. He seems to be all right, but at that stage he fell from the sky. His board was really close to him, and we'll have a look at that on a bit more close quarters. But yeah, it's starting to pump. You can see the energy of the waves, and these guys aren't holding back. Every time the swell gets up, they're matching it. And this wave though, oh my gosh,
huge layback snap to start this wave off. He comes off the bottom again, huge carve, extended carve, really solid, and a layback to finish. Boom. You can tell he's really confident, and the board is amazing. And he's technically he's surfing to the best of his game, I think. And yeah, here Callum almost, oh my God, that was sketchy. He almost fell with his body on the nose of the board, and he was checking the board afterwards.
I bet he was. I bet he was. And I mean, he might, well, he's got another score to come in. He had a 9.6 for that first wave, and I think that wave was better. Is this a 10? Is this a potential 10-point ride, Chico? I'm calling it.
Yeah, I think
it should be.
I think it should be too.
And if the scores come in, swing on the scores. And there you go. It's a 10-point ride, a unanimous 10. All 5 judges giving that man a 10-point ride. And so all of a sudden, he's got a 19.6 heat total. if he wasn't already making his mark in this event, he's just come and blown it wide open. I mean, I just hope this is not a case of peaking too soon, because he's absolutely been the man of the event, and that is a first 10-point ride of the event. And yeah, well, so well deserved, Francisco. That's professional surfing at its very best.
Yeah, this is amazing to watch. That's why we are here. That's why we came to Ericeira, to see this type of surfing. And yeah, you might yeah, you can leave the heat actually. You can just rest for the next round, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, pretty hard to beat right now, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, we have had instances of surfers getting 10-point rides and losing the heat, but yeah, not with a 10 and a 9.6. So only 0.4 of a point off a perfect heat, and now it's just come down to a battle between Abelli and Robson. It's effectively a man on the heat between those two to get through. Robson's made a few uncharacteristic mistakes. He's usually really solid, really you know, plays it smart. And he's just made a couple of errors, and you have to regroup. Yeah, there's a combination for you. So Kai's asking his position, but yeah, if he was to move into first, he just needs a couple of 10s.
Yeah, interesting stuff is before coming into the booth again to see Ben and having this good chat about surfing, I was speaking with Thiago, and he said, hey, you know what?
Perez.
Yeah, you know what? A guy that has been impressing me a lot is this guy, Imai Kalanival.
Yeah.
So then I come here and he does a 10 and a 9.6.
Yeah, well, he's had a couple of EDP rides of the day. He's been in the top 5 pretty much in all days of competition. So he's been, you know, this is no shock. He's been really, really impressive, but he's just upped the level. His 3 turns were, yeah, so powerful and so smooth, and he's just got such a great style. I mean, it's hard to quantify style, but it's the whole package has been incredible. And yeah, smashing it out of the park, and he's home and hosed. And now it's just a chance between Abelli and Robson. A couple of Hawaiians through. We saw Zeke Lau get through early on in the day. Similar sort of style, really, like that same graceful but athletic, powerful but progressive sort of style that the Hawaiians have. And Imai DeVault, he's the man of the moment. He must be feeling pretty happy with himself right now.
Yeah, Imai was for sure excited to come over here. You can tell he loves long rides and powerful waves, and his surfing is doing justice to what he likes to do, which is open walls and waves that push him to do his best surfing. And I think he might be so stoked right now to be with almost both legs in the next round. And yeah, I'm looking forward to see already what he's doing on the next 14 minutes, because now he has a 10 and a 9.6, and he can, I don't know, just really have fun.
Yeah, exactly. He's got it locked and loaded. It's all about that race for second. All about that race for second, and both servers not really making their markers yet. So we're going to go back. We're going to go to a short commercial break. We're going to come back with action that you're seeing on your screen right now. Incredible surfing and an incredible point break. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back to Portugal. Welcome back to Roberto Ilash We've got the right-hand point break here, just to the north of the town of Ericeira, just 45 minutes drive from Lisbon, one of the great cities of the world. We've got some amazing waves, we've got some warm weather, we've got some 10-point rides, and we've got Chico Alves. And I'll tell you what, life couldn't be any better, mate. I'm literally, this doesn't get any better than this.
Yeah, it doesn't. Amazing waves, amazing surfers, Ben in the booth, and what can I ask more?
Can't, mate. You've got it all. You know, maybe just a few more waves from Kaya Belly and Callum Robson is probably what we need at the right moment.
Exactly.
Bit of a lull in proceedings as Callum and Kaya just trying to get back in this game. Obviously, Emma Kaya, the diva. I mean, that 10-point ride, backed by 9.6. Easily the performance of the event so far. And you see, Kaya Belly, so he's made the decision to go up the point. So, interesting choice there. He's in second priority, and he's put some real distance. Well, it's got to be probably 100 yards or so between where he is. So he's marched up the point. Just probably had a bit of a plan for this high tide. The high tide is coming up, sort of just 2 hours past the low. So he's made a bold, interesting decision. We'll see if it pays off. Meanwhile, Callum Robson just sticking to his guns. It's been pretty much the usual takeoff. So what do you think? You know this wave pretty well. What do you think about Kaya's move up the point, Francisco?
Well, I don't know what he's actually doing, because the wave, I cannot really tell where he is in the lineup, but I can tell he's pretty far out to the right. But yeah, normally the wave break's always on the same place, so you kind of, if you go too much to your right, you kind of get caught behind the section all the time. So let's see what he can do sitting so much to the right, and if he can catch a good one there.
Yeah, he might try and hug these little inside ones that hug the reef a bit well, and here he goes. So he's, you know, it's paid off. We'll see this wave, a little inside runner. Well, it didn't pay off, and you were a bit right how it ran off. So a bit of a risky strategy, to be honest. Paddled up there and took off and didn't count. Meanwhile, there's some sets flowing through. And Callum Robson still just waiting patiently. He's had a few opportunities.
Oh, good one coming.
He's blown one opportunity. He's about to get another one. He's in the spot, and he's going to pull the trigger on this one. This is where the normal takeoff zone is, and he's up and riding. So Robson comes around the corner, playing a bit more smoother now, and gets the skates on, pumping down the line. Waits for this section. He's going to unleash here if he can, and he can't. Now he does. Big spray. He throws so much water. And there's another big one. So now he's starting to get his groove on. And there's another big one. And so if he can finish it here, and he does, that is really, really solid surfing. That's what we've come to expect from him. Power, spray, and no mistakes. And he's just such a solid surfer, isn't he?
Yeah, this wave was so well surfed. I was really impressed. You could tell each turn he was getting more confident, and every turn he threw on that wave, he kind of got in the rhythm with the temp, like with the rhythm of the wave too, and yeah, he just unleashed some big turns there.
Now he didn't have quite the flair of some of you know, surfing red MIs, you know, tail release and none of the sort of dragging or the fins out the back, but what he had was just commitment, big spray, and all put together seamlessly well. So yeah, great surfing from the young Australian, and he needed it. He didn't have much to score on the board. He's going to put a bit more pressure on Kaya Belly now. Kaya's decision looks even more strange now to paddle up the point for no real reason. I think it's back now right on that zone. As we see, can he improve on a 9.6? Well, oh my gosh. I mean, now he's just actually having a laugh. Now he's just going, you know what, I can just be myself, I can have fun, I can do 360 rotations in the lip. So he's, yeah, that was an incredible turn. And looking really confident, really strong. He'll get back out there and we'll see what that judges do for that. Robson's score still to come in as well. 8 minutes on the clock. He managed to get that wave. He was patient, wasn't he? He waited right on the bubble. And you called that set from out the back, Chico. You knew that was going to be a good wave from just the way where it stood up on the reef, right?
Yeah, here when you see a good one, it's kind of like from here you can tell it's good, but when you're out there, it's even easier to understand, like, okay, this one is going to hug the reef all the way through, and it's going to be a good one. And with this tide, it gets a little bit easier than on the low tide too, because on the low tide there's a lot of double ups and sections, and the wave gets kind of longer. So yeah.
So here we go, it's a replay. Talk us through this one, Chico.
Yeah, quick carve there, and here you get speed to get around the section. Here he goes, and here he starts to get the rhythm of the wave. Really beautiful carve there. Big snap off the top there. He comes around the section, boom, vertical snap again, and he finishes it off with a huge snap. So yeah, 8.17, well-deserved wave for Callum.
Yeah, absolutely nailed it, an 8.17. So that's a big, big number. He needed that. He's got him into the lead. He's only got a back up of a 3.4. So no, in any way safe. We need to back that up. Try a belly. He's going to get a 7 out there in his sleep. So a strong wave. Really big score. And now he's just trying to shut the gate on his opponent. In my default with a 10-point ride at a 9.6. He's so far out in front, it's not funny. And now it's a battle between Robson and Abeli, and Robson so far getting the best of that exchange. More sets arriving though. Such a long paddle out, 5 minutes or so I reckon from what you get those waves. You've got to get back out. And, I think Kai Abeli's probably only get one more probably shot at this with just on 6 minutes to go. And he's looking at this. He's quite deep again, but he likes it. So that's Abeli, pulls the trigger. He needs a 7 as it stands. He's just really uncharacteristic, this. He's made a series of really bad errors in terms of the waves he's caught, the wave positioning, and also, just going for kind of silly manoeuvres, Chico. It's not like Abeli.
Well, Abeli, he has two faces, right? When he's having fun, he kind of unleashes and he goes really hard, and when he's having a shocker, sometimes it just doesn't go your way, and he's just trying to have fun. His board is looking good. He has been looking good the whole comp, and yeah, he's just having a bit of a shocker overheat, I think.
Yeah, but he's not done yet. Don't worry about that. He'll keep swinging away. He's such a fighter. And he's just trying to get some turns on that. Doesn't need a huge score, but this man might make life a bit difficult. So Robson, live action, trying to back up. Just a small 3-point ride. So this looks good already. And he's just doing those turns right in the pocket. It's a little bit caught up, but he's so strong that he just powers through those bumps. And this is going to be another big score. So he's absolutely nailed the door on that coffin. Look at the Aussies there. They are stoked. They like this kid. They know he's young. They know he's committed. They know he's a young guy. They really like him, basically. He's a lovely guy, and they're all stoked for him. So it's great to see that passion and see the, a young guy coming through with that support. It must be so important to have that.
Yeah, for sure. Having the support crew with you, it always helps. You start off this way, kind of like he digs the rail there a little bit here. He kind of was forced to not put too much pressure on the board, and here he starts to unleash. Big snap there to put himself on the rhythm of the wave. A quick curve again, and he comes off the bottom, and boom, huge one there. Clicks it again, and he was able to finish it off there. So yeah, it's going to be a good backup score for him for sure, as he comes in as a 7-point ride. So
yeah, great surfing from Carlin, backs it up. Unfortunately for Kaio, he's just never got those open face, never been allowed to, you see little flashes of what he's capable of. Unfortunately for him, the wave's just not cooperating. So big heat totals. Callum Robinson, another 15-point rides. He's been logging a series of high totals. After his 2 waves, he hasn't done a whole lot, but that's pretty natural enough. To get in a 10 and 9.6, it's pretty hard to get the motivation back, isn't it? I'd imagine. You're so far ahead that.
Yeah, I think once he just started off this heat so well that I think now he can kind of relax. This was his first major score, huge snaps off the top, and really pockety turns. Like he stayed right on the pocket and attacked it a few times, and that made all the difference in his scores. Like the amount of spray he's throwing is unreal.
And that drift on the end turn, the drift that he gets. Here's Kaya, this is his best wave. At this stage, he was right in the heat. He was in a bit more rhythm. These are the waves he needed. He made a mistake here. It's that stuff. If he'd finished that off, he would have been right in the heat, and it might have been a whole different thing. But this is the wave. This is a 10-point ride, so this is as good as surfing gets. Smooth, powerful, in sync, in rhythm, and then a massive finish. And that is tricky section. It's hard to see a bit from above, but yeah, he knew that's a 10. He knew it. You know, that's a 6-foot wave, a close-it section on rock. And at this stage, Robson hadn't done a whole lot, and then he got this wave, and life started looking a bit more rosy for him because he just powered through this, didn't he?
Yeah, he started to put in the rhythm again. We've seen the last couple of rounds him surfing like this a lot, and yeah, he's putting some power and some aggression into those turns. Really enjoyable surfer to watch too.
Yeah, really impressive for a 20-year-old. He's been just really consistent, you know, and that's often one of the hardest things to do when you're young, when you're inexperienced, just to get that level of consistency, just to keep back in heats and backing yourself. And he made a few mistakes early, didn't he, Francisco? He didn't let it rattle him. He just stayed on. So live action note, this is a bit of a icing on the cake for Imai. Another big turn. Just doesn't want to, tell you what, doesn't want to crease that board because it looks so good. Look at him go, he's just having fun. So that'll be his last wave. But he's, oh, I thought his leg rope snapped. See, I was really worried then. I had a sharp intake of breath. It's all right. It's all right.
It's all right, man.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
good,
okay.
you're good.
His board's fine. Don't panic. He's all right. Okay, wow. Yeah, so that's good news. Yeah, but that only because that board looks so magic, and he's posting such huge scores that we don't want to see that go anywhere near the rocks. Kaya Bell, he's still out there. He needs a combination of scores. So unfortunately for Kaya, he's got 30 seconds. No matter what he does, he's in strife, but he's going to have one more crack at it. And this will be his last wave ridden in a competition in Portugal. We'll see Kaya in France. No doubt he'll come back strong. There's a nice big carve. And this is the type of surfing he's capable of that he just couldn't be able to get in the rest of the heat. It's, you know, a nice wave, really well ridden. And he's not done yet. Just finishing off here if he can, strong. And there he goes.
Wow.
And see, if he had made that, it would have been very interesting because that would have been a really high score, but it was a bit too late. And meanwhile, also Robson out the back, so waves ridden the last 10 seconds, all pretty much irrelevant to the outcome of that event. Imai DeVault has smashed it. Callum Robson, super impressive, and unfortunately for Kaya Abelli, he'll have to refocus on the next Challenger Series event up in Hossega, the Quicksilver Pro. So that's a wrap. So yeah, more high octane, more great surfing. The swell just continues to pour in here. So we've got loads of action. We're going to progress straight through to the women next. So the person-on-person heats, round of 16. The women's going to be really fascinating to see how they deal with this big jump in swell. They'll be confident out there. They love showing off their potential in, you know, in waves, a bit more power and a bit more juice. So that's going to be exciting. This was a great wave. This was a great last turn. I mean, just to get those fins forward and to stick it, really amazing waves, but unfortunately it's just a little too late for Abelli.
And Callum here with his last effort on this hit, big floater there. It looks really fast, and that board looks really good under his feet. Callum here just weaving his way to the inside section. Let's see if he can finish this wave off, and he fell there.
He was never in sorts on that wave. Luckily, he didn't. It didn't really matter. And there's a happy man right there. Can't wait to see what he's got to say to Joanna when we talked to him after the break. He's getting used to these heat wins, these heat interviews. He's done a lot of them because it's just been absolutely on fire. As he made the crowd cheer as well, they might. They've seen an amazing performance from one of surfing's, I think, real new breakthrough stars, and tremendous surfing from the Hawaiian. right now. I think we might sign off for a short break. The lovely views there of the natural amphitheatre that is Ribera de Ilash in all its glory. So we're going to come back shortly with the first heat of the women's division, the round of 16. Plenty of live action, plenty of great surfing. Please don't go anywhere, folks. The MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira will be right back after this short break. Welcome back to Ericeira, the beautiful beach of Ribera de Ilash. We've had some amazing surfing. You can see the heat total down there, a 19.6. My name is Ben Mundy, joined in the booth by Pete Mel. That man, he's been on absolute tear and doesn't look like he's going anywhere just yet.
I would say so. That was some incredible surfing, amazing performance, and he's been doing it all event long. And it's exciting. I'm glad that he's sustaining this level of surfing. As a matter of fact, he's lifted it to one of the biggest heat totals I've ever seen in a Challenger Series event.
Yeah, exactly. He just, the 9.6 was amazing, but that next wave, there's no way. It was a 10s across the board. All the judges agreed. There was no...
When you set a level, right, at 9.6, there's only so much further you can go.
Yeah, he would have got a 14, obviously. But he, unanimous decision and a perfect 10. But right now, this is going to be fascinating. We're moving on to the round of 16 of the women's. So it becomes person on person, woman on woman. And Kelly Andrew and Savannah Loma. I quite like we've got some CT talent here. Both these girls surfing CT this year. Good CT experience, but they're both battling ferociously to get back on. So I think this will be a good sort of benchmark to see where the girls are at in these sort of bigger and more challenging conditions, Pete.
Yeah, I would agree. You know, Keely, I would say, in this situation, would have the slight advantage just because of the bigger the build, right? And she's definitely knows. But wow, I mean, Savannah has a ton of experience as well, so it'll be an interesting matchup and see how it goes.
Yeah, but right now the only person that we want to talk to is that man, the man with the 10-point ride down there with Joanna. Please, I'm fascinated to hear what Emo's got to say, Joanna.
Everyone's fascinated to hear what you have to say. What the hell have you been eating to surf like that?
Oh man, I don't know. That was so fun. I just love heats where I get to surf and get chances and not really think about the heat that much. So I don't know. Something's been working. I'm just gonna keep doing what I've been doing. Just I'm watching the waves and surfing, and I'm enjoying my trip. So.
And you still have 20 minutes to go when you got that excellent combo. What were you doing? Were you having fun or trying to improve a 9.6?
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about the heat at that point. I was just trying to do something cool, or I was just messing around, trying to find some different lines to draw, and I was just enjoying myself, and yeah, that was really fun.
We had a lot of fun watching you two. Great job, and we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Emma. Yeah, it's an interesting point about drawing different lines, because I think that's been why he's been so successful in this event. He's been drawing different lines to all the other competitors.
Well, and showcasing a lot of risk and making it look super easy.
Yeah,
exactly. That's the other part of it too. I mean, literally, You know, he's doing stuff that looks very challenging and it's really difficult to do. But again, coming off like he's just having another surf, little free surf down here at Herdy de Illes.
Yeah, we said that. He's like, you know, he's at best when he's just not overthinking it and just surfing to his talent, and that's what's been happening.
I would say that, I mean, I've been able to watch Imai compete at, you know, since a very early age, and you know, when he does feel like he's overthinking things, and you know, and he can see it in his interviews. He's just like, hey, I just want to have the opportunity to catch waves and not think about the heat. As soon as he does start to bring that into his mind, you know, and start trying to, and that's how he rolls. Is his best surfing is it's just like, hey, let's just treat it like a free surf. That's where he performs the best. There's some surfers who really need to dissect everything and get into the details and understand every moment of the heat and where the tide's changing. He's like, nah, I want to be in the moment. I just want to fly it and you know, do some acrobatics. And again, right now, whatever that recipe is, I mean, he's confident in his equipment. I mean, he's been riding those boards for a while now. You know, and you're mentioning, you know, like, oh, we almost lost the board.
Yeah.
The thing's made out of carbon fiber, dude. It's not even going to get dings.
I was worried about the rocks.
Yeah, no, but I mean, they're not indestructible. But that, I mean, of any construction of boards, right now, that's, you know, probably the most solid you can do. I mean, of course, they're making it really light as well, so it has this really performance element, which then again makes it less strength-wise. But that construction, if it's done correctly, man, it is solid, light, good flex. To me, that's the future of surfing right now. We've seen it, you know, you know, we watched Felipe Toledo ride a Dark Arts board, which is a very similar construction. I'm sure there's little subtle differences there, but KT's been at it for a long time now, and right now, Imai is the flavor.
Yeah, well, and those boards are quite learning what he's been doing, like on all sorts of, whether it's foil boards or kite surfing or wind surfing, and jaws. So yeah, the construction sort of, you know, he's been pushing the boundaries of what's possible in waves of all sizes.
Let's look at aerospace, right? The engineering of aerospace, carbon and epoxy specifically. That's the matchup that is becoming to give you the best strength to weight ratio. So I mean, as far as future boards go, I feel like that's a good place to start experimenting even further.
Speaking about strength to weight ratio, that was an incredible first turn from Silvana Lima. And I'll tell you what, if she finishes off, that was so close to almost being one of the highest women's wave of the day. That was amazing. Oh, Kelly Andrew coming around the corner, almost got a lip to the head, shaken off. Of course, Silvana Lima, I mean, the comparisons to Bells at this wave is, you know, it's all too easy to make, but especially on today where it's got that Bells feel, and she loves Bells. I mean, she's got a tattoo of the Bells trophy.
Yeah,
on her. I mean, you can't love it much more than that.
It's true.
She's won there, and you can see why, you know, why she's comfortable here.
And I should probably recant my statement in the sense that the advantage going to Keely Andrew because of that right there, because she does have that Bell CT's win, and obviously she knows how to surf this style of wave. Watching the replay here of Keely Andrew, beautiful snap, bunch of foam on the face, but this wave shuts down in front of her, and she's not able to get around it. But I like what you were saying about the score from Silvana Lima. This carve that she has, she's carrying a ton of speed into this one. Watch it. She actually grabs the rail and carves through it. And the angle in which she does that, it's a very difficult move, to be honest, to make it look kind of cool, because when you get down there, you feel like you're kind of, you know, butt squatting a little bit, right? But she was able to go up into it and then gets the grab. And that angle of approach, which makes it even more challenging, grabs that rail through it. The only misstep was really not riding out of that final move and then like getting the judges to totally claim control there.
Yeah, she was really close to that. I mean, that was a really tricky section, and she almost was so close. But
I feel like they were still going to see a pretty exorbitant number here.
That should be a big, big number. And that grab rail, that's almost a bit of sign of confidence too. It's adding a bit of flair. You know, it's not just technical, isn't it? It's just when you're feeling it, when you sort of want to show a bit of variety and a bit of spice. I think that's, you know, that's a mindset almost rather than a technical thing.
No, for sure. And being in the moment, right? It's just reacting to what's happening in front of you right there in that moment. You talk about different lines. That was one we haven't seen anybody do yet. You know, there's been a few rail grab cutties here and there, but definitely more out on the face. That one was up into the pocket.
Yeah, exactly. And she's way down in the bay. We've got some long scores there. The jet ski just taunting her.
I was going to say, yeah, I mean, I don't, if it is something here, I mean, can we use jet ski assist if needed? I mean, because tomorrow might be one of those situations where it would be kind of cool. I mean, I was part of the team, actually. I was on the broadcast team up in Peniche, and there was a day that we needed to have extra drivers, and I actually jumped off the commentary team and jumped into the driver's seat of the ski. So I know that it's something we could do, but this is a surfing reserve, and so I don't know if there's any kind of limitations to using it here. Or
yeah, we have to need to check. I'm not sure myself. I know that if a board gets broken or that issue, if you're in trouble, the safety, you can use a jet ski in that situation. But I think just in terms of paddling so far, yeah, it's a no-go. So you've just got to get on your own.
I don't mind it.
You know, it's not a difficult paddle. It's just a long one. There's a big channel there. It's not as if you can get hemmed in. I mean, when it gets really big, sometimes on the inside you get a bit caught. But you've it's more a time thing rather than a super.
Well,
sort of
and you can
dangerous
see even the water outside there, right? So where you see Silvana Lehmann, she's motoring, right? She's actually got it not over paddling, and she's moving pretty good pace, right? And even the water that moves in. So you get these waves that break way out there on the top of the point at Punta Branca, right? And then they've got the waves here at Ribera, and they meet together, and then all of that water has somewhere to go, and it actually rips right out through the middle of there. So there is a rip that pulls out. So if you can jump into that little conveyor belt, you can get yourself out there pretty quick.
And I'll tell you what helps with that paddle when you're here, you've got a 7.83. That gives you a little
That's
bit,
true.
A little bit of extra impetus, and she'll know she's got a really strong start to this first round of the round of 16. Yeah, I mean, Silvana Lehmann, she's such a... She's been around so long, Pete, and she's such a unique personality, and just the commitment that she's shown. You know, you just know she's never, ever going to give up. While the professional dream, the CT dream, is still alive and it's burning bright, which it has, she's not going anywhere.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And to be honest, like, her fitness is there. You know, her ability right now with the body being, you know, pretty much at 100%, I would say. You know, her boards are solid, and her performances looks to me like some of the best Silvana Lehmann we've ever seen.
Yeah, and so she's looking strong. The Brazilian, you know, we've been waiting for the Brazilian women, actually, like the men's, on the men's side of things, obviously, you know, led by Gabe and Italo and Felipe. And the whole next crop have been really strong, but we're just sort of waiting for that next kick. Silvana's almost been like she has been the flag, you know, bearer and the torch bearer of Brazilian women surfing for the last 15 years. Like, that's been on her shoulders. She's carried it with absolute aplomb and with dignity, and you know, she's been through some tough times with injuries and with financial constraints. You know, she's been on record as saying she wasn't, especially when she started, as you know, her style of surfing and the way she is, it didn't fit the mold of the women's surfer in terms of sponsorship and stuff at the start. That's changed, I think, fundamentally and for the better, and we've still got a long way to go. But yeah, she's just always overcome all those, and I think at the heart of it, she just loves surfing, competing so much that she's always risen above. Right now, 7.83 and 3.5. Kelly Andrews, though, she's got that 5. She's got plenty of CT experience. She's been working with Andy King over the last few years.
Andy King's an awesome individual, really. You know, his coaching obviously worked with Gabe Medina this year. They were partnered up for the season, and another world title to his name. But Andy and Gabe was very clear about that relationship being very, very helpful.
Yeah, I think he's got his own ways. Andy, he's always about just blocking. You know, he calls himself just an NFL sort of line blocker. He just moves away the distractions, moves away some of the obstacles that these. You know, he said anyone that tries to coach or tell Gabriel Medina how to surf needs to be shot in the foot, because that's just mad. Yeah, that's madness. There's no need for that. But if he can just provide a pathway that makes them surf better and be better people, that's his kind of goal. And with Keely, she buys into it. And they have fun too. I mean, he's a fun guy, isn't he? He's, for the most part.
Yep.
So it's been working. And
he's a steely competitor too, though. It's just what you need in your coach, right? He needs to want to win just as much as you do.
Yeah, I think with him, he's always said that, you know, he might not have had the natural talent of some of his sort of peers, but he worked really hard at it, you know. And so, but Keely's just on that. She's been on that sort of yo-yoing, hasn't she, between the CT and the Challenger Series now. She's always just been, you know, there or thereabouts. It hasn't cemented a spot in that top top 10. So that's their goal. That what she needs to do now is really just start getting
Create
that
the
consistency in that
yeah.
top 8, you know. And she's got obviously got the talent and she's got the ability. It's just a matter of stringing those years back to back.
I was having a chat with Andy about what is the future in surfing as far as performance levels go. And, you know, I've been an advocate of pushing hard to see, you know, we talk about aerials. Yes, that's always going to be something, you know, and just rotations, more rotations, which is the same thing that's happening in snowboarding and skateboarding, you know. And this would be a sport that obviously is not going to be the exact same route as far as, you know, innovation and progression, but innovation and progression is a thing that can happen anywhere. It can happen on the rail, it can, you know, in the carving style of surfing. But for me, I feel like switch is a way, which means, you know, you switch feet. We got goofy foot and regular footers, but generally if you're a goofy foot or regular foot, you never switch it up. And that's something that is, in my eyes, a great place to see progression happen. Because think about it, if someone were all of a sudden take off in a wave and go backhand and put up, you know, like put up a backhand wave at a 9, and then all of a sudden they go regular foot and they do the same thing. Like, and that there is just a huge opportunity.
Yeah, and it's strange in surfing that just, I mean, I think in the 60s it was probably more of a thing, wasn't it? You know, those Hawaiians.
It's not happening now.
Didn't like to go backhand, and you know, in snowboarding and skating, it's, you know, it's.
And why wouldn't you do it mid-wave?
It's just a part of, yeah.
Right, mid-wave, all of a
Yeah.
sudden you just do 2 hacks on your forehand, and then you know, you go on the bottom turn, you switch around.
Like Buttons used to do.
Yeah.
There's see Kiliandra, she's sticking to a natural footer just now, and she's going down the hole, so just big lumpy section, big wave, and she got caught.
So that did challenge Andy to a little bit, because he's working with obviously Gabe, who is a really good switch footer.
Yeah, and Italo is as well.
Yeah.
See Sylvana Lima driving down the line. Just comes around the corner, nice turn. She's got the best waves. You can see those fins. Hangs on. If she can get another one in.
Sick.
Just cuts some. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, Lima. Whoa it up.
That's a good way to buckle your board, though, when you go up late like that.
I like the commitment, but it was kind of dangerous, and she was always just chasing the tail, wasn't she? But those drawn out bottom and turn turns will get you to break it down that way. There was a lot to unpack.
Right, so and the fact is that, you know, and especially with the size like this, but look at the transition of the rail, right? So pumping down the line here, right? She had to do that at the beginning, but then it's like, there's the bottom turn, carve, doesn't set the rail until then. It just straight into another bottom turn, top turn, gets to this one late. But it was always inside rail to the outside rail, back to the inside rail. There's a little pump here and there, but that's transitioning from move to move seamlessly, smooth. That's the flow element. Unfortunate there, the dig of the rail. So we are having a little bit of extra wind kind of start to come up. The forecast had anywhere from 10 to 15 knots of north wind, which really doesn't affect it too much here, but on that outside section, you'll see that, you know, a couple waves will be wind affected with little ripples across the face, and that seemed to hinder Kiliandra on that last one.
Savannah was going so fast, wasn't he? Because it was one of the biggest sets we've seen during the day, and she was racing it so hard to maintain that control with that bit of bump at that speed is absolutely amazing surfing, and it's been rewarded by the judges, rightfully so, an 8.17. And you'd think if she managed to hold on those last 2 closing out turns, she'd be up in the 9s and 10s.
She nails that last turn. We're seeing, you know, 9.5 to 10s.
But as it stands, she's already got a heat total, a 16-point heat total with 12 minutes to go. And Keely just hasn't been able to lay a glove on her.
I love this panel. The panel has been using this 8 to 10 range that I haven't seen the panel use in a long time. You know, on the championship tour, it felt like we were trying to push the surfers to get more, pushing them to go more. Here, they're going more, and they're getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, and we had Wade Carmichael in the booth, Australians, you know, CT surfing. He was like, you know, he said it's been really refreshing that you can get a 9 or an 8 just by surfing the wave really, really well.
Yeah.
Not by, you know, pushing yourself beyond what you're capable of, or not by, if you surf the wave exceptionally well and on point, you get big scores, and that's what they like, because, you know, you're getting rewarded for great technical surfing, and it's not always about, you know, trying to
going above the lip,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, going above the lip, especially in conditions like this.
Yeah,
you know?
no, and it's hard to do airs here. I mean, we've been saying it, and we haven't seen a ton of that element of the criteria, above the lip style of surfing. Yeah, we have seen those moments come with Ezekiel Lau was able to pull one out. We've seen a couple airs from Mateus Herdy. You know, so it's kind of done, but the wave specifically here, I feel like calls for the style of surfing that we've seen from Imai and now Silvana in this heat. You know, just utilizing the speed that you're given by this, you know, nice Atlantic swell and carving through all of your moves.
Yeah.
And attacking the lip, those bigger sections.
That's Summer Macedo just getting ready for her next heat. We're going to come back with more live action right after this short commercial break. Welcome back to the shores of Portugal. This is a beautiful stretch of the coast. We're facing south there, the old remnants of an old fort on the hill. As we pan away, we're sort of slowly heading back out, facing due west into the Atlantic Ocean here. 9 minutes on the clock. Silvana Lima out in front with some huge numbers. A 16-point heat total. Kelly Andrew needing a lot of combination of scores to get back in this game. And if it stays like this, Peter Mel, she's got to bank the score. Silvana goes into the quarterfinals. That's the minimum, I think, of 5,000 points on the Challenger Series rating. So definitely a keeper. Of course, if she can go potentially further up all the way up to the final and the 10,000 points, you're not guaranteed a CT spot, but you really fancy yourself to get one of those top 6 spots. There's 6 spots available on the Challenger Series rankings, open to the 2022 CT season, and a win here or a semi-final, quarter-final gets you a big chunk along the way to that goal. And right now with 16 points on the board, looks like she's boxed Kelly Andrew out of this particular match, and looking strong, looking good. So plenty of points on offer, and each heat means so much, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
In a long-winded way.
No, it does.
Once you get to this stage, it's just so much, so many points. It's getting close to your dream. It must be. There's a lot of pressure with it, but there's a lot of reward.
Yeah, I'm looking through the rankings here just to find out where Silvana is, and she's pretty quiet. She hasn't had really a solid result yet.
Yeah,
so
she didn't carry. Yeah, I think 2020 she wouldn't have been focused on the qualifying series early. So on the CT, she's not carrying any scores from that year, and she she competed in the US Open, didn't do very well. So you're right. This is her first real crack at it, and so far she's making the most of it. She's going again, and that's a bit late, but she manages to click it off the top. And unfortunately, that one just didn't quite pan out. The other ones, less of the excitement, didn't get the heart racing like her previous 2 waves, but she's just biding her time. She's in such a strong position, she can afford to maybe chance a few waves here and there. Keely, on the other hand, just has to get an 8-point ride off the bat. Really, the only way she's going to get back into this.
it's true, right? So you look at the breakdown. 16 points is the number that's sitting there already in this heat with under 7 minutes. So to be able to turn the heat right now, he hopes that a set comes. She's able to produce an 8. But Silvana's gliding across right now. At this point, she's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, she's got that blue board. So she's gone just up a couple of inches potentially, and maybe the rounded tail. I might check that out later, but she's got some equipment that's working.
Oh, here's the opportunity to see if Keely can answer here. Again, it has to be here in the next few minutes because of how long the paddle out is.
Yeah, Savannah just almost saw the corner of that. So Keely looks a little bit deep for these big swells. She can get onto the end of this. It's a big wave, but she's getting caught. Nothing more frustrating than seeing it.
Like, oh, thank you very much.
And then on the edge, Savannah says no. She's just obviously had a better view of it than us. That corner to me looks pretty good, but it does close out there, so she maintained. But this wave looks a bit more lined up. If Keely can get underneath it, it's going to have some foam for that set, but she's on. So this is a chance to get back in the game. Nice first turn. She's trying to get her feet in the wax and get a bit of momentum up. As she drives around the corner. That's a bit more spray, loads of spray. Real technically sound surfer. So that means when she connects, she throws spray. A little bit stuck on that one though. Comes back. Oh. And then just sort of a function of chasing some big numbers means she had to push it through.
That's the pressure. That's what, you know, and strategically what you're doing, if you apply pressure early, which is what Silvana was able to do, it just makes your opponent have to push harder and make mistakes.
Yeah, and there, Silvana, nothing worse than pulling back out, seeing the competitor just shrouding through the inside.
Oh, look at this wave too.
I seriously haven't seen him. You know, I've been following Silvana's career for probably a decade, and I just can't. You know, that Bell's win obviously stands out, but she's surfing as good as any stage of her career. She's
that's
so
what I was saying.
Smooth and so on point. She's ripping.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And she's ageless in the style and approach. I mean, she's always been at one of the points in her career, she was pushing the progression element in a big way, but this is the part that she has always had, and just that clean glide. And her adjustment to the sharp eye surfboards has been helpful. I think it's matching her style and approach of her wave riding skills.
Yeah, so just emphatic surfing. She'd already had a solid day. This wave, Achilles has said she had to get a big score anyway. She started getting a bit of rhythm here. I think this turn here might be the turn she's done at the heat. A lot of spray. And then she backed it up, unfortunately, with this. She got a little bit hung up, and then she knew she was in trouble. I mean, it's safe to say probably if she just finished it off, she might have at least had a
gotten out of combo.
say in it, but unfortunately, even that with the next wave for Savannah's, that might even improve her score. So I think she's in a hollow. Well, 3 minutes to go in combination. Safely say she won't give up. Of course she won't, but it's going to take something miraculous for Keely to get through this particular round of 16. Savannah's been on point. It's been emphatic and just been so committed that she hasn't really stood a chance.
Yeah, well, Keely ended up with the 5.93, and it's still in a situation of combo, which means 2 waves. She needs 16 points. So anything over a 6 basically would have gotten her out of combo and only needed 1 wave. But that may change even with this next score.
So there's Savannah. That was her first wave. She grabbed that rail. Just a savage cut down. I mean, that's an old-fashioned term. That's what it was. And then she just kept going, and this was hard, and she almost, I mean, that was almost completed. It was so, another couple of seconds. And once she had the bit between her teeth, Pete, she just went for it.
Yeah, this is a bigger set wave, ton of speed into this turn here, arcs it, and then tags it straight into the bottom. So a 2-turn combo, attacking the lip, gets late to this one, but the 8 had already been done. Even with the fall on the finish, it was an 8.17. She pulls that last move off, and it's big numbers into the 9+. But look at the score that just posted, Ben.
Oh my gosh! So those 2 waves we've already seen were massive, and then Savannah Lim, the next wave after this wave ridden here by Keely was a 9.03. So just when you thought she couldn't get any better, she's look at those scores: 7.83, 8.17, 9.03. Tell you what, she gets another chance. Where's she going to go?
Yeah.
And she hasn't finished those last turns. I mean, not through no fault of her own. There's just been really crazy sections and like real low percentage end turns. But if she'd made some of those, it would have been even more impressive. But a 17.2, massive heat total, real statement performance from the Brazilian veteran.
Been fun to watch. It's good to see someone just click in. Watching Imai too, same thing. It's like someone clicking in, finding the rhythm, and then competing at each and every level. Getting through rounds, but also lifting the performance too. I mean, Silvana's earlier performance, she was caught behind, right? Remember her last heat, she was actually in third, you know, and needed a mid-8 in order to turn the heat, and boom, she got it done. And now she's in this round here, and she's getting it done one more time.
And we said at the start of the heat, it's been, you know, important sort of benchmark to see where the women are with the new swell. And well, there you go. There's your benchmark set. You know, that's what you're going to have to do. The bare minimum to win this event is match that surfing and that style, Silvana Lima. You know, there's plenty of athletes left, or 14 to be precise, that have that ability. But it's Silvana that's got the scores on the board. She's maybe the first person through the quarterfinals. And you wouldn't want to face her, that's for sure. None of those other servers would be really surprised with taking her on. Gilly, this has been one of those. She's been outclassed in this particular heat. You can see the frustration. This will be her last wave in Portugal. She'll have France to look forward to. And the Roxy Pro up there in the bank, so Hossiger. She'll be disappointed, but it's just the way life goes sometimes.
Yeah, and especially in one-on-one heats, right? It's like, it's sometimes just really distinct. You love those ones that are just great blow for blow kind of heats, but this one was just fully one-sided.
Yeah, it was, and you know, she's going to come in. She didn't make a whole lot of mistakes. She was just, as soon as Silvana had posted those massive scores, it was going to be hard to come back. She needed a really certain type of wave to do it. She didn't get them. Silvana just doing a lap of honour here. Still fanging down the line. Oh, nice little drag of the hand. She's feeling it.
Wow.
Look at that.
A little Wolverine.
Yeah, she's looking confident and looking happy. She's looking dangerous as well. But official results there, you can see. Silvana Lima is the first of the women through to the quarterfinals. So big heat for her. Another 7 coming up, aiming to finish off the whole round of 16 today of the women. Sort of waves and tides and permitting and fog. But yeah, we've got a stacked heat. Stacked sort of bunch of heats coming our way. Right now though, we're going to take a short rest, pre-group, try and process some of Silvana Lima's excellence, and regroup, come back with loads more live action shortly. Sunny skies, a bit of the Ilash, looking absolutely picturesque from this view up the top of the cliff, overlooking what is a World Surf Reserve. Yeah, fantastic scene. We've got the reef there in the corner. We've got some sunny skies, and yeah, the Silvana Lima. Oh, I cannot get enough of that carve. It's been great. We're going to go to a short break and come back with more amazing performances like that right after this short break.
The World Surf League's qualifying series welcomes you back. Challenger series, excuse me, welcomes you back to the beautiful shores of Portugal. plenty of swell out in the water. Massive performance from that woman right there. Absolutely tore this wave apart. Got Ribera Dillaz. You can see the physical toll it's taken as she just catches her breath. We'll grab a quick interview with her shortly. But she'll know she has done great work in here, throwing her name in towards the latter rounds. All about getting that qualification. Let's reset for heat number 2 of this round of 16 from our women and see 2 of the outstanding surfers from the early rounds. We'll see Summer Macedo of Hawaii taking on Pauline Adot of France. Adot, of course, a veteran on the competitive scene professionally, formerly of the championship tour. Didn't get lots of work done on that tour. They struggled a little bit, and it's been a while away from that level for Pauline. She'll certainly feel her surfing and her skill set merits a place back there. She's trying to get one. She's got a great opportunity to get it done on her home shores in Europe. This is how she got down to business early on, Pete.
See, she's got nice size set wave to start. First arc, very nice. But needing to chase down the rest of this wall. Can she get around it? No. So just a 1 maneuver, 4.33 for her efforts.
Pauline on an absolute bomb there to open things off. Just a little kind of, maybe a little that upper body stiffness from Pauline, just unable really to kind of juice out of that turn. You do need, if you're going to go up high and put a turn on that section of the wave, you kind of need to get out pretty quick, right?
I would say that's exactly right. And especially when you're out the back, taking off on the main takeoff zone. We've seen, you know, the surfers that have been able to project their maneuvers on those outside. And then once you get to the corner, then you can kind of start to mellow out, use your turns, and then it loads back up again on the inside. Very similar to Bell's, actually, with, you know, a lot of similarities there. You know, in that heat previous, you know, one of the winners from Bell's, Silvana Lima, using that same type of skill, just the transition from rail to inside rail to outside rail. Those combination of major moves done by Silvana Lima. I mean, it's big numbers there, 17.20 total. So the women here would have watched that and said, oh, that's how it's done.
Massive numbers, and you think, you know, the performances she's put together already, Silvana, she'll have even more confidence. Now it's hard to see who's going to stop her. If she keeps catching waves, you know, that's kind of the one thing that can trip anyone up who's in form, is just not getting the right waves in a heat. But assuming she gets plenty of sets, it's surfer on surfer competition, so she will have opportunities, but she looks deadly down here. Such a good read on this wave.
Yeah, I mean, in the top half of the bird draw there, you got Gabrielle O'Brien, who is sitting at the top of the Challenger Series rankings. She's in that top half of the draw. We'll see her in heat number 4. Another great surfer that has been putting in great performances, Yolanda Hopkins, is up against Gabriella. So that top side, you've got, you know, there's Silvana Lima, and then this heat, you've got, you know, Summer and Pauline also coming up, Alyssa Spencer and Shino Matsuda, which are youngsters, right? They don't have a lot of big event experience, which is what you would see, say, from Silvana Lima in that top half of the draw.
Well, talking Silvana Lima and her experience and her skills, we've just seen a scintillating display from her. Now let's get her thoughts. She's standing by with Joanna.
Yeah, that's right. Way to start the day. How was it in there?
Oh, it's so good always over there. Like it's like a Jeffrey, but well, it's no, it's a Portugal Ericeira, and oh my God, I'm so happy to make through and surf their waves.
You got some really great scores. And you were saying that, it was hard.
No, it was hard over there. The wave is so strong, my boys. I think the speed is small yet. It's just 5.7, but I feel great, and the wave is so good, so good. I love it.
And we're gonna love to see you in the next round. Good luck.
Thank you, guys. Obrigado, Brasil. Obrigado a todo mundo que está acordado aí me assistindo. Obrigado a todos os patrocínios. E vamos para as quartas. É isso. Bora.
Bora Bora Silvana, impressive performance from her. She's stoked as well, she should be. She smashed that heat, set herself up for a big finish as we get in towards the end of the week here. Of course, we can run right through to the 10th October. That's Sunday coming up. So plenty left to happen here with some great swell on tap out of the North Atlantic. Been generous in terms of swell. After a quiet summer season in Europe, this part of the world kind of wave-starved throughout all of August, pretty much late July, even the start of September. Then ever since it fired up, been on that string where we just get one low peak and then another one on its tail, another one forming in the wake. That's been great.
Let's hope it keeps it going. You know, we've got another event to run after this, the Quicksilver and Roxy Pro. And if we can just keep those swells coming into the Bay of Biscay towards the next couple weeks, in for some more exciting surfing.
And all the more reason why, just kind of underlining those decisions for these Challenger Series events, really with that CT feel, not only in terms of our venues, but just having it prime season at these good locations as well. Autumn in Europe generally tends to deliver. Let's see what Summer Macedo can deliver on this wave. She's got a nice looking wall to open up with. She'll kind of sit down a little over the tail, gather it nicely though, and look to swing through here and get some points going on the board. Just a couple of twos prior to this for Summer. She'll just keep that energy kind of sluicing away and then almost loses it again. So a couple of little missteps. But manages to get a good turn in there, nice and steep from her. She took on the lip. So a good recovery to finish strong.
Well, she'll match what we've seen from Pauline already here in this second heat of the round of 16. Now, look forward to that nice long paddle. I mean, you exert a bunch of energy on the wave itself, which is probably the hardest work you'll do, is actually riding the length of this ride. And then the paddle out. Paddle out's a good chance, though, to grab those deep breaths and oxygenate the system.
A meaty wave here for Ado. She goes into the lip and recovers well. Just kind of prodding down onto the face and then doing some nice work off the rail just to jam it in the pocket, keeping on swinging this wave. Much bigger than a previous effort. She's going to look for a strong finish on the inside. Doesn't quite get a section to hit, but nevertheless, a string of major maneuvers done. She's going to paddle out hot on the heels of Summer Macedo. Looks good to get back out there first prior, but decent number due in for Pauline for that.
Take a look at this nice size set wave. It's like that perfect size, right? The bigger ones sometimes will sweep a little bit quick and move off the reef, whereas this one's just that perfect pace all the way to the outside to the inside. So great wave choice here by Pauline. She had priority. She made sure that the next choice of wave was going to be a wave that she was going to get the opportunity, whereas that first wave she chose kind of left her behind, right? So this time that adjustment was very well done, and she's going to get herself her best number in this heat. Also picking up a wave is Summer. We're going to see her best wave and her best effort. You mentioned the sit down there, and yeah, so she almost collapsed on the bottom turn, on the cutback, which again, that's a bit of an error. Judges will take note of those little subtle issues. Right there too, just had a little stumble. You always want to keep everything looking clean and in control. And every time you have a little bobble or a little hitch, judges will go, ooh, a little, ooh. And that'll affect your score.
Interesting as well to see on that view what's coming into play. We saw a boil, a big gargle up the face on that last turn. So that mid-section of the tide flooding in quick, putting us back on the rocks on the inside. And this could be explosive throughout the afternoon. And that's going to come into play, Pete. And you can't help but think surfers, they've been watching other heats, and that's kind of always in the back of their mind as they approach that section, gathering speed.
Yeah, and it's also been really highly rewarded, right? So the risk of taking there, not only just attacking the lip because it's going to be there, but also the fact that you have to ride out of it, and then you're going to go, oh, whoa, look at these boulders, and somehow navigate through that. So yeah, that's one of those things, but part of it, got to make it happen.
Desire, commitments, all been put on the line here. Chunky Ribeira Dilias. It is our right hand reef point break, which is super consistent throughout all sorts of conditions, why it's been such a popular contest venue. And right now, it's getting up towards that sort of upper end, even on size of what it really holds, and sort of still breaking in the same part of the reef. Still looking very good in terms of providing scores right up in that excellent range. Imai DeVault just a couple of heats ago, getting a perfect 10 and lighting this place up. And you can see that energy. Solid 6 to 8 footers swinging through in Portugal, and the swell still on the rise. We're looking at an increase through to tomorrow as well, so it's bombing out the back here. Which one of our two surfers can find themselves in the slot? Summer Macedo's got priority, doesn't look super interested on this wave. It just kind of doubles up awkwardly and goes a little fat, just sort of misses that section where she's sitting, and this is going to ask some of those positional questions too, Pete.
It is. You know, his lineup is going to broaden, get bigger. Also, we've got the tide swing and changing, swell building. So all of these things are all adjustments that need to be made throughout the heat. And you have a plan, you have an understanding of where you want to be, but in the moment, you're like, hey, that last one, I was a little bit deep. I'm going to line myself up maybe at 5 yards, a little bit more into the channel, or maybe an opportunity where you missed a wave and you're like, shoot, I should have been sitting a little bit deeper. So you got to make these adjustments on the fly.
It does sort of feel like for that opening section, you almost want to put yourself in a position where you maybe look like you're not making the opening one, because right after that, the wave goes soft, right? And it seems to be the surfers that kind of transition, and getting the turn down out the back and then find that inside energy. They're the ones who've racked up big scores throughout the week.
You know, the bottom half of the draw, you've got Brisa Hennessy, who is trying to get that opportunity to get back on the championship tour. India Robinson, who had a great performance yesterday, she's at that bottom half. Macy Callahan, more CT experience, up against a Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, which is you know, looking at what she's been able to do in the last few events, she is going to be a tough one to beat. And then Teresa Bambalad is in that bottom half up against, you know, Luana.
I love the look of that last heat. Luana Silva, Teresa Bambalad. That looks like a great matchup. Talk about our young Hawaiian surfers. And Luana Silva's look deadly out here. Teresa Bambalad, she'll be backing herself. She's got that clean kind of rail style that generally does well. When the swell gets a little bigger, we kind of think that is more like her conditions, Teresa. It's going to be interesting to see how her backhand weaponry goes down.
Well, we'll find out here in the next few hours.
All right, a little readjust in the lineup. 15:40 remaining in this. Scores all in. Addo at the moment in the lead. 5-6-7. Her last effort was a big wave. Maybe not quite squeezing every bit of potential out of that. In terms of a score, there's probably another point or so. Possibly could have been critical on that for Pauline, but nevertheless, at the moment, it is enough for first. And we've got a good-looking wave for Summer. If she hasn't put herself too far outside, she'll get that chin down on the stringer. She will claw her way into this wave, setting up with an opening carve.
Ooh.
A look of disinterest.
A little sell there by Pauline. She was digging for it. Summer thought, oh, this might be a good one. Turned out to be a bit of a bagger. So now look at this major set on the way again. Fairly consistent now as this, you know, as the swell starts to mature. The consistency will rise as well as the actual size of wave, and this is a massive one.
An absolute bomb for Popo. We saw the French cook giving her instructions, pointing out this wave. I'm not sure she needed those instructions, and this is a great looking wave. If she can attack here, it's a little bit safe thus far from Pauline. Let's see how she goes in this meaty section. That's better from her, wrapping one down off the top. She'll just try to deal with an awkward bottom turn to get underneath that section. French crew like it though. We're looking at Fred Robin down there with Alain Rioux. Is that Christian Bradley, the shaper from up in Osagor as well? He's down here.
Part of our jury for the unwanted shapes. Made his way all the way from France, coming out and look at some of the boards that were produced from the unwanted shapes. Let's take a look at this wave here. Massive wave, good positioning, drops into this one. You know, her turns are out on the face, you know, and again, that's, you mentioned a little bit safe, and it is a bit safer to be doing those maneuvers out there. She had an opportunity here, a lot of ribs in this moment, but she picks the spot to do the carve, drives through it. Going to be another good number for her. She's going to probably improve on the 4.33 and building through the heat. That's wave number 3, and that's exactly what Pauline wants to do now, is just to build each and every wave and increase your lead over your competitor.
A long old paddle back out for Pauline Addo, based out of Anglet in the southwest of France. Looking to represent that strong region of surfing. She'd love a shot to get back on the championship tour. But a number of years now she's been on the QX trying to get it done. She's always kind of stood out at these events. All about making that step up now. Challenger Series providing that platform for our surfers. We're down to the 13-minute mark. Just pan back and see the view here at Ribeira Diaz. That's how big our playing field is. There's a bomb from Pauline. She's basically surfing in another spot. That's like the next cove down there.
It's a good spot to actually get out, though, because the water does move out through that channel. So it'll help her. You know, she won't have to paddle against the energy of the ocean coming in. The actual energy is pulling her out. Of course, you're pretty far away from the break, though. That's the thing. I mean, you're 200 meters away from the takeoff spot.
Number comes in for Pauline. It's a good 6.83 for her. So judges rewarding that work. It was an absolute bomb of a wave, the biggest we've seen by some way in this heat. Yeah, a decent number for Pauline. Just kind of turning the screw a touch. 12.5 now her requirement. Sorry, her total. And Summer Macedo, her requirement is a 7.17 now. So Pauline using that experience, just adding a bit of pressure on Summer. And it's like, right, now you need a 7. Go get it. Go find it.
Yeah, that's, I mean, it's again, in one-on-one competition, that's what you ultimately want to do, is you want to apply early pressure, make your competitor make mistakes because they're thinking they need to do a little bit more, too much. And as a surfer chasing, you just got to kind of dial back, make the next right decision. You know, you've got 12.5 as a 2-wave total. Pair of 6.5s will take the lead. So just thinking in your head, I just need to get a 6.5. I can do that. I did it just in the last heat.
Up and swinging, Summer Macedo. She needs a mistake-free run through here. That's really nice. Great turn from her. Super sparky. And a nice rail jam as well. And the combo as she prods up through the lip. This is a much better wave from her. A smaller wave, but nice shape to it. Really well served.
Yeah, and aggressively she hit the lip. There was a nice combo there where she drove through the maneuver and then just straight into the bottom turn and actually almost tagged her own carve, which is a pretty neat maneuver to do, where you get that kind of rounding cut back and you leave the lip, it kind of starts to break, and you just go up and hit it again real quick. So nice combo of moves there from Summer Macedo. Feels like that's going to be her best wave. Even though it was a bit smaller, it had a little bit more scoring opportunity. She was able to combine her maneuvers together, had good speed and flow through it, a couple of aggressive snaps.
This is going to be really interesting. You think Pauline got an absolute bomb, like maybe double the size of that wave we just saw Summer ride, but her turn's much more critical. No downtime between them, so it's going to be really interesting to see how a judge's process on that. In the meantime, we'll watch wild and woolly sets stack in at Ribera Dilias. We're going to get a quick commercial break. We'll wait for that number, lock in. We'll look forward to our next heat featuring Alyssa Spencer firing up. Join us for more live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We'll be right back. Welcome back to live action from the World Surfing Reserve at Ribera Dilias, Ericeira, Portugal, MEO Vissla Pro. And the action coming thick and fast. It's pumping early on a Thursday afternoon out on the Atlantic coast of Portugal. Two surfers out in the water. One from the other side of the world, Hawaii. Her name's Summer Macedo. Gets a score, 5.67 in for Summer. Puts her back much closer to Pauline. Brings down the requirement for first now. Of course, we will only advance one of these two surfers. One will bow out. Ado at the moment. The French woman on your screen with that lead. 12.5 her heat total. She's ridden a couple of bombs that last wave. A real solid wave for Pauline. Good enough at the moment for that first position. But interesting to see where the judges went. One went as high as 6.5. So one basically putting it up alongside Pauline's score for a wave about half the size. Interesting that peak comes in, though, the average 5.67.
Yep, that's true. I mean, that's judge number one, which had it at a 6.5, and for Pauline's wave, the same judge had it at a 7.0. So still, comparison-wise, they had it a little bit lifted. You know, the size of wave ups the degree of difficulty, you know, in order to surf it well, for at least for some surfers. Some it becomes easier, but ultimately that's, you know, it is generally that the bigger the wave, the more the degree of difficulty goes up.
So Pauline will crucially have that priority as well. As the next opportunity comes through, she'll look to kind of try and use that control. We see a lot more texture blowing around the corner now, deeper water, so we're getting less kind of attenuation out the back of some of this kind of wind sea that's been built up out of the northwest. Pretty characteristic wind this time of day on a sunny, warm day around here.
No, and it's not really affecting the wave faces that much. Yeah, right when you paddle in, maybe on certain sets, but overall, that's the thing that's so nice about this wave is that you've got this cliff line that helps protect and steer the wind, and actually when it gets more inside, it steers the wind to a nice kind of cross offshore. So it doesn't really affect the wave faces that much.
Yeah, you can see it even on these little ones on the inside, nice and glassy still, as the wave just bends round and runs along the reef here at Ribeira Dilias. Powerful surf spot, challenging some of the world's best qualifiers just to try and find exactly where they want to be on the wave, whether to dial down the aggression, whether to go hard, all of those factors in our surfers' heads as they try and make the best of conditions. But our judging, as we've been saying all week, pretty consistent. They're like, take on that lip, take risks, and they will reward you. And that's really cool to see from our judging panel. It looks like they really want to see surfers kind of, they're not going to gift you a spot on tour. You've got to come out and you've got to take it. You've got to show what you can do.
No, and again, that's, I mean, it's, for me, when you have a panel that has, you know, from day one kind of been judging a certain wave, even if the conditions change slightly, you're still kind of understanding what the panel wants to see. You know, and then you can apply that. It gets frustrating when, you know, it changes from day to day too much, right? You know, you kind of want to have the panel be, I mean, there's these 5 elements that we carry that translate from the entire tour, from all the way to pro junior rankings. The same elements of the criteria are used on the championship tour. So, you know, then there's a panel that will apply that, and each venue has a little bit different emphasis on those 5 different elements. You know, this is one of those waves where, say, innovation and progression element isn't necessarily placed as high, whereas combination of major moves is, degree of difficulty is. That means that they've been highly rewarding you attacking the lip itself, which is, you know, tough to do, because if you hit the lip, you know, anything can happen. It's you can push back, you can break boards, you know, you go out on the face and do your maneuvers. Not as difficult, so the judge is taking note of that.
Big set stacking up here. Priority is with Pauline Nadeau in the blue. Also the lead with her too. Can she ram home that advantage with the next exchange of waves that comes in? She'll be looking still to work on that 5, 6, 7 as a backup. Maybe even improve on our high score. Summer looked kind of vaguely interested in a little bit of a slopey number. No takers for that. Pauline doesn't paddle aggressively for the wave at all. Just kind of watched it at the corner of her eye. Meanwhile, she will put herself a little deeper and have a little look at this one here. This one rumbling from the top, so let's see how this one makes it down the rest of the reef for this opening section. Ado on a good-looking opening wave here. She'll go into a cutback, kind of drawn out. Took her time to get back to the juice, and then hits the lip really nicely. Straight into a bottom turn. She'll have to deal with some tricky water in there. Almost just kind of lost the leg strength a little bit. Doesn't get that maneuver done. The French crew chanting Allez les Bleus, encouraging Pauline. Unfortunately, after good work done with that one turn, she gets a little error and gets an incompletion. Frantic redirections going down, instructions from the beach. It's a long way back in for our surfers to CP.
Yeah, I would say that it's very difficult. I mean, unless you, you know, especially if there's other people on the beach, you know, standing in that zone, it can be pretty tough unless you're carrying maybe a colored flag. We see that, Jake Patterson as a coach. If he's doing any steering from the beach, he likes to use a high colored item to kind of help steer, or, you know, like we saw or heard, we haven't actually seen it, but Tiago Pires was up on the stairs, and there's a, you know, if you could see a distinct place where you're going to sit and try and steer. But I mean, as a coach, you know, the homework should be done pre-event. I get it when a swell comes up or it's building through the day that it's helpful to kind of steer, you know, or at least try to give direction. It's really tough to do. I mean, I know that for me personally, as a father, you know, who is coaching a young son, you know, you're first of all, you're trying to use mental telepathy, which doesn't always work. As we watch this replay here, the carve, we saw a couple different ways to do that style of carve. I liked how she was able to mix it up with the carve and then attacking the lip, but missed an opportunity here. I mean, she goes up into that lip, pulls it down. We're seeing 8s. We're seeing excellent numbers there now. It's not going to even be, above 6.5.
Comes in as a 6.07. She will get an improvement on that. Once again, a couple of mistakes from Pauline and possibly sort of undersurfing the scoring potential of that wave. Once again, she's not made to really pay for it, just in terms of she's still got that lead inside 2 minutes. So far, so good for Pauline. But I think in more challenging heats, a couple of mistakes out there where she maybe just not quite squeezed all the juice out of scoring potential.
Yeah, maybe it might be equipment too. I mean, she's not able to push as hard as she would like. That board looks a little bit wider. It's maybe one that she really likes, but maybe a step up or something that's got a little more straighter line on it so that she can push a little harder. This is a golden opportunity here for Macedo if she could turn it. Needs the 7.23 though.
Final 80 seconds here. Priority is with our Hawaiian. That number, the 7.23. So Pauline just turning the screw a bit and ramping that up. And now Summer, she needs to go pretty ham. She's going to have to show us the best stuff so far from what she's shown us in this heat. Couple of 5s at the moment, not cutting it. And after sort of interested paddle.
Well, how's that wave just disappeared? It looked like it had a line on it and it was going to break, but absolutely did not. So now with 50 seconds, I don't see a whole lot of opportunity out there.
Pauline won't mind this one bit. They got pulled a little deep and up the points by a set, which then just goes into a hole and disappears. Pauline with that lead and with second priority, so unable to intervene on the first opportunity should Summer want it. We'll just see if this could possibly be a wave that might stand up. 30 seconds to go now. A little bit of quality required for Summer Macedo as well. She can't just take whatever. See how that pans out. She needs a 7.23, so she needs to go basically bring us her best surfing that we've seen in the heat. She's got an opportunity here. Basically, she needs to get on this. She's not going to get on that wave, and that'll be disappointing from her. Looks like she's going to be left out there without a chance to ask a question of the judges. Pauline will look to just close this one out. And she's drawn on her experience. It's been a challenging heat, physically big, woolly waves coming through. And Pauline Hadot cheering up the French support crew with some nice, sharp surfing and getting it done. So Pauline Hadot, she'll carry on swinging and advancing.
Well, it's not getting any easier for her. She's going to be up against Silvana Lima, and we saw the performance that she put up, but those two have had probably a few one-on-one bouts over the years.
Absolutely. Pauline will be relishing that. There it is, official. 12.9 the total for Pauline Hadot. Good enough to get past Summer Macedo, one of our up-and-coming surfers out of the Hawaii region. 11 points for Summer and a decent string of heats, but unfortunately can't bring it back towards finals day.
And on the women's rankings for the Challenger Series, top 6 are going to make the cut this season. So quarterfinals, okay, but in order to really solidify your spot, you need to make the semis. So they're one step closer, but lots more work to do.
Let's go to a quick commercial break as we watch Pauline Hadot ripping it apart here at Ribera Dilias. Join us for more live right after this. Welcome back to live action from Ribeira Dilias, the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. A debrief for Pauline Ado from Alain Rioux, former trials winner at Chopu, of course, Alain, and offering some coaching insights to Pauline, his compatriot, who just surfed the heat with bombing waves and got it done. Getting past Summer Macedo, should be back for quarterfinals, but nevertheless, just taking some advice on board from the crew, supporting down on the rocks, just seeing maybe where she could have gone better. Stuff like that. Joining me for the call in this very next heat. It's time to welcome back into the studio Chico Alves. How you feeling, mate?
I'm feeling
You're looking
good.
Great. Can I say? You look good, mate. You look happy.
You know,
are you stoked?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. You know what I found funny? Every surfer talks a lot with the hands.
Okay.
When they're explaining a wave, they kind of go like...
Yeah, it's almost impossible not to. When you're talking about surfing, you're sort of contractually obliged to make the shape of a wave with your fingers.
Exactly.
Do that sort of like, as if if you didn't do that, we wouldn't possibly understand what you were talking about. Like, what does he mean?
And I found it funny to see the coaches like with their hands always like, yeah, if you were seeing a little bit like, you know, like with the hands, I can't really show you guys, spectators, what I'm doing with my hands, but yeah.
I think they can picture it, mate. They got it. They're pretty. Our viewers are pretty sharp back at home. They got you. 26 minutes and 15 on this one. Scores trickling in already. It's an exciting clash. We're going to see two of the outstanding surfers from this event so far. That one there, Shino Matsuda, has been really impressive. So sharp on the backhand. And already good enough for 5.83. Alyssa Spence has been no slouch either. She ripped the last round apart on a big swell. She's back for more action here. Let's get a look at this wave of Shino.
Yeah, Shino started off really well with a quick snap. She has been on form this all week. Quick snap there. She's really stylish. She gets off the bottom and she's weaving her way to the bonus section to see if she can fit a couple of strong turns at the end here. She's surfing to the rhythm of the wave. You can tell she's happy. Her equipment is on point. So, yeah, she's a long way from her. And here, Alyssa Spencer, who did a 9.33 yesterday, one of the standouts, or the standout of the day, with a good-looking wave, starting off really well. A lot of spray coming out of that pink board. Quick snap there again. Long, oh, and she fell. So a 6.33 to start off. Good start for Alyssa, and Shino replied with a 5.83. So
much bigger wave there for Alyssa, getting that number of the 6.33. So getting the better of the opening exchange, even though she lost it on that last turn. I'm just thinking, Chico, about that backhand technique. Well, let's just stick with live for a second. It is Alyssa Spencer, finds herself in position here. And she's got some great speed. Look at the high line run from her. Now she'll swoop down low, and now she'll crank one off the bottom. Big hit on the backhand, just kind of carving down on the face. And again, similar kind of turn, bit more snap energy into that one. And she'll belt it again. Nice rhythm through her. The combination is what the judges want to see. And then it's pretty deep on the inside there and wobbly. Meanwhile, Matsuda with a quick effort behind at the back. I want to ask you about the backhand technique here, Chico. You surf this wave a bunch when it's solid. On the backhand, in terms of not losing it on the bottom turn, is it all a case of staying really low, not get too far away from your board?
Well, I think you got to surf on the pace of the wave. It's impossible to rush turns. You cannot like destroy the line of the wave. Otherwise, you're going to lose, as you're saying, on your bottom turn, or you're not going to connect well. So it's when it's bigger, it's nice to have a longer board and draw some big open lines, so you have like time when you're in the bottom, so the wave stands up. So once it's getting bigger and bigger, you want more time on the bottom turn to let the wave stiffen up. So yeah, I enjoy quite a step up when it's a lot of water moving there, because the wave can be a little bit slow sometimes, but it's strong. So yeah, it's a weird mix. Slow but strong.
A lot for us surfers to think about. Of course, when they're up on the wave, it's all about feeling that muscle memory, all of those experiences. From formative years spent surfing in all kinds of conditions. Let's see how it translates to the big reeling walls of Ribeira Dilias. Portugal's pumping right now, and the swell is forecast to carry on of this order of magnitude or get bigger, yet still we're looking at a real long period for tomorrow, so we should see some more energy, thickness All of those good things that we like on our Reef Point star waves. So far in this one, we're just waiting for a number for that score from Alyssa Spencer, that second effort from her. And while we wait for that to come in, let's go down and hear from Pauline Addo. She's standing by for an interview.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. That was a tricky heat there. What was going through your mind?
Yeah, it was definitely hard to pick the good waves. I don't know, sometimes I couldn't decide whether I wanted to really wait for the big sets or maybe go a bit deeper and try to get the cleaner, easier ones. But in the end, I ended up getting the set ones. It was a bit tricky to serve them, a lot of water moving. But yeah, I got two okay scores and it was enough, so I'm pretty happy.
And you're up next with Silvana. Are you going to change up your strategy? Going to need to do anything?
Well, I'll see depending on the conditions, but Silvana has been getting huge scores the whole event, so she's definitely the informed surfer here right now, and I know, yeah, I'm going to have to step up my game and make the good decisions, but it's exciting, it's a good challenge.
Do you want to say a few words in French?
Yeah, sure. Non, voilà, super content de passer en quart. Les vagues sont belles mais compliquées. C'est un vrai challenge physique, mais voilà, une belle récompense de passer en quart. Et j'espère aller encore continuer comme ça demain et les jours suivants.
Thank you very much and good luck in the next round.
Great stuff from Pauline Addo there. She's all smiles. And that smile will start to sort of change towards a concentration face as at some stage she starts to make plans for a heat with Silvana Lima, who's been tearing this pace apart. Chico, you've had a few days now calling a lot of heats. Some of your outstanding performers, I mean, it's obvious to kind of go with the people putting down big scores, but any sort of surprises from you? Anyone really sort of stood out for you as your favorite? Might not be score-wise, just the way they surf.
Yeah, I really enjoy Dylan Monfort surf. I think he was a standout and kind of an underdog coming up. He's really good. Caleb Robson, I think the Australians overall surf really well this wave because they have a lot of point breaks back home, right-hand point breaks. And then, yeah, Imai Kalani Deval, I think, was the standout for everyone, and he has been putting up some huge numbers on the board. So, yeah, those are the names that on the men's side come up to my head straight away.
And how about for the women?
I had my favorite surfer lost yesterday, Vahine Fierro. She lost in that heat with not many opportunities. But then I really enjoy Alyssa Spencer surf. So, yeah, the 933 she had yesterday was amazing to watch. I was not commentating, but I saw it live. And I said, well, I do not want to go against her, that's for sure.
Well, she's got a 7.83 for her second wave. She's receiving a few instructions. Sorry, those are instructions for Shino Matsuda. And with 19.5 to go in this one, Spencer with the advantage. Shino Matsuda has been so sharp, though. She's been busy in heats. She's had those heats where she's looked like she's had a really good read on conditions. She's going to have to watch from a second priority situation. Alyssa Spencer deeper up the point, paddling in and swinging hard on this wave. Nice turn. The nose pokes underwater, though, and she'll go down. I like the fact she's taking a risk. I like the fact she's snaffling a wave from under the priority of Matsuda. She tries to get herself on a bomb and can't do it, so she'll actually lose priority now, and then she'll gain it back straight away. She makes her way back in the lineup first. Alyssa Spencer still dealing with getting her equipment all gathered in, and it looks like Shino's interested here. No, again, really similar to the last wave that went through. And she kind of tried to get herself in a position, couldn't get herself in a place to take off. We'll lose a little bit more time. Nothing really done in terms of the scoreboard. A bit of small throwaway to come in for Alyssa Spencer. Still plenty of time left in this one. I feel like we definitely haven't seen the best of Shino so far. Just had that 5.83 early on, but since then, she's not really found the rhythm. She's put herself much deeper now, Chico. Tide coming in, solid swell. Do you like the idea of going deep up the point here? Where do you think her surf should be sitting?
Well, I think with the swell coming up, if you stay too much deep on the point, you kind of lose the opportunity to catch some waves. But yeah, I think you gotta stay in between. Like when the sets are not coming, paddle a little bit in so you see those double ups right on the ball. And then when you see some lines, when you see the line, just the first line on the horizon, you just start paddling hard, so you serve.
Busy but patient, not too deep, not too wide.
Yeah,
All those.
yeah, I just love those coaching advices. Yeah, Paul.
Well, a mistake there from Matsuda as she paddled into a bomb super late, actually. Great commitment from her. She went down. And once again, she loses that priority, and then she'll be reassigned it now as our priority judge with his binoculars focused on the lineup deems that she has, in fact, reached a legitimate lineup situation. So she's paddled, this is maybe the 5th wave she's paddled for and unable to get either caught or get a score with. And she'll get another opportunity here if she's in position to spin around. This is an absolute bomb. She might be a little deep for it, and she'll have to duck dive. So exactly the point you were making, because she paddled for that previous wave, she put herself a little too deep, Chico.
Yeah, she didn't saw the lines coming. She paddled to that little one, and she didn't saw there was something bigger behind. And yeah, Ribaradillas, you can cut in between, waiting, as Pauline Ado said, for those bigger ones, and you sit a little bit wider, or you just sit a little bit further in and expect there's some double ups coming in. But yeah, I think the best is to see on your clock how long it takes for a set to come. And every now and then, you know, you can come a little bit down, and then once there's like that 4 or 5 minute mark, you just paddle further out because you know there's a set coming soon. So yeah, I think not getting caught inside, it's also good because you put yourself in a position to catch a bigger one and potential really good wave.
Time management, crucial to getting these heats done. Priority is with Shino here, and she will want to get on this wave. Here she goes, a great looking wave for a Japanese surfer on the backhand. A ton of speed, big section. Watch this, bang. Big whip from her, straight into a coiled bottom turn, and just aiming that blade down the line. She'll hit it again, that's beautiful. And she does well to recover there. This is much more like it from Matsuda. This is what we've been watching in the early rounds, and she absolutely tore that one apart, Chico.
Yeah, she belted really hard. That third turn was amazing to watch. She comes off the line with a lot of speed, winds up off the bottom, and boom, a lot of water coming out. Let's watch it again. Here she had a hard time catching that wave, but yeah, now she's in her happy place. Boom, first snap to set things up, and this one she did really well. She waited, and boom, vertical snap there again. Hard wave to surf, and a little snap to finish this wave off. I think this will help her cause and put Matsuda back in her heat.
I think she just looked a little out of sorts, paddling for waves that weren't breaking, maybe missing a couple of sets, just sort of missing a few opportunities. There's little mistakes that can creep in, and that'll feel much nicer for her. Got a good looking wave and hit it hard. There was no downtime on that wave. The whole time she's kind of on the front foot, on the accelerator, pushing down the line. It certainly will help her. She's sitting on a 0.5 as a backup. Does need an 8.33 though to move up into first place, so she will need a really good number to get first. However, what she will do is just kind of improve on her total, and if she gets better than a 5.83, then she'll need a much smaller number to attack Alyssa Spencer, who's looking pretty good at the moment in first with a good score behind her. She's got priority too, and this will take a little while of time for Shino to paddle back out as well.
Yeah, the paddle back out here is always quite a long paddle. On the high tide is a little bit less than on the low tide, but yeah, you can put on the clock always like 3 to 6 minutes paddle out. Easy.
Shino going through the motions out in the channel here, trying to make her way back out. She'll wait for a score to come in. I tell you what, it's a good number as well. She's gone into the excellent range, and it is enough to go to first. 8.47 for her. She tore that wave apart with vicious vertical surfing. Two judges going as high as 8.7 on that spread from our panel. All averages out as 8.47, and we got a heat on our hands here, because once she gets the bit between her teeth and gets in rhythm, she's deadly. Here goes Alyssa Spencer on a great looking wave of her own for the American. Patient off the bottom, little snipping turn with ton of spray off the top. That's testament to the power and the speed of the wave. Another nice move from Alyssa, an absolute bottom of a wave. Hits it so hard, a little tempted to take a risk there, Chico, and unable to stick that.
Yeah, the wave was really well surfed. I think she needed that last turn to make it happen. She's against the fence now, and this was her opportunity to come back again at Matsuda. And that last turn was, unfortunately for Alyssa, looked like a really solid wave. She got one of those big white ones. She comes off the bottom, does a quick snap there, clean transition to the next turn here. She waits a long time to get up in there, and this was the money turn. Oh, and she fell. So I think she got a little bit late into that turn on the lip, but nonetheless looking good.
The way this section was dropping, almost as if she maybe just caught herself looking a little down the line and getting ahead of herself. Meanwhile, live action, Matsuda, the heat leader now, snapping one off the top with some speed. And she'll get on the gas through a steep part of the wave. Bang, that's really nice. If she can make that, wow, she does. And that was some nice, crisp, critical surfing from Shino Matsuda once again. This is much more what we've come to expect from her.
I just love the family there, hugging themselves and supporting Matsuda. They come a long way to get here and to see maybe her daughter.
She almost disappeared for a while on this. Talk us through the replay, but she looked like she may have been struggling. Did so well to ride out of that.
Yeah, this was a quick snap there, and here she gets really, really vertical. She goes off the top. Boom, huge snap. We thought she lost it, and she comes back up. So I think the judges are going to love this hard turn.
I think you're right. So 583, her opening wave, bunch of maneuvers strung together quite nicely, but we've been seeing all week they do pay out big money for big turns. Individual turns can go right up the range in terms of 1 to 10, 0 to 10 even. Of our scores available to surfers. Shino Matsuda due a number, as is Alyssa Spencer. And this one turning out to be a scintillating clash. Really interesting to see how it goes down. We do get an improvement from Spencer. It's a 6-4 for her. It's not enough to go to first. She needs a 6-4-8. We're going to get a quick commercial break. They keep coming thick and fast. Yolanda Hopkins, she'll be up taking on Gabriella Bryan when this one wraps up. Join us for more live action from Ericeira right after this. Blue seas and blue skies, thick groundswell in the water, courtesy of an ex-hurricane named Sam, sending thick belts of swell energy towards the beautiful coast of Portugal, specifically towards Ribeira d'Ilhas, our spot for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Under 9 to go in this clash. It's been a scintillating one so far. Heat number 3 of a round of 16 for the women sees Shino Matsuda of Japan. A big old total, 16-4-4 for her. She drops a 7.97, basically for one turn, Chico.
Yeah, but well deserved. That turn was massive. Hard section, really big section, and she did a really good job on making that turn. Judges rewarding the risk, not the amount of maneuvers you make. So, yeah, I think she did a good job on sticking to that turn.
Absolutely smashing it. So now, with priority, Alyssa Spencer, she's on the screen there. That's her requirement for the American. It's the 8.61. She needs to go excellent. She's already shown us flashes of brilliance. Got a 7.83. She needs more and a little more of the same, as we'll see sets stack up here. A little kind of softer, wally sections on the outside as this tide continues to fill in, but then real nice drainers in between, particularly through the mid part of the wave. Does seem about that midsection at the moment where these scores are coming in. And these two will just push each other a little deeper up the point as this set will come through unmolested so far. Let's see if Alyssa's keen. Way up on the point, does have prio. She's putting herself in the slot here. Good looking wave. What she got on the backhand, draws out the bottom turn. Nice first hit from her. She'll just sort of direct herself and steer through some troubled water. A nice sting off the spray from the backhand attack of Alyssa Spencer. Again through here, nice hit. Ton of speed through this, she's doing well. And again, a big turn to finish off. And she likes it. And we got a heat in the hands here.
Yeah, this is amazing to watch. They are going against each other, and they are putting everything on the line. Every time one of them stand up, they just improve their scores. And as we can see, Matsuda has a 16-point total, and Alyssa already with a 14-point total. And this wave, I think, is going to improve her situation. This was a really well-served wave. First carve there, winds up off the bottom again. Quick jam there. She's waiting and waiting for that big section at the end where she belts it. So big snap there again. She comes around it and boom, finishes it off with a kind of release of the tail. So I think she will probably might be really close to getting the score, the 8-6-1.
Let's see how it comes through this one. An absolute slugfest. Both surfers landing significant blows on their opponent with some real sharp, precise backhand surfing. We'll wait for that. Wow, the score comes in. It's huge. A big number. EDP Ride of the Day contender right there for Spencer. 9-4-3 goes back to the lead. This is an absolute smoker of a heat. We're under 6 minutes to go now. The requirement for Matsuda, 8.8. And there's the spread from the panel. One going as high as 9.8. And really getting rewarded through our panel, averaging out for that 9.43 for Alyssa Spencer. She was feeling it at the end of the wave, throws up the fist. The judges throwing a big number right back at her. It's pumping here at Ribeira Dilias. Out in the lineup, we have a young Japanese surfer who is red hot at the moment. She's going to need to beat on her next wave. 8.8 the requirement for Shino Matsuda. You see her, a tiny speck of blue in a big, thick, churning ocean. She will wait and look for an opportunity. She's going to need a little bit more of the same of what she's shown so far, which has been excellent surfing. She's got one excellent score. She needs another 8.8 the requirement, as we see an absolute bomb go through. And on 5 minutes, almost in a way, a situation's kind of become easier. She just needs an absolute bomb, and she needs to tee off on it, Chico. Is she going to be able to do that? She might have a little shot here. She's kind of putting herself in position. This is a good-looking wave.
Wow.
And here she goes, a nice entry in, straight down to the bottom, big section. And she rips a turn, just kind of carving down rather than able to take on the lip. It's meaty through here. And if she doesn't get too far in front of it, she will get scoring potential through this part of the wave. Look at it doubling up. It's massive. She belts it under the lip and looks like...
And she made it.
Wow. So we're just picking her up on another camera down there. So a massive wave for Matsuda. You can't take your eyes off this heat. It's been an absolute smoker.
Yeah, I love it. She got an amazing wave, and I would like to see that massive turn from another camera angle if we have, because that thing was amazing to watch. The wave was big.
The wave was solid. I mean, she's not huge in stature herself, but that thing was just towering over, like double overhead. And just love the way this heat is panning out. These two absolutely hammering at each other. A big requirement. Let's see if she got it, Chico.
Yeah, she comes off the bottom and does a beautiful carve there. And she comes off the bottom again, and she does another quick snap. And here the wave, huge double up, and she goes for it.
Under the lip.
Huge turn there.
Wow.
So I think she's going to get it, actually.
Massive snap under the lip. The risk is huge. It comes in as a 9.67. She goes back to the lead. Her total 18.14. EDP Ride of the Day. Feels like this heat could well be the producer of that many times over. 3 on the clock now. Spencer looking for 8.72, and this is an absolute smoker. And after a couple of almost kind of false starts from Matsuda, she just, every time she gets challenged, she rises to that challenge. She'd go.
Yeah, it's true, and Alyssa too. So we've got two warriors on our hands, And I'm really impressed with this. I just want to see another set coming to see what they do.
Just don't stop. We just want more of the same. This has been absolutely smoking throughout. Massive numbers in.
Yeah.
And the judges, they'll be enjoying the chance to go into those nines, to throw huge numbers down. They see surfers taking on 8-foot waves, putting it all on the line up in the lip and paying off big in terms of points. Things just kind of settling down here. Let's go down and hear from Pete Mel, who's going to talk some surfboards.
Well, I'm going to talk unwanted shapes, the COVID-19 edition, and I found one of our jury here, Christian Bradley. He's been able to dissect some of these 8 boards here. What are your thoughts on what you've seen here?
It's very interesting to see what sort of boards that the guys have come up with, and these are kind of the final 8 or so boards that we kind of picked. And to finally see them here is really good because there's a lot of different construction methods that they've used and a lot of different materials that they've used from the COVID waste. And it's good to see the different designs, and you can kind of tell some are going to work better than the others. But it's kind of interesting for shapers like me because we don't use these construction methods and what is actually possible. You know, it's there's a lot of different things that seem to be possible that, yeah, I'd like to look further into.
Any favorites you got here?
Yeah, I've got a couple of favorites, yeah.
Anyone you want to suggest, or you want to keep it to yourself?
When
Oh, you just win? Like he doesn't want to give it away. These are the 8 winners, but there's some favorites here. I think we're gonna make you ride one.
Oh, really? Okay.
Surprise to him. Hey, you know what? The action's hot and heavy in the water. We're not going to take you too long here, but again, the COVID-19 wasted edition here of the MEO Tourism Portugal Unwanted Shapes.
Thanks, Pete. Great stuff. Good insights from Bradley. Let's rejoin action out in the water as we were. No waves ridden during that cross, but guess what? We've got lines approaching here. Lines are approaching. Priority with Alyssa Spencer. Needs 8.72. She's already got a 9.43. She's got a 7.83 as the backup, and she desperately wants a wave. Final 40 seconds. She's got an opportunity here, Chico. If she can scratch into this, anything could happen. Let's see how this one goes down. It's been an absolute smoker of a heat. This is a massive wave for Alyssa Spencer. Off the bottom, driving a nice rail gouge out on the face, chattering off the bottom. That's sharper from her. And this one will go a little slopey through here. She'll just try and bide her time and hope for a big double up section. She'll stick close to the white water. She needs to attack in here, up into the lip with a big turn. She had to push it, and she'll go over, and we will hear the horn to end the heat there. I'm not sure that's the 8.72 she required.
Well, I think the question mark was there if she had made that last turn. And without that last turn, unfortunately, we're going to lose an informed surfer, Alyssa Spencer. She was...
You're absolutely right there. It does seem a shame to lose one of these two. They've been outstanding in the event, but that woman there has just impressed me every time I see her surf. She's showing something else, really stepping her game up today. She got challenged big time in terms of needing a huge number. And you know what? She caught the biggest wave basically we've seen all week and smashed it out for a high 9.67. That'll feel great. She'll come in with a little bit of a buzz. She seems pretty composed. And I think these two will share a nice little moment here because they'll know they've been in an absolute classic of a heat.
Yeah, they need to kiss each other and say, well, you got the better of me, but we both surfed really well, so congrats.
All right, well, wrapping up heat number 3 of around 60 of the women. Just have a look at those numbers. Alyssa Spencer losing with a 9.43 and a 7.83. 17.26 her total sees her eliminated because she came up against Shino Matsuda. 18.14, a 9.67 and an 8.47. Huge numbers for a Japanese surfer. All of that confidence will come through and come to play in the next round. The surf's going to be of a similar magnitude, so she'll need to revisit that skill set. Taking on the lip, taking challenges and being rewarded by our judging panel. We're going to go to a quick commercial break as we revisit a bomb on screen from Shino. Join us for more live action. We're going to bring Ben Mundy back in shortly, right after this.
welcome back to the sunny skies of Ribeira de Ilhas, the great Portuguese line. And look at those lines marching through the competition area. We've got amazing scenes here, amazing last heat. My name is Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by Dimity Stoyle, a former CT competitor, one of the greats from Australian surfing. And I'll tell you what, Dimity, we've just seen perhaps one of the heats of the whole event. That last one was incredible.
Oh my God, that was the best heat of the whole event. And can I just say that Shino Matsuda is my favorite surfer. I love watching her, and I haven't seen much of her before.
Well, you might have to get in line, Dimity, because I think Paul Evans is a #1 fan, so you might be #2. But yeah, she just to see that. I mean, there's big waves out there. You know, it's 6 to 8 foot or whatever you want to call it, but it's solid and it's huge. And she was just being so aggressive and just driving in big turns. I reckon it's an excellent snapshot of where their women's surfing is headed. And I reckon those two, we might be seeing a few of those battles between those two surfers over the next decade.
That was such a cool matchup. And Alyssa's been ripping so hard all year. And it just, for Shino to step up in that moment was really cool. I watched her at Huntington Beach, and she had some really nice moments there, just big, lip hitting in this massive shorey sections. And she didn't get the result like this. So it's nice to see her pull through with the win.
Yeah, exactly. It's she's such a talent. There's a real close knit group of Japanese surfers. They're all pushing each other. She's leading the charge. But we go straight on into the next one. Time rests for no one here in Portugal. We've got Yolanda Hopkins, the local hope. She's down there on the south coast, about 50 clicks or so south of Lisbon, so knows this area inside out. And Gabrielle O'Brien, so the young Hawaiian, coming up through the ranks. So a bit of a clash of styles. But two surfers, quite aggressive. You also like the big stuff, so I reckon it should be exciting, you think?
Yeah, definitely. This is a well-matched heat. Both of these girls are just pure power surfers. Yolanda's one of my favourite surfers to watch. She's just so strong, and I think Gabby Bryan's got those really similar qualities as well.
Yeah, exactly. The match up there. So these two surfers really know how to displace some water. And both really, really committed, and it's going to be a ding-dong battle. I mean, we can only but hope. So the first wave, ridden by Gabriella, so she comes around, she's finding a nice open section. This high tides is providing these massive open walls. She starts revving up, a little bit slow, but still doing a lot of spray now. She gets the skates on, a little drop wallet, adding a bit of flair, trying to finish it off nice here, nice carve, and finish off. So what did you like about that one?
Yeah, that was a
Demi?
good start. Good start. It's always actually really hard to back up a heat like that last one. With girls getting 9s in the previous heat, it's almost like you have to just know that happened so that you go out there prepared that maybe there might not be those 9s during this heat. But at the same time, they could have got so psyched from that and just want to go out and just copy and get 9s too.
Exactly, and she just surfed that wave well, didn't she? She didn't try and oversurf it or try and push, she just let the wave dictate what she did, and she surfed it well. She got some power, and she got it like a solid 6.83 off the bat, so that's just the start she would have been aiming for. I'm loving the colour of that green water in the Portugal waters, but yeah, let's go down and talk to the lady of the moment, Shino, down on the beach with Joanna Garnell.
I wish. I'm not quite there yet, man. I'm trying to look good, but anyway, how good was that heat? Shino, Alyssa, both you guys going blow for blow, so amazing. What goes through your mind when your competitor scores a 9.4 and you need a big score?
Yeah, I was need a big score, but I believe wave come, and yeah, I'm so stoked to get 9 points.
I mean, it must be confidence builder, especially when it was the last 5 minutes and you made it happen.
Yeah, I wanted just enjoy my surfing, and I'm so happy as I can what's happened.
We enjoyed it very much too. Congrats. 17th place at the U.S. Open. Now you're in the quarterfinals. Your thoughts on that dream of the championship tour?
Yeah, I want qualification, but I don't want to be nervous. I just want to enjoy.
Well, keep enjoying it because the performances are there. Amazing stuff. Gotta love this. That was a great heat.
Yeah, thanks Pete and thanks Sheena. Yeah, what a classic. She's Yeah, she's such a sweetheart, and she's saying, look, I don't want to get nervous. I just want to focus on the surfing, and she seems so. I mean, I think she's obviously learning English, and it's hard in second language, but she's finding a way. But she seems quite modest. But as soon as she gets in the water, she's just she's gnarly.
Oh wow, I just love the Japanese so much. I think they're my absolute favourite. Like, they cut to the mums on the beach while she was just absolutely ripping, and she hadn't even scored a 9 at that point. I would love to have seen their reaction after the 9, because they were just so much joy, and it was so nice to watch.
Yeah, I think we've got a star of the future there. So she's going on to the quarterfinals, and tomorrow it could be even bigger is the forecast. So she's going to be, look at this, with Gabriella Bryan. This was, oh no, sorry, my mistake. Yolanda Hopkins, she picks up a big set from out the back, just waits for this section to build up. Nice clean face, not very steep as yet. She banks around the corner again. Bit more aggression there, and then she likes to finish off here. She's not afraid of hitting those rocks if she needs to, and she's got a wave. In that instance, she makes the right decision to pull out. And there's the fan club, Portuguese fans down here backing their local hope. She surfed that well. It's a little bit of bump. She never really sort of got to do those. She likes to do those really sharp turns, doesn't she? She didn't get those in, but she surfed well.
Yeah, there was one really nice bottom turn right in the middle of that ride. She takes off here. It's a nice, like, slow start. She's just kind of reading the wave, carves into it. It's also like a lot of bumps, so it's hard to, you got to time your turns well. So another nice carve there. I think it was this bottom turn. It was just really nice and gave her a little release off the top. Comes around, does a nice carve there, throwing like a little bit of spray, which is good.
So yeah, well surfing. I know it's actually just out in the near the competitor zone, and she had a brand new certificate. It was her official 5th place in the Olympics certificate that the IOC had given it to her, and so she took that out. Obviously, not quite as impressive as a medal around your neck, but there's not many people. Well, Olympian. I'll tell you what, there's 2 people that's got a 5th place in the Olympics. So yeah, what a year she's had, and just shows you how much she's improved. I think you've probably seen her when she was a few years ago, but I really think she's stepped it up in the last couple of years.
Yeah, definitely. To be honest, I actually haven't seen her until I think last year they had an event here. Maybe it was the first time I watched her surf, and I was like, wow, she's actually surfs amazing, and I'd never heard of her before, and just have been a fan ever since.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's really just, and even that last year, I think she made the final and surfed really well and really committed, and that was the jump up. And ever since then, she's been training really hard. She's got a coach, and they've been working just pretty much 24 hours a day. She's just like, she gets up at 3:30 in the morning and does a 10K job, and she surfs. She's living at the surf camp where the surf coach and his wife live down there, and their kids, and she's just living there, and she's training and surfing, and got her eyes on the prize. And so far it's paid off. She's got a 5th place in the Olympics. She's sort of one heat off here, a quarter-final placing. So we'll see how she goes. So and look, this is Gabrielle Bryan, the Hawaiian. Nice looking wave in this. I mean, I know we're going to get in trouble for overstating it, but the old Bells Beach analogy just keeps coming out. It's a little bit lazy from the likes of me, but I tell you what, it's just so reminiscent, and she's just wrapping herself through the bowl. Sometimes that drone angle just takes a little bit of height and steepness off the wave. It's a little bit more steep an angle, but Gabriella, she's picking off the good sets. You see that it does give you a good shot of those rocks where the potential to land on those is quite dangerous. Reynolds Haynes there, he's been working with Gabriella and all of the Hawaiians, so not a bad guy to have in your corner.
Yeah, we all love Reynolds. He's just the best. He's just got the best energy, so anyone working with him is bound to do well.
What about your year, Demi? How would you? Actually, hold that thought, because I'll let you talk through this this replay.
So this is a better angle. It shows how nice this wave was, and wow, big snap off the top, comes around straight up into another one. So carve there, which was nice, and then just gets a little finish by the rocks here. So today is very Bells Beach-like. I think the most Bells Beach-like it's been.
Definitely, and I like that fact that often at Bells you get that where they just go blow for blow. So one server gets one way, and then right behind it you just sort of get to compare two waves quite clearly. It's high tide. There's less of those wash-throughs. But yeah, what about your year, Dimmy? You're a bit of, it's been a strange year for most people.
Yeah.
But yeah, how'd you find it? You're surfing some of those CT events. Also worked at the events. How have you been finding? Where are you at right now with your multifaceted career? I know you've got a lot going on.
I know, I do have a lot on. It's been amazing, really. The last year's been incredible. Just stuck in Australia. The waves have been pumping. So firstly, yeah, we released our surfing movie with Steph, Gilmore, Macy, Nikki, Tyler. And so that was really cool. We pretty much just did a few premieres on the East Coast and over in WA while the CT was on. So it was just really nice to release a surf movie. And
that's a bit of a radical gang to go on a little film tour with, isn't it?
It was like...
That sounds dangerous to me.
It's so fun. Like, the boys had their, the Griffin and Kalohe and all the San Clemente boys had the, what was it, Reckless?
Reckless Isolation,
yeah. So we were like the girl version. They copied us, obviously.
Yeah, I know, for sure they did. I saw you lot having fun. Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
you just don't need the orange shirts.
yeah,
You're loud enough
exactly.
it is,
We actually had rainbow hoodies, so they copied
That's
us
right.
with that as well. So
on the shoulders of giants.
come on, boys, get your own ideas.
Yeah, exactly. That was a brilliant film. It was so good to see all those great servers recommend it. And I also saw some of your clips. I mean, you're not one to talk yourself up too much, Timmy, but some of those Kira barrels, hey, they made me cry. Though. I was just going, I can't see any more of these barrels.
Kira has been so good to me this year. I don't know what's happened. I think, I got the best barrel I think I've ever had in my whole life maybe a month ago. And then about 2 weeks ago, I got another one. I was like, is this actually real? I don't it's the dreamiest wave on earth, and growing up in point breaks my whole life, it's just like I can't get enough of the sand bottom, and I think that's what threw me off here is that there's not too much sand on the bottom of this one. I think it's very rocky underneath, so I need that sand bottom point break to do well.
There was some amazing turns. And you're still competing. You're still obviously competing in the Challenger Series event. You'll go up to France after this.
Yeah, I'm so excited for France, and I'm actually really excited on this Challenger Series. It's such an upgrade for us. I mean, the QS for a long time has been hard work, and just to be rewarded with a Challenger Series where we can have less surfers, better locations, longer waiting periods, so everyone gets a chance for good waves, and it's magic. Like, look at the spots on tour we get to surf now.
Yeah, this is absolutely...
We're so lucky.
CT class. And the goal is obviously to qualify. That's still the number one dream.
Definitely. I think I'd love to get back on tour. I think what sparked this was the surfing movie that we released. When it was released, I'm watching it on a big screen in front of people, and I think I surprised myself with just how there was 5 of us in that movie, and 4 of the girls are on tour, and I just thought I should be there with them.
Yeah, and your surfing in that movie was at that level. You would never know who was on or not. I mean, I know Steph, some of the most, but your surfing was at that level.
Yeah,
I thought.
I think, and I just wanted to be back there with my friends, really. So I think Steph's pushing me. Try and get back on. She's coaching me, so hopefully she comes over to France and she can coach me there too. So
yeah, she's good over there. Yeah, well, not a bad coach to have. She knows a little bit about surfing, doesn't she?
Just a little.
She might not crack the whip hard enough, though. I think that might be her problem.
I actually think that she's too naturally talented to coach me, because she's Just
go do that. What do I do?
Yeah.
Good luck. Okay, so another big score dropping there for Gabrielle O'Brien, 6.83 and a 6.6. Really consistent surfing, posting big numbers, and that leaves the local Portuguese hope, Yolanda, just chasing a 7.2 to get in the lead. She's looking at this one. I don't know if that was a paddle. The judges might have to make a decision. Probably not. Oh, that's Gabrielle on the inside here, my mistake. But Yolanda, yeah, she's a Hopkins surname, her English, it's half Portuguese, half English, but has grown up all her life in Portugal. She's never lived anywhere else, and she's Portuguese, born and bred, and lived down on the south coast, initially on the Algarve side, but now is on the south coast. So a great story. She's had to battle quite hard to get where she is. Didn't have anything given to her, when she was young, and just worked really hard.
Yeah.
And that's there's something to be said for those surfers that have got obviously you have to have a lot of natural talent, but those surfers that just work so hard to get where they are, I like to hear those stories.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I think it's definitely part of the junior development process. Is like they need to learn, they need to almost get some knocks early, so it just gives them more fire. And if juniors go through and win everything and get given everything and get told how good they are, that kind of inflates their head, and then they stop trying as hard, I feel like. But it's nice to see someone work really hard, and it's paying off. It shows, surfing.
Yeah, exactly. She's really psyched. She's just now waiting for a wave. It's the first kind of extended lull that we've had in a while. This tide's still coming up. I mean, the swell is still pouring through. I think we can pretty much safely say that the swell's not going to be a problem for the next 3 days, really. We've got solid swell building. Tomorrow even being a longer period. It's crazy in this part of the world, isn't it? Do you think it can be 18 or 19 second periods? And that's,
it's unheard of.
Yeah.
It's unheard of. Probably wouldn't break at home. It'd just be too long, like one wave every half an hour.
They went from like Gold Coast to Narrabeen. Just one fucking poof.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there's so much energy and power in the Atlantic Ocean at the moment. And here comes the lump. Lander just looking this one off. She's got priority. She looks pretty interested in this one. I think she can't get it though, so she lets that one slide underneath.
And these girls would have prepared for this. They would have watched that heat beforehand and known, like, okay, this is part of my plan. There may not be, because that last heat just was non-stop. The sets were just pouring through the whole heat. So yeah, these girls definitely smart competitors. They would have watched that, planned for this, and so that's why Gabriella is in such a good position now, because she's just got 2 solid numbers. Yolanda has priority though, which is a good spot for her to be in.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly right. So you've just got to be so adaptable in this part of the world. As the fans still pouring down to the beach, it's warm outside. We're going to go to a short commercial break while there is a bit of a lull, and come back not too long after that. There's more live action. There's the green seas of the North Atlantic. There's 2 great surfers in the water. We'll see you right after this very short commercial break for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Here we go. We are back live here in Ericeira. Yeah, we are back live in the rocky shores of the Atlantic. Ribera de Islas, famous right-hand point break. And we've got a real ding-dong battle on our hands. So Gabriella Bryan from Hawaii doing really well on the ratings at the moment. Yolanda Hopkins, the local hope. As we see, it looked like Yolanda might have got a wave in that break. It's hard to judge from the, she always just battles so furiously and so fast all the time with her. That's a response they've got. But yeah, Demi, she waited for this and she's taken off.
Use her priority on this one. And nice big bottom turn. Love that. Love the way she draws that out. Starts off with a setup carve, comes around. Ooh, just gets a little bit off balance on that top turn. See if she can redeem herself on the end section here. And yeah, nice little snap there, but it was just very wobbly, that wave.
It was. It had a bit of a bump in the high tide. She just sort of, and that's her coach, John Tranter, who's been helping her out for the last couple of years. And you could see his initial was like a bit of disappointment. He said, no, stay positive. But yeah, I just think he probably thought that she probably just left a few points on the board there. She got that bit stuck on one of those turns and just couldn't really find the flow. So still a well-surfed wave, and it was a big wave, a big late drop, one of the big sets. She loves those big late drops, but at the moment 7.2 is probably not going to be enough to do that. But she's going to get obviously a lot closer, and it's going to be still pretty tight with 7 minutes remaining.
Yeah, that wave was just really hard to surf, and I think what she would need to look for now is maybe the second wave of the set, or an inside double up that just has that smooth face so she can really unleash on some nice turns.
It's a bit hard too with the boards, because on that wave it felt like she could have probably had just a bit bigger, a bit more length for the board, just allowed you to drive up and thing it. But then when it gets those real critical, sometimes those runners are steep and you don't want too much board, so it's a bit of a trying to work out exactly what board works for these conditions is pretty difficult.
And I really have no advice on this, because I could not surf this wave properly. Like, it was throwing me off. I don't know, the rock, you think you're in an amazing section, and then you go to do a big carve and rip right in, and then I was just bogging. So I think I'm used to more sucky, steep sections where I come from, but this definitely provides those steep sections. You just have to find them.
Yeah, and that's the key. So Gabriella found a few of those steep sections early on. Surfing really nice and calm. She just waited for this. There she goes. She sees a bit of a section, so she opens up. Nice turn, and then drives around the bottom again. So, just adding a bit of flair there. Something point of difference. And a nice finish. So, just really well surfed.
Yeah, and as you saw, the start of that last wave was so clean and smooth, like this one is now, but as it moves further in towards the rocks, it gets that bump and refraction from the high tide.
Yeah, and I think Yo's waves they've been a bit bigger, but they've just been breaking a little bit wider on the reef, and that means they're just a little bit not quite as steep as some of Gabriella's. You see the rocks there from the drone, so, and then just a nice backup. They've had 2 waves each, so it's been a patient sort of game after fireworks of the last one, which is often always the way. That turn was probably the money turn of the whole heat, and that's got Gabriella Bryant, Hawaiian, with a fairly convincing lead, still with some time and with priority on her side. So hopefully we'll see, a pretty big flurry, and this is the big one, a big late drop. She never really got to come to grips with this wave.
Yeah, so the difference in here is just quite simple, really. The waves Gabby's been taking have broken closer to the inside, and they're just a lot smoother and easier to ride. She did well here on this carve. That was my favourite turn of this wave. And then comes around, she throws spray on that, but just hard to...
And then ejects. Yeah, I think that second turn where that was probably the best sort of points-wise she could have got, and she sort of bogged it, and then that sort of put her behind the curl. But here she goes again. Not done yet. That's more like it. Nice open face carve. There's the lip to hit. She prefers to hit the lip when she can. So once she starts getting waves where the lip comes into play, I think she'll be more dangerous. And there's another one.
Here we go.
Can she ride out? And she does. And she'll like that. So crowd
was that
like
a
it
shaka?
too.
Did she throw a little shaka?
It's a low shaka.
That was cool. That was what we wanted to see from her. She caught an inside wave. Yeah, the low shaka. Inside wave, smooth face. And it gave her some really nice sections.
Yeah, and she did. She could be more aggressive, which she likes to do. She could hit the lip. So interesting here, yeah. Talk us through it, Demi, because she surfed this well.
Nice bottom turn here. Starts with a beautiful carve. Perfect way to set up, and then that snap straight into the lip. Comes around, carves again. And watch this wave build up here. So big bottom turn, big lip hit. That's a really cool finish. So that's going to be a good score.
Could have easily, with a combination of nerves and just it's so bumpy and it's so easy to fall off there, but she rode out really just almost through sheer will, and she's going to get a big score because she's hit some. She just hit the lip, she hit the pocket hard, and she finished. So the judges are liking that. A 7.83. It's probably a little bit surprised to both of us, if we're going to be honest, but you know what? The judge is rewarding pocket surfing and hitting the lip, and look at the crowd.
And
so
I'm backing that score just simply due to the fact that she hit the lip so hard, and I just know from my experience surfing this wave that it's so hard to do. So for her to ride out of that, that shows how powerful she is, and yeah, it was well rewarded by the judges.
Also like the fact that, you know, she was getting those big sets and they weren't quite paying off, so she switched it up. She went to the insiders, so she made an adjustment. But out the back, this is a wave right on the bowl section. Gabrielle Bryan needing a 7.24 with 2 minutes remaining, so this could be a game changer. First turn is strong, so she's got some rhythm here. She's waiting again. And there's another one that's right in the medius, so it's a bigger wave. And she's in the pocket, and there's another one. So already I think she's on the way here to a really, really good score. If she finishes it off, one more, and she likes that.
She loves it.
And you think if Yolanda's wave scored a 7.83, and that wave was it was bigger, and there was probably a bit more flair, you'd expect it to go north of that.
I'd say so for sure. That was a really well surfed wave, and she, you know, what a performance under pressure.
Yeah, but it's not done yet, because Hopkins never gives up. Well, it is over on that particular wave.
Still a minute 30 to go.
She was under pressure. She knew she had to potentially get a wave. She wouldn't have been able to see Gabby's, but she knew that she went all the way through. So still 90 seconds on the clock, still sets pouring through. So we are. Gabrielle's in no way done. She's motoring back out the back if she can get one. Hopkins on the inside. Look, Yolanda's seen a little wedge on the corner. She doesn't know what she needs, but you think she might need something on that wave if it doesn't work out. So 1 minute on the go on the clock. This is a difficult situation where the judges have to get this score right, but they also have to try and let the competitors know what they require. You know, I just think that was a very, very well surfed wave.
Yolanda's going to need another score.
She is, and an 8.5 for Gabriella, so right on the money. And that means now that Yolanda Hopkins needs a 7.5, and obviously gettable, but what she doesn't have right now is time. 30 seconds. That was clutch surfing from Gabriella, under pressure, and absolutely delivered, as all these surfers have been doing, haven't the last few weeks.
That was an incredibly surfed wave, and just, bigger wave, steeper sections, more.
It's even in that first turn you felt, okay, she's going for this. She
was so fired up.
Didn't play it safe, which the judges loved. You know, she didn't wait to make sure she was in the scoring part of the wave. She sort of attacked it from the very first bottom end turn, and at the end, that's the difference. She's got through. You can see the disappointment. It's a big opportunity for Yolanda Hopkins at home in a big Challenger Series event. I mean, around 16, it's not the end of the world. It's still some points, but that quarterfinals where things get the big points are.
Yeah, this losing in this round always stings. It's just almost a result, and it's not. So
yeah, it's just not.
Yeah, it's just not. If you want to qualify, it's not.
Yeah, fair enough, exactly. But
it's a great experience, though.
It is, and she'll take that eventually. Right now, there'll be sort of steam coming out the ears and a lot to process, but she's good at that. But that, let's talk about Gabriella, because she was the one that, always had the lead, surfed, she surfed 3 waves that were all surfed really well, didn't make a mistake.
Yeah.
And a deserving winner.
Perfectly surfed heat, really.
So, really well done. Reynolds Haynes will be happy with that. Another one of his charges getting through. And, a really, really strong performance.
Team Hawaii.
Team Hawaii. They're always dangerous, but they've been setting some big turns and big scores today. Right now, though, we're going to go for a break. We'll be right back with more live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira right after this. welcome back to the smiling, happy faces there of the Hawaiian posse. Gabriella Bryan, just sort of really convincing display out there and some serious juice. She'll calm, she'll compose, Pete, Mel, and she's got every reason to be happy. She's into the round of, well, the quarterfinals, and with more swell coming. She's one happy Larry.
And it feels like, quarterfinals, a good result. She's already way up there in the rankings, so this is going to be another solid result. Ultimately, she gets through a couple more heats, makes another final. You would have to say pretty much a lock for that top 6.
Yeah, she's definitely within touching distance. I suppose that'll be the key to her, just trying to ignore that.
Right.
For the next
We'll
two
keep
heats.
reminding.
Yeah. Well, I wonder where she's going to hear it. Well, she's going to hear it from us.
Yeah.
But she's and deservedly so. You don't fluke 20 heat wins in a row, do you? You know what I mean? It just, there's no luck. If you get to the final of any of these events, or even the semis, you've just you've done 6 or 7 heats against strong opponents. So luck's not an issue. She's made her own luck, and she's surfing very well. We move on to the next one though. Breeza Hennessy, the former CT surfer, surfed the CT this year and trying to get back on. Another Hawaiian, Kiala, Tomoda Barnett. So there's some big names coming up. Breeza will be the top seed. But Kiala's been impressive throughout the tournament. She's been just slowly going about her business. And she's got a crack at a woman-on-woman final in the Challenger Series events. No small thing. She were already stoked where she's at.
Well, they've had a few heats to watch that some performances were next level. I mean, that Shino Matsuda, Alyssa Spencer heat was just incredible to watch. Obviously the caliber of surfing, but the fact that they were going wave for wave. Same thing happened in that last heat between Gabrielle Bryant and Yola Hopkins. I could see that the beach were split. There was cheers. Yolanda had a full crew, and every time she stood up, they were giving as much as they could cheers-wise. It's fun to watch.
Yeah, really. I wonder if we'll look back on that heat between Sheena and Alyssa Spencer and think, that was just the start of their. I think both those two showed enough just in that one heat to know that they've got such a strong career coming their way, and they might be fighting it out in that CT for a long time to come, I'd imagine.
Yeah, and Alyssa, I think, actually thrives on that competition aspect of it. Similar to, say, an Andy Irons used to kind of put, create some rivalries to get motivated. Andy and Kelly were a prime example of that. Kelly was always the Yoda aspect of it, kind of mental games, whereas I think that Andy Irons was always one that was physically just like in your face kind of mentality, and so it kind of was this great contrast in their rivalry. And Andy came out on top on a couple just crazy ones, and usually Kelly was always the guy who was invincible, right? Didn't have a kryptonite.
Yeah, and found one.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, like those rivalries, in which we like to see, right?
It's actually important for any sport, isn't it?
Yeah.
All sports been elevated by great rivalries. You get to sort of almost choose your camp or choose your man
Giants
or woman.
Dodgers coming up.
Exactly.
Baseball.
Giants Dodgers. And
that's one that's coming up for us right now.
What are you?
Come on, Dodgers. No, kidding. No, I'm Giants. NorCal. No, it's NorCal, SoCal, pretty much. LA Dodgers,
California Derby. Okay,
yeah.
Right. Good. All right. Well,
I'm up in NorCal and San Francisco Giants.
Yeah, I'm Giants then. If you're Giants, Pete, I'm Giants.
Right, good.
Yeah,
Better be.
I've picked my team. I'm all Giants. But yeah, and Alyssa.
That's a good rivalry.
She lost, but she was in here yesterday, and she's only 18, I think 19. She's sort of smallish in stature, and quite quietly spoken. But you could just see that there's steel there. There's that sort of, you could sense that she was sort of confident in who she is and where she's going, and she missed out today. But yeah, I think it won't be long before she's making her mark.
She can take a lot from that heat too, because there was those moments that she was, had to produce a score, and she went out there and did it, right? And that, just doing that alone, even though it goes back and forth, and you come out unfortunately with the loss, it's still the fact that you hear that you need a number, right? That's an excellent or more number, and to be able to produce it under that type of stress is an experience that, that's what one-on-one heats are about, right? There's those moments where you're really both trying to get 16-point heats, 17-point heats, 18-point heats, that you're both battling for, 8s and 9s. I mean, it's exciting for us fans, but as a surfer, there's nothing better.
Yeah, exactly. It's so true, and you're under the pump and you deliver. Unfortunately, Sheena came back and did it again. There's been some paddling going on. Both surfers just been unable to get off the mark. Basically, they've been paddling kind of ferociously. This high tide is playing up, but right now we're going to go down and talk to Gabriella Bryan, the winner of the last heat.
That's right. Congratulations. That was a very tough one, huh?
Yeah, for sure. The waves just like stopped in our heat. There was very few opportunity, and me and Yolanda went. Every wave counted, and she went back and forth, and I was so happy that that last wave came in, and I was able to get the score.
Real nail biter there at the end.
Yeah, for sure. I made a little bit of a mistake, and I let her go under my priority, and she got the score. And I saw a set coming, so I just went out there in a position, and it came. And I knew if I got the wave, I could do the surfing, so I'm really happy the wave came.
And did you see the heat before with Shino? You're up against her in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, I saw that heat, and I saw the nines from the channel. They had so many waves in that heat, and everyone at this point surfs so good. So it's every heat is going to be tough from here on out.
Well, you're doing great as well. We wish you luck in the next round.
Thanks, Joanna. And thanks, Gabrielle. Yeah, she seems pretty cool that Yolanda did get a wave. It was under her priority, and that can rattle you sometimes when you think it might be a mistake made, but she didn't. She stuck to her guns and came through the goods.
In hindsight, and watching that kind of paddle go down, to me personally, I watched that wave. I was like, that's a good wave to let go because it didn't have a ton of scoring potential in it. Obviously, here those inside waves can get can give you opportunities, and that's where Yolanda was able to pick up the number.
Yeah, it's Breeza Hennessy. So she's first wave. Just 30 seconds before a restart might have started, so she's got this underway, and she's fanging down the line. It's a smaller wave, some bump on it. She's dealt with that well. She knows the tide's coming in. You just got to get some scores on the board, and that's not a bad way to do it. That was good, smooth surfing. Start to see those rocks will start to come in on that end section. Town and Country logo.
Glenn Pang. That's the model board, Glenn Pang, and we see a lot of surfers using those boards on the North Shore. And you know what? This has some emulations of the power of the North Shore. So the board obviously looking really good under her feet, just crisp as can be, even negotiating all of this lump and bump. A lot of power in the wave. Timing there with the backwash. Didn't want to make any mistakes in the first wave. You're right about that, 30 seconds before the restart. And obviously when you make that decision, you're like going, oh, I got an advantage because I'm picking up the wave before anyone else does. Now we only have 20 minutes left, and she's already got a number on the board. Yeah, so it's a big advantage to take that opportunity and go for it.
Yeah, it's a tricky wave to surf. She surfed it really, really well, and you can just see there what the end point is there if you go too far. And picking up some really big numbers. So 7.67. I think the judges, they're starting to work, they know this tide's coming in. I think they're sort of just changing the scale just to the right amount because, if you surf a wave, it's super difficult and you surf it that well, then they're going to reward you, and it's a big score.
Yeah, it's not excellent, but it's a very good wave. And to me, that's, again, I think that's the best thing. If you can kind of, in judging, there's the different parts of the scale. There's the excellent, which is 8 to 10. There's the very good, which is 6.5 to 7.9. And that to me was a very good wave. It was surfed well. It wasn't a bigger set wave, but it had the great line through it. She was able to get a nice aggressive snap on the first turn and get the finish. So in my eyes, it was a very good wave. It came in at the 7.67, which is just under very good, almost excellent. So again, just if you can just package it up first, you go, okay, was that a good wave? Yeah. Was it a very good wave? Yeah, it was a very good one. So okay, all of a sudden now it's between a 6.5 and a 7.9, and where it fits in the scale there.
Yeah, exactly. You can see a great shot there. The paddle you need to do to get back out to the lineup.
It's a little shorter than this morning, though.
Yeah, true. That high tide has compressed the area just down to a sort of lazy 500 yards, not the 800 yards that you get on low tide. Yeah, I think we were talking to, I mentioned Connor O'Leary and Wade Carmichael here, and they were like, look, probably the only place they sort of could work out they had a lineup this sort of vast in terms of competitive areas was Sunset. They're like, it's the only sort of wave where you can sit, that potentially far apart in the lineup.
Yeah, your lineup says, okay, you're sitting here within a 10-yard zone, but reality, it's more like a 30 to 40 yard zone where you're actually going to be able to catch a wave.
Exactly. There's, you know, like the same set might deviate by 50 yards depending on where you are, the vagaries of the reef and the tide. So, but yeah, as the high tide, as it comes in, it compresses a bit more on the single spot. Everyone here in Portugal coming down to the beach. It's a warm day out there. It's just a perfect kind of late sort of afternoon heat. It's board shorts and bikinis, and all the people can enjoy it. We've obviously all the COVID restrictions lifted at the start of the week. So there's
still lots of people wearing masks around here, though. I think that people want to keep it safe, and so like grocery stores,
for sure,
right?
Yeah.
And anywhere inside, they're still highly recommending around here, which people are abiding by. But at the beach, outside, bring it on. Masks off, bikinis out.
That's right. They're safe down there, and yeah, loving life. They got to support their local hope in that last heat. And she didn't quite make it. Next up, we've got India Robinson, who's been really, really impressive throughout. Just so much rail work.
Fire, right?
So much power. And
Ariane Ochoa, too. Good opportunity for her.
Yeah, the bass surfer knows its way very well. Probably this could be a real breakthrough performance. Actually, for the both of them, to be honest, if they can both can get through this next heat, that's
they can't both get through. Sorry, it's not going to happen. One is going down.
I'll tell you what, if it did happen, there'd be some big questions getting asked, wouldn't there? Yeah, if whoever gets through is going to have a you know, probably it'd be a big result, big career move for them. So that's to come up.
Well, equal ninth here. You know, it's 3,500 points, but again, we're talking about top 6. Only 6 women are going to get a spot on the championship tour out of, you know, the 64 that started here. So it's you know, it's a small percentage.
Yeah, and that's what Timothy Stoll just said. She said, look, this round stings. Look, you think it's a result, it's just not. Like, if you want to qualify in there, and she's a competitor in this series as well, she's like, look, it's just, you know, it might in some weird world get through the line somewhere, but realistically, you've got to get
like even
this.
3 quarterfinal finishes, right? You know, which would be a solid number of points, but it's still probably not enough, right? You need to, if you're going to keep a quarterfinal in your scoreline, you have to have a final probably in there as well, right? Consistent semis, yeah, you get 3 semis, you're a lock.
Okay, and Breezer staying busy. She's already got a score. Oh, that's a nice open face carve. Spread the wings, and there's another nice technical cutback. She's feeling it. She's just really smooth. And even though it petered out, she's got some numbers in. She's backed up a 7.67, and that'll get Gala even more worried because that was under priority. It was, you know, well surfed, and she's going to probably be in a combination position with half the heat gone. So difficult.
Well, let's take a look here again. See the takeoff. She fades slightly, and it's a setup for the timing for the first move. Goes into the carve and then rips it back, similar to that one there. Wave kind of dies out after the carve, so not real attack in the lip, but of course the wave didn't really have that opportunity. But it's a backup score to the 7.67.
Yeah, well surfed, smart sort of thinking, and smart surfing out the back though. Looks like Giala just can't get a sort of chip into that one. It's one of those weird sort of situations where there's solid lines, you know, 6-foot sets, but they're lully, and the high tide can still impact on it, although as we see some lines out the front, so now she's just praying that they don't break too far out or they land on the thing, but she's in the right spot. She's waited a long time for this set, so hopefully she can get her heat rolling with one of the bigger sets so far. Where it breaks, you know, she'll have to readjust. Even now she's have to readjust as the tide comes up, looking around.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mirage, right? It feels like you want to just paddle out to it, when in reality it'll roll in, it'll take its time to break. And then every once in a while there's that set that does break.
There you go, so she's positioned herself beautifully on this wave. Comes around, there's a nice strong carve. Another one, it's a wide stance, but she always just managed to get that front foot and dig it in deep, and that's a bit, somehow.
Yeah, you know what? She unweighted, you know, in the lip, which is a good thing to do. But you almost want to, if you're going to do it that way, you want to keep your pressure to your front foot. So it punches through the lip. You're actually putting pressure on the lip. She unweighted and then got detached from her board.
Yeah, and she somehow reconnected in quite an awkward fashion. Like, I thought she was in danger of landing on it awkwardly, but then she sort of stuck with her feet. But yeah, as soon as she, as you say, she fell from the lip, she was in trouble.
Yeah, and we'll take a look at it here. The carve to start, a good engaged rail throughout the maneuver. Judges like that. The snap cut a bit short, knowing that she needed to be down the line, and then tags it, and then, yep, just went high side. It actually almost feels like the board got ripped from her feet slightly. A little better angle here from our roving camera. Right on the shoreline. Yeah, just complete detachment there, and did land, and that's always tough too when you detach and you're almost on the fall and you still put your foot back down. That's the way injuries happen. Let's see if Brisa's going to whip on this one.
Just tucked through a solid wave out the back and can't catch the end of it. There's that corner you want. Just paddling back out. She'll know that she was, you know, and that's the other thing at this lineup. You can be a metre away from, you know, a joy. You know,
yeah.
Just a metre to the wrong side of that foam, you're never going to get around it. And unfortunately for Brisa in that particular, she missed it, but she's still got a super strong heat lead. That score coming in for Cal's 3.67. So, you know, it's not combination land yet, but at the moment she needs a 9-point ride. So she's up against it. She's got 11 minutes with which to try and take out the current CT surfer, Brisa Hennessy. As soon as we come back, we're going to have more live action. See India Robinson warming up. It's going to be a big, big heat after this. Thank you anywhere, folks. The MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira is go, and Portugal is pumping. We are live back here at Ribeira de Ilhas as we see Brisa Hennessy from the drone taking off on a lovely set wave. It's soupy and it's frothy, but it's big, and she drives through that soup with a hot spoon. She's absolutely dealing with all this foam. It's got some power behind it. She waits for this. She's had to recheck. She knew it was bumpy. She's managing well to hold on to this. She'll try and finish it off. Nice turn. She's not done yet. She is done because there's rocks right there. So a really technically difficult wave to surf, but she managed it really well. Meanwhile, at the back behind her, surfing through the track of Brisa's wave is Kiala, and she kicks out.
Ooh,
so
strategic move here to see if she's going to get herself back out to priority before Brisa, because Brisa was a little bit further in, it looks like. The guys pulling back.
Good old-fashioned paddle battle going on, hopefully. Probably the most exciting things I find in surfing. But yeah, she did, because I think Brisa was, there it goes. Brisa was a long way down that point after her wave.
Yeah, and that, you mentioned that there's some of these waves will finish right on the sandy shore, kind of in front of the scaffold, in front of the crowd there, and then there's 10 yards to the left if you keep riding, and that's where that just menacing zone is. And right now, with the way the tide is and the way that the waves are surging, it is much smarter to kick out than try and actually go for a big move right there.
Yeah, the risk versus reward there is just way out of control, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, like the points.
It's not worth it. I mean, that would be basically peeling you off the rocks.
Yeah, 0.5 of a point. 0.5 of a point or death.
Yeah.
I mean,
well,
you
one or the other. I want that 0.5. Some of them do.
She goes, yeah, this was, as I said, it was soupy, but she still did well, Pete.
Well, the first turn especially, a bit of foam in the face, and trying to pick that second, third wave of a set is smart, being that usually it'll clean up, but sometimes there's a wave that's just too big, and this one had a lot of foam in it. So it was always going to be a challenge to ride all the way through. We saw actually the next wave after that was Kiala's wave, and see, it was a bit smoother once again, because that second wave's not as big. It doesn't create the foam, it just smooths out the lineup.
Yeah, and a bit steeper. Still been quite lateral though. Kiala, nice surfing, good calves. So that'll get her at least back in the game. 6.17.
It's right there.
So, you know, that's better than Breeze's backup at this stage. Although Breeze's that big wave yet to come in. So Kiala is at least, you know, she's given herself a fighting chance with 7 minutes to go. She's got a 6. She'll back herself to get, you know, a large number if the right wave comes, and she's got priority. So
Yeah,
she's given herself a chance.
Sound choice, right? To kick out before Brisa and get back out into the lineup, actually picking up a number that's better than Brisa's backup score, at least for now. Although this number's coming in, and it's going to change things again.
Yeah, that big wave, it was big. She carved it all the way to the end, so the judge is giving her a 7.8, so better than that one. So that again puts Kiala not in combination, but as close to it as you want to be. 9.30 she needs now to get in to that first place. Some big numbers.
That's right.
That's right up there. So still, as Cole Bunning says, while there's life, there's hope, and she's still, you know, still got a mathematical chance and, you know, of doing this.
And we've heard and seen the 9s that have happened today. So generally, I would say Kiala is thinking about that, going, yeah, I'm capable of it. There's been these heats that are going back and forth, so it's kind of the vibration that's been happening with the universe. I'm going to play into it. So I'm going to will the next 9-point ride coming to me. I mean, and even just an 8-point ride, if she betters any of Brisa's waves, it's all of a sudden that momentum is going to shift, and all of a sudden the pressure is going to go back over to Brisa. Brisa's going to have to, you know, control it, right? And all of a sudden you feel like the momentum's shifted your way.
Yeah, as Gabriella Bryan at last hit, you know, look, I just needed a wave. I was confident that as soon as a wave came, I could do enough for my surfing, and I think Cal's in that same situation now, just saying, give me an opportunity and I'll be able to, you know, do my best. So India Robinson just getting ready for that next heat. See the sort of the heat shimmering off that sand, can't you? And she's been really impressive throughout the course of the day. She's ranked down 41 or 42nd on the 41st on the rating, so she's going to get some big points. But here's a recap of how we got here. Brisa Hennessy, who just got off a really strong start. This wave wasn't caught to the 20-minute mark of the heat, so she waited 10 minutes for it. But as soon as she got up and riding, she meant business.
She did, you know, and this was that early in the heat, considering that there was no other waves ridden for a while, that she made the choice to catch this wave before the restart, and then it gave her the momentum. It actually gave her the first real score in the heat, put the pressure on to Kiala, and then this nice size set wave unleashed on the first maneuver there. Most of the points coming from that exchange on the outside, but also the smooth work she does on the inside here.
Yeah, that was kind of double overhead at the start, wasn't it? And then she's just weaved away. Every turn, every second she got, she dealt with so well. And you know, she's only young, but she's got CT experience. That was a great carving turn from Kiala. Probably those first 2 turns got her back in the business with a 6.17. She still needs a big score. Just a bit steeper wave would have helped her. I like her style. I like the way she engages that rail from the hole through all the turns. But she's up against it. Brisa Hennessy, such a well-rounded, great surfer. Just the background of it's a great surfing story, isn't it? You know, I grew up in the surfing spots of Costa Rica, spent a load of time in Hawaii, and now our surfing parents have moved to Fiji and Namotu. So
yeah, they're running the camp there.
They're running the camp there.
Running the deal. It's like, hey, I'm going to be your surf guide today, and we're going to go over to restaurants and grab a couple waves, or then we'll do swimming pools, and then cloud break for the afternoon sesh.
Yeah, so that's just like, that's a commute. That's their commute.
Right? Yeah.
Their commute.
There's zero traffic in that one.
25-minute boat ride.
Hey, you're in my anchorage.
To a cloud break. So, yeah, I mean, and for all that, you'd want to dislike the girl, but yeah, she's so goddamn likable that even she's brilliant. And
jealousy's not a fun thing to have.
And
right?
why it's such a well-rounded surfer too, because you know she on her backhand she's lethal. Growing up in those surfing more recently on those lefts, she's got beach breaks down pat, and she's had loads of time in the Hawaiian juice, so there's no sort of conditions that phase her. Burst on the scene in that first rookie year and had such an incredible year. I found that really difficult, that sophomore year, the difficult second album, as they call it. Often hard to get that.
You have
especially
a hit in the first year, and all of a sudden you got to go back it up. Yeah,
it's a weird. It's happened all the time. What do you reckon the reasons for that may be?
I would say there's a certain level. Okay, so you come on tour as a fresh face, so all of a sudden you have this fresh look and fresh feel to it, right, for the judges, and then it feels like that next year, if you're not coming in refining things slightly, maybe making things better. All of a sudden it's just not as easy as to get those numbers before when you're a fresher look, right? Especially if you're coming up against, heavy hitters, right? That generally, if you finish land lower in the rankings, your seeding is going to be a bit tough. You're going to have to come against all of the top surfers coming in. And even the QS warriors, some of those folks that are coming in are going to be fresh faces, and you come up against them, and then all of a sudden they're doing errors or something, So that kind of thing, the second year, you need to refine yourself a bit, come into it even harder, even if you had a great rookie year.
Yeah, exactly. The surfing world moves pretty fast. And Breeze, after that great rookie year, this year has just struggled to get the momentum, and it's been a stop-start year. That's another factor as well. Travel restrictions and all sorts of different issues. But there's Breeze's mum.
She's doing telepathy there.
Yeah, I mean,
right? Trying to steer your kid with your head. It's like, honey, you need to be over here. Now, listen to me now. Listen closely.
Yeah.
You need to move to the right.
Just do it. They've been a great travelling companions, those two, and a real great team. Great to see mother-daughters, just being able to hang out and travel 24/7. That's a sign of a pretty solid relationship.
The Motu, though, I mean, it kind of feels like you're on permanent vacation. I mean, of course, there's you're managing something which I'm sure is work, right? So you got to deal with some of your guests getting a little bit too loose on the skull.
Yeah.
What are they called again?
Basically, you've got Australian surfers staying there, mate. I mean,
I didn't want to put a
you're looking
label.
out for Australian surfers, and that has its challenges. And she does a
skull
great
drags. That's what they are.
Yeah, the skull has a great job of it. Here we go, though. So this is Kiara. She's got 35 seconds. This is the last chance. She needs a 9.3. It's going to be a massive score if she gets it. She's looking confident. Cut down. It's a little bit hung up. There's another top turn, and she comes out. So it's a really well-ridden wave, but I think you can tell by the body language it wasn't quite enough. Breeze's mum doesn't think it's enough.
Katie's like, yeah, I think we're good.
15 seconds still remaining. She looks like her daughter is going to go through to the quarterfinals. A big result. She wants to get back on that CT, and I think it's where she belongs. To be honest, I think she's an elite level. And
that's why
exclamation mark on that point I just made. She's got that, so she's a really elite level. This young woman, and
it feels good.
She wants to be back where she belongs, and that's a big step in that regard. Really well surfed, really solid heat total, and she'll be dangerous if and when the serve even gets bigger tomorrow. So Kiara, she looks disappointed as well. She might be, but I think she might look back on this event, and not even the experience she's gained, for the result. The surf has just done. Had to move to go to France with a new confidence, but it's all about Breeza Hennessy.
Right now, Breeza sits in that 5th position on the Challenger Series rankings. She didn't do great at the U.S. Open with 25th, but she's had some other QS results she said to carry over. So
I'll tell you what, and this is going to be a huge score. So I think that one big searing hack was worth probably her best turn of the whole heat. So she's just going to add some icing to that cake that was already done and dusted. So great surfing. This is the one from Kiara. She needed a big score. And as soon as this wave went a little bit fat here, it's pretty much all over, and she did a massive punt or something really magical. She rode out well, she surfed great, but unfortunately that was never going to be enough.
Yeah, so there was an event at the very beginning of the season last year, the Corona Open in China, which was a QS 5000. She won, so she ended up with 5,000 points for that reason right there. So got that, plus whatever results here to add to her liking, plus 2 more events. Matter of fact, one in a place that she knows very, very well in Haleiwa.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if we don't see Breeza Hennessy in that top 6 spot on the Challenger Series. Personally, that's my prediction, but she's still got some work to do here just yet.
Well, I think that will. Semis in our final, and then that's a huge step toward the quarterfinals. I think right there, that kind of keeps that question mark there. But you get semis in our final next.
Yeah, most definitely. Righto, we're going to go for a short commercial break and come back with more live action right after this.
Blazing a trail towards the championship tour is what elite athletes are trying to do, and that long and windy path for the moment involves negotiating Ribeira de Liaz, the venue for the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. Out the water right now, heat 6 of a round of 16. We'll see India Robertson of Australia take on Ariana Ochoa from the Basque Country, Euskadi, up on the north coast of the Iberian Peninsula. Sets absolutely pumping down the point here. Great energy out and about down on the beach. Good energy in the studio with myself, Paul Evans, alongside Peter Mel. Mate, we're just lapping this up. This is so fun to see it go down.
Did you have a coffee? You had a coffee.
Had a couple.
Yeah, good for you. You came in fired up. That could get me fired up. Yeah. Oh, a little piece of cake. I missed the cake. Dang it. That's me. I like my sweets. Let's see this one. I like it. This is, we just watched a good heat. Good battle between Brisa and Keala now. India against Ariane.
Yeah, it's going to be good to see how this one goes down. India Robinson has looked real strong. Sort of places on the way where she's been putting her turns. Ariana Ochoa has competed well. She got through a couple of close heats, not by massive margins. So let's see the difference now as we go to surfer-on-surfer competition. It's really going to take... I mean, overall, it has that CT feel, but also it just feels like if you want to get the CT as well, you're going to have to show us that kind of surfing, right, Pete?
Yeah, and that, we were touching on that, Ben and I were, in regards to, you know, the confidence that Alyssa, as we watch the replay here already. Big number coming in for India Robinson. Outside work done. Look at, she's one to actually go at this last final section, even if there's big rocks. Nope, she kicks out. Very smart, because those things look jagged today, especially with the surging of the water into, and then now she's up again.
Robinson on a rail and back into it again on an absolute smoker of a wave. Nice pressure off the rail from her. That carving turn she's got on lock, and it's not easy to do out here with some bumps. Meanwhile, Ochoa behind her. She'll go into a meaty looking section for Ariana. Look at the size of this as she will succumb to a section that will rattle off away from her. It's a big wave for a bass surfer, unable to get too much done, but I love the carving of India Robinson early on. Judges didn't mind it either. 8.57 drops in for India. She's got another score to come in too, so she's going to be well on her way in this one.
Third wave of the set for Ariane. The first snap, and then this one starts to load up. Got to close out. A little late to be able to throw that one up. But again, just paddles right back out into the set wave. Beautiful arc, drives the rail through, bumps, everything else. Twice she does that. And then it loads up heavily on the rocks there, and she kicks out. I mean, she took off, what, midway out, right? It wasn't even on the main takeoff zone. This will be a good angle to kind of showcase how close she is to the rocks right here. It's like that section's loading up, and it's like they're there. She rides out of a turn. She's basically putting herself at high risk.
Ochoa pulling the trigger from deep up the point, off the bottom again, holding that bottom turn, just managing to sneak through an absolute chomper of a lip that comes down. She comes through clean. She's all right. She's back and steaming towards the lineup. This one has been blessed with pumping sets coming through. While we wait for scores to go through from that last exchange, let's hear it from Brisa Hennessy. She's down with Joanna.
That's right, Paul. Thanks. Wow, that was very impressive. Were these the conditions you were expecting for today?
Yeah, the seconds were like super high. So yeah, I didn't actually know what to expect, but I know it was going to be an amazing day, and there was going to be some epic performances. We already like witnessed that all morning. But yeah, I specifically went to my favorite bakery to fuel up for today for sure.
And you've been really consistent throughout the whole event. Your goal is certainly the first place, right?
Yeah, I think actually I've changed up my strategy, and yeah, like I said, this year has been kind of crazy for us all, and I think it's actually more important than ever to truly take it, you know, each moment, you know, try to enjoy every moment and to slow down. So I'm really trying to live up to that, and yeah, I think just enjoy the moment. I'm so grateful to be in Portugal, so that's my mentality.
Absolutely. Routine's working for sure. Back to you guys.
Hey, Joanna, real quick, you got me still? Darn it. I wanted to know where that bakery was, because I'll tell you, that woman right there, Brisa Hennessy, an amazing baker. Crazy.
So she's backing it, you know it must be good.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. That bakery, because she knows how to bake. Believe me, I've had her cookies. Amazing.
23 minutes remaining of half an hour in this heat, and already our Australian Robinson, she's got a spring in her step. She's also got 14.57 out of 20 points.
That'll add to that spring.
On the board already in this, that excellent number to open it up, and she'll just back that up with a 6. As Pete mentioned, didn't go maybe even a third of the way back out of the lineup. Saw an opportunity, unleashed a couple turns, good enough for 6. Ariana Ochoa. She's on struggle streak currently, got plenty of time, but she needs to basically, well, she just get a couple of waves.
That's that applied pressure, you know, the India was able to do early. She picks up the 8.57, and as a competitor, you hear the first score read in the heat, 8.57. You're like, uh-oh, I've got some work to do. Then you got to tell yourself, I can do it. And that's that questioning, you know, applying yourself pressure on there. And she's like, you know, do I have to surf a little bit different? And, you know, the question marks, you know, pop into your head.
And you'd probably be thinking, surfers like this, when they're doing their training, you know, they live in places, we all get decent-sized swells, but maybe if you're training for an event, you probably wouldn't go and surf 6 to 8 foot waves. Like, you'd probably go to a beach break somewhere. It's going to be more likely what you might encounter in part of your training. So maybe not quite as used to surfing this kind of size. And if you get a couple of slips, false starts, get behind a section, those things that happen to Ariana, that's going to hit your confidence further.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, definitely. So I guess if you're thinking about it now, the Challenger Series is set up that we're going to have some world-class venues. I mean, we're headed over to Hosgore. This is a world-class venue here in my eyes.
Great looking wave for Ariana as she looks to claw back some points on the board. Doing some good work early on. A smaller one, she had a couple of absolute smoking bombs that ran away without it. This one, the energy just dialed down a bit. Hers is good though, as she'll snap up high, pushing that turn through a super critical section. Won't get a completion through there. She'll get straight back on that board and get motoring back out for the lineup. She's improving. She rode that wave all the way to the end. Didn't get the completion, but it's better stuff from her.
Wave size looks good. It's not one of the huge set waves, which means that generally it's going to keep and stay open through the inside and maybe load up if we have a good angle with the swell. It's starting to point on the reef, so generally it'll start to, but this one didn't really steepen until the very end section and then not able to complete the move. So this is an opportunity now for India to really put some extra pressure on there with this next exchange. If she can utilize this priority and put another 8 up there, that's going to make things very difficult for Ariana.
And those are the kind of turns Ariana needs to be nailing, really. Like, we know she can do that kind of thing. She needs to execute that. No real room for error now. Your opponent's already on 14.5 points with tons of time left.
And that's that one-on-one competition, right? It's you know, you against your competitor, and that's it. So any mistake is actually extra compounded by that.
So this is India just getting cleaned up here, just on the inside and taking some serious water. As you see a burst through, you see how much push there is on this wave, right? You see it just kind of from above, you can just see it get dragged back towards the shore. Then you eventually see the sweep of the current. That white water just moving from the right of your screen to the left. That'll help her a little bit. A couple more strokes, get into that smoother water and make her way back into the lineup. But so far, looks like she's getting a little debrief there from our water photographer. She seems pretty happy, as well as she should be. She's doing really well in this heat already. Plenty of time left to run. As our swell continues to fill in, our tide does the same. Get towards the top of that tide. We're looking pretty good. Yesterday we kind of wrapped things up, looking pretty good to go through the tide. Right, Pete? It's
well,
big.
I mean, it's 4 o'clock's the high tide, so we're actually going to be pretty much, we're there. What time is it?
Another hour.
Another hour, yeah. I mean, we're on heat number 6. We have another hour. We'll be finishing right on high tide. Yeah, I would say that we are pretty confident that we'll be finishing up and be able to get a surf ourselves out there.
Lots of stuff happening down on the beach. Joanna Garnell is out and about. Joanna, what have you got for us?
Well, I've got India's #1 fan. Can't get enough of her.
Yeah, India's doing really good in this heat, and I'm super happy. I'm definitely her #1 fan down here. She's my really good friend, and I'm so happy she's crushing this heat.
And have you been swapping tips since you might even be in the same heat coming up?
Yeah, for sure. We're on separate sides of the draw, so we hope to meet up in the final. That would be super cool. And yeah, I mean, we both are power surfers. Power is definitely both of our strong suits. So it's just really cool to see her crushing it and that we're both doing really good in this event.
Well, if you're both in the final, how's your friendship going to be?
Our friendship will be good. That's a good result either way.
we're really good friends, and a little bit of an inside joke. Go Abuela.
Uh-oh. Inside
Good
jokes.
stuff, thank you.
Cool insights there from down on the beach. Joanna Garnell taking the temperature of our crowd and our support crew and our squads, all down cheering on friends. Great place to come and watch surfing if you're within.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out the inside joke.
Okay.
All right, so that was like go Indella. So what does that mean? It's like a mix of India and Bella?
A little bit of food for thought there. Yeah, we got
Gabriella, right? Yeah, right. So the two names together. That's what I'm thinking. I have no idea what it is, but they're like, they kind of have similar styles, right? Hey, it's like a combined person, Indella.
Well, what we do know is whoever is making it towards these later rounds, they're going to have to bring real quality surfing at the moment. It is India Robertson so far. Ariana Ochoa, she's got a little bit more going for her now. They just have a 4.33 as a backup. She's got a great looking wave here, low off the bottom. That's a better turn. See the spray flying. She is going a million miles an hour. That's really nice from Ariana. And still going, a much better wave from her. She's back at this now. She's back in the heat. And if she can belt this for a finish and make it and hang on. Oh, so close to hanging on.
Hold on, girl.
So close to the rocks in there. Let's hope she's all right. She seems to just be about 6 feet or so away.
That's why she went toe edge after that. Wow, she needed to get out of there. That was crazy.
Pete, what a wave from her. She surfed that thing so well.
Yeah, she did. And that's exactly what she needed to do. Great wave choice. I mean, it was easier to surf, right? Because it was so much smoother. It didn't have all the bumps on it. She was able to hook it. First turn there, in the pocket, drives out of it, back into the pocket. That time, snapping it, so a good mix. Not going to make the mistake again of falling on the inside, except for she had to get out of that way of the rock. She went for it straight up, and then she sees the rock. She's like, oh, no. Good for her. She was able to pull that one off, at least away from the rock. Yeah, she didn't pull the maneuver off as much, but still going to be a good number.
It's going to be a really good number for her. It's going to put her back in this heat at the moment, looking for a combo, but plenty of time. 15 and 45 remaining in this. Ariana Ochoa in blue from Basque Country.
Anything over a 4.57 will take her out of combo, so she's got that pretty much with ease.
Just with a couple of challenges early on, not only from the good score from your opponent, but also just a couple of missteps in terms of where she is on a wave. That'll feel much, much better. She's going to feel better still when the score comes through. So I reckon it'll be a healthy number. But still in control will be India Robertson. She's got herself what looks like a big old peak swinging through all alone, sitting way out the back. A little reposition here. This could be a little bit of interest. No, she'll let this one go. So that wave will just swing through unmolested. And the judges will take their time processing the number for Ariana Cho. They'll be watching those replays back. Trying to figure out exactly where that comes on our scale. Of course, we've already got excellent range in the get-go from this heat. Robertson throwing that 8 down right at the beginning. Great way to start things off.
Judges having to think because, you know, you're doing comparisons in regards to India Robinson's wave, right? Hers is an 8.57. Does it fit, you know, up closer to that one, or well, we'll see. They're now paying attention to this.
Robinson up and swinging, gets a nice chunk of a first turn. A ton of speed here. She'll just have to be patient and then going onto the rail and getting that one slightly wrong. She'll go down, but she'll improve the 6 for the early work. Meanwhile, another opportunity. Ariana Ochoa, great looking wave again for her. Look at this entry into the bowl. And it's all setting up sweetly. Deals with some wobbles, deals with them pretty well. She'll slow down at this stage, and then as the wave picks her up again, she kind of drops in again, gets energy. And you can see she wanted a section there that wasn't quite forthcoming.
It doesn't feel like India's going to do any improvement there. Still waiting on Ariane's last, which is really going to be the number that matters in this right now. Being at the halfway point, it really will allow the surfers to make their adjustments, whatever needs to be done.
Ochoa with that opportunity coming in. It looked like a carbon copy of the wave she had prior to that from the takeoff, and then the wobbles really got kind of chewed that wave out a bit. It'd be a small number for her, but prior to that, as you said, Pete, still waiting on that number. It's going to be a crucial one. Could be a really, really significant score. 13 minutes And 15 seconds to go in this as we watch sets continue to stack in. The sea is shining blue, is providing a lot of opportunity. Who is going to get through this heat? We're going to get a quick commercial break. We're still waiting for a score for Ochoa to come in. Join us for more live action from pumping Portugal right after the break. Intensity ramping up on the Challenger Series Thursday afternoon in Portugal, and it's a wave-blessed week throughout the week for the World Surf League's Challenger Series this week. A little increase in swell throughout today as well. It's just up the ante for our surfers. So far in this clash, it is heat number 6 of round of 16. It is the Australian Robinson with the lead at the moment. Good news for our bass surfer. She's in blue, Ariana Ochoa. She's coming back at Robinson. She's got 8.07 previous to last. That's her high score, and that will feel much, much nicer. Her requirement now, crucially, just down to 6.51. She'll have second priority at the moment. But there's the spread from the panel, Pete, and we had a feeling a good number was coming.
Yeah, we did. You know, and it felt like it was going to be slightly under India's first wave, which it did by a half point. And she'd be pretty happy about hearing this score, going, okay, I'm in this heat, no worries. I got the 8 that I needed. Now it needs just a 6.51. Although India has left some on the table. I mean, she had priority there for that set, made the wrong choice in the wave. You know, because Ochoa ended up with a solid one, right? So that's a moment where India can look back and go, okay, I didn't use that priority to the best of my ability.
Yeah, also, if you just kind of flip that kind of scenario around, you pick your Indian Robinson, you go out, smash an A5 first wave, get yourself a good backup straight away, you combo and your competitor, everything kind of seems to be going your way. Maybe see your competitor get a couple of waves and not even be able to get the first turn out. All of a sudden now, the momentum completely swings the other way, and she's like, wow, she gets a 6.5, I'm in trouble here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we saw actually in the heat previous. I was kind of making that same analysis, you know, that Risa, you know, you need to keep going, keep the pressure going. As soon as that momentum shifts, which it kind of did for Keala for one moment, but then, you know, Risa was right back at it, luckily. But that's the thing, yeah, you're right. There could be that moment of shift in momentum. And, you know, the universe works in that same way, too. They're like, it's feeling that shift as well. So you're going to be all of a sudden, like, things are going to be your way. You want to capitalize on that shift in momentum.
The universe sending us plenty of energy in the form of waves. There's some great looking sets firing in to Ribera Diaz, absolutely on the pump this afternoon. Robinson crucially with that priority. Can she get herself in the slot here? She looks she's in a good spot, but she doesn't quite get on the wave, and Ochoa will snaffle this one. So here she goes, looking at 6.51 to get into first for the first time in this heat. Surfer from the Basque Country, off the bottom, off the top. Kind of a snipping turn, not loads of emphasis in it. Then things get a little weird and wobbly. Just pretty well steer the ship through there, and she'll get out right in the dry set.
Well, there's the answer. Does Gabriela or India have I almost did it. They're already combining the two surfers again. So India not getting an opportunity there. It looked like there might have been a wave number 2, but obviously not. So India lets that opportunity go and lets Ochoa, with priority, grab that wave, and it could be the lead shift.
6.51, that requirement. A couple of nice turns from her. Didn't get that kind of middle part of the wave, really, then it ended pretty abruptly. Let's see how that goes score-wise. Be a little bit of a nervous wait for the time being for India Robinson. She does just have a decent lead still, but it's not a huge one. 6.51, 8 minutes to go in this one. India Robinson, best that she can do. Rather than worry too much about Ochoa, just find herself a wave of her own. Show us some of the surfing she did right at the start of this heat. We wait for the number coming for Ochoa. Let's see where that brings us. Will we get a lead shift? Or will we stay as we are? 7.45 to go in this one. These surfer on surfer heats for this round have really just up that quality. It's helped that the surf's been pumping the whole way through, but a real buzz down here, and it's really nice to see surfers kind of answering back with scores. You know, someone steps up, flares up, and then the other surfer goes, right, okay, we're game on here.
Yeah, in the very first couple of heats, it was pretty one-sided, right? But then all of a sudden, there was the Alyssa Spencer Shino Matsuda heat just was back and forth.
A bomb for Robinson off the bottom, holds that rail a while, and that was tricky, deep water. She let the board get away from her, and she'll go down and stay there, Pete.
That's what I'm talking about, that mental shift, the momentum. Now she's caught inside. Where Ariane is on the paddle back out. It looks like she might be able to get herself into position and actually get priority here. That is a big point in this heat.
This could be crucial. Ariana Ochoa, you just see her wider as well, so she's got the advantage of not having to duck dive quite as many waves that come through if any break. Ariana Ochoa should get priority shortly. Let's just see how this paddle battle goes.
This is a good wave right here. Actually, India makes a whip. Feels like it could be a good wave, right? Wave number 3 in the set.
Spinning on the inside, that number 3 wave cleaned up the face from the waves previous to it. Here goes Robinson, looking to improve on a 6. Nice slice from her, using that whole rail arc to get back into the juice. Not much else on offer there. Score in for Ariana, 6.27. Not enough. It's close, not quite there. The requirement will remain unchanged. The emphasis will have priority. Let's get another look at India.
Yeah, that first turn though, drives through it. And again, this one pushing extra hard, knowing that the wave is starting to slow down, so she kicks out. Doesn't feel like there's going to be much of a change on her score line. Taking a look at Ariane again. 6.27. And to see where she could have maybe picked up that extra quarter point. I don't know if she could have done much more. I mean, maybe that last turn, a bit of a tail waft or something like that, but either way,
it really
very close.
It felt like the wobble was in control on that wave. It looks like Ariana Ochoa is way down after riding the wave. So she is all the way down the end of the point. 6.5, that requirement for her still. So we just watched the replay of the score she got, which did improve her total. As we see her coach there, he looks pretty happy. So let's see how this score comes in at a crucial stage of the heat. We're going to get the 5-minute warning in a couple of seconds, and that is just going to ramp up further intensity. We've got a number in for India. It's a 4-1. Doesn't go in her top 2. Crucially, a number for this woman, Ariana Ochoa. She'll make her way back out. All that rip and shot and sweep just kind of gurgling down in the deep water between the shallow parts of this reef. Let's check out how it's gone down, Pete. It's been an exciting one to watch.
It has. You know, it started off all India Robinson. She was able to get herself the best wave of the heat, an 8.57. And then was quick with the backup, had the 6.0. This was the 8.57, just driving through these maneuvers all the way through, nice and smooth on a bigger set wave. Kicks out clean. Would be really happy with that early start. Then the rebound. This was the 8-point ride of Ariane Ochoa. She was able to get the first big snap. That carve back into this one. I don't think this is actually the 807, is it? So as I remember, there's that finish onto the rocks. That actually wasn't that one, but the 807 was the answer back. This was the backup from India Robinson, the big carve outside. Beautifully done. Another snap. And then kicks out, so just the 2 carves earns the 6. But things have changed because a score is in for Ariana Ochoa. So this is actually the score that we missed. And it actually turns the heat as she gets into and under the lip, into the rocks. And again, wow, that was radical.
Unbelievable clutch surf in there from Ariana Ochoa. The under the lip snap, that last maneuver. We saw the rocks underneath her board and she nails those turns. 6.83, the number. It's good enough now for first place. Turns the heat. And India Robinson now in second. 6.33, her requirement.
3 minutes.
Does have that priority. Can she get a wave? And it'll feel like an awful long time ago she rode that 8. It was about 25 odd minutes or so ago. Ariana Ochoa now in the ascendancy for the first time in this heat, Pete. She gets the lead. It's a good time to do it with 3 on the clock.
That's so true.
And she's just really kept the self-belief, I think, you know, in terms of like she was kind of tested and questions were asked of her early on in this one. She's kind of so far, she's risen to the challenge.
That's true, you know, and now she's put herself right in the front of India Robinson just to add that added pressure. India's going to have to answer. This is those big moments. This is that round of 16. You got to make quarterfinals to really solidify a result in the Challenger Series. This is very important for India if she wants to find her way onto that championships tour. She's got to answer in these moments.
2 minutes and 10 seconds on the clock, and steely resolve from Ariana Ochoa out of the Basque Country. She will just try to breathe, take it all in there. Just will have to, certain amount, sort of seeing what unfolds, just in terms of the next wave that comes through an opportunity, because it's not her first choice. It will be priority with Robinson. Can she make it pay? We'll see a little adjustment here. Generally tends to suggest maybe waves incoming. Down to 1:45 on the clock. Next wave ridden, if and when there is one, will be crucial as ever in the context of the last couple of minutes. Robinson doesn't need a big number. She just needs a 6.33 Pete. With her rail work, talked about the powerful style.
Yeah, it's 2 solid turns.
A medium wave, couple of turns, and she's there, right?
Yeah, no, it's 2 solid turns, 2 big arcs. Just needs the opportunity. You know, minute 20 now.
These two very close together. Priority with Robinson. Ochoa just kind of sticking around just to ask questions, try and sell something.
I like what Ochoa is doing, is putting herself right in India's grill. You know, again, we've seen it time and time again in these one-on-one situations, but the ocean looks desolate.
Yeah, it does. Final minute now, and we're looking at a big old sea of blue with not a lot of sort of stripes of discoloration, which tend to indicate sets swinging through at Ribeira d'Ilhas. And this will be bad news for India Robinson, who will not want to go out at this stage, certainly after starting off with such a big number with that 8.57. Since then, backing herself up with a 6. She's not had many ways. There haven't been loads of opportunity towards the back end of this, and the ones that have come through, it has seemed to be Ochoa. It's built up that head of steam. Final 30 seconds now. I'm not sure we'll get another wave ridden in this one. And Ariana Ochoa, really, you've got to kind of admire the way she stepped up.
So true. That was amazing. She was able to pick up that wave, didn't get the score with the 6.27 by half point, and then is able to turn it almost in the same set. She was able to get herself back out into the zone and grab the wave. And look at, she is just straight in India's grill.
No mercy.
Right?
The enemy deserves no mercy.
She can't believe it.
India Robinson is annoyed. Ariana Ochoa will be absolutely stoked. Contrasting stories, contrasting fortunes. That's the way it goes down at this level. And a nice little moment there from these two who know when we got out that one, they know they've earned their spot in the next round, because that was not an easy heat to get through. And some excellent surfing rewarded with excellent numbers from our judge panel. Heat number 6 will wrap up, and we will see a big performance from Ariana Ochoa, see her through to the next round. And the Euro crew will be pretty stoked with the way that's all gone down. And that'll be a bit of a disappointment for India Robinson. She'll debrief on that. Big total, 14.57, still not enough. It's 14.9 for Ochoa, and that'll send her through to the quarterfinals. And that's the way we'll wrap up heat number 6 of this round. Live action from the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We've been talking up this forecast. Forecast being what they are, you never quite know what you're going to get. What we've had is great waves and great surfing. This one made the best of it in this heat. We're going to be back with more live action. We'll bring you Macy Callahan and Betty Lou Sakura Johnson real soon. Clutch moments in tight situations here on the shores of Portugal. Herdy plays host to Challenger Series action. That woman on your screen, thoroughly stoked with her performance. She was challenged, she was on the ropes. She came back, threw up one excellent score, lost a fin in the process too. Basically giving it absolute everything, putting equipment, body, everything on the line. Coming away with the slot in the quarterfinals. Macy Callahan taking on Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, an Australia versus Hawaii clash. Surfer on surfer action. Great conditions at Ribeira-Dilias, pumping waves, big scoring sections. It's not all going exactly our surfer's way though, just in terms of reading these sections. And there are all kinds of rocks and hazards down on the inside as well. We've got to think about plenty for our surfers to process on as they look to throw up two big numbers. Get ourselves in a strong position. Lines stacking in out of the Atlantics. Time to welcome Chico Alves back into the studio. How you doing, mate? Doing good? Yeah, good to hear, good to hear. Really enjoying the way the swells continue to come in. Mate, you watch a lot of forecasts around here. Forecasts generally pretty spot on. Do you get any kind of rogue swells or sometimes swells that don't really materialize? But it seems like this has been exactly what we expected was coming.
The swells that we predict, they are accurate, and normally in the summer we kind of see that happening when we see like a wind swell or something, but that's not the case. I think we predict a lot of good waves. So
yeah, off the top for Sakura Johnson. We just watched a replay of Macy Callahan, but some great surfing early on this wave already. That's another great turn. Good number already coming here. If she can finish in there, it goes a little wrong on the inside, but I think there were numbers already scored for Betty Lou. She ripped that wave apart early on. Impressive stuff from the Hawaiian.
Yeah, that first turn looked amazing.
All right, Callahan, full speed ahead for her. She'll go driving down the line. Nice little rip down in the pocket. Smooth as you like off the bottom. And then realise that one's getting away from her. Doesn't like it.
Yeah, she didn't like it, but it was a big section, a meaty section, and maybe she would, if she would attack it and make it, maybe that's an excellent score.
As we see, Macy should be able to get back out and nab priority as well. So maybe just think she's on the wrong side of the closeout there, and if she did try to commit to it, she'd lose prio. So making a tactical decision perhaps to get out of there and flick off. She'll make her way back out the back. Let's get another look at a wave.
Yeah, nice looking wave. Quick carve here. She goes to the bottom of the wave, and she, she just said, okay, I don't like this wave, and she left. As we see, Betty Lou with a big snap there, really clean transition into a beautiful carve again. She winds up again off the bottom and off the top again. What a great style from Betty Lou, and like that last turn was really, really risky, but nonetheless the work was already done on the outside, and those three first turns were amazing.
Combination of major maneuvers. She was on her way to a huge score. It will hurt her a little bit not making that last turn, but still could be some real quality coming in from the judges for her. 24 minutes and 20 seconds to go. Plenty of time for this one to unfold. A couple of numbers in. The Callahan 6.33 early on. Backs that up with a 3.33. They got a number in for Betty Lou. Could be a real good one. Judges will take their time to nail a score for that. You think about the quality of the turns she was doing. Quite tempting when the waves are a bit juiced up, just to kind of put safer kind of half carves out on the face, but she really whipped those in the pocket. They were kind of like real critical snaps, a couple of them in close succession as well. I think the judges are going to pay those pretty highly. She'll have a little look on an inside. Meanwhile, behind her, Macy steaming towards the wave, but she might like the look of this one to sort of gather a little bit on the reef, maybe going a little slow and deep, which it does. So she'll just let that one break through. Meanwhile, on the inside, have a look here. Here's Johnson. She'll swing off the bottom nice and hard. That's a massive turn from her. Just the one maneuver, it was huge.
That thing was so impressive. Was that the best turn we saw?
Already got a great score in. A 9-point ride comes in prior to that last wave for Betty Lou. So a 9 for her. Imagine her score if she'd hit that end turn. But nevertheless, getting a 9 for some good work. And this is a massive individual turn.
Yeah, she comes off the bottom and wham! Huge layback snap. I think this is the best turn we've seen so far. Single maneuver, huge section, and huge layback. Wow.
Super critical. It's hard to really,
critical.
without meaning to repeat ourselves, say just how hard it is to put maneuvers up in this lip here. There's so much water in there. It's deep, it's chunky, it's powerful, and that was incredible ball control.
Yeah, that was incredible and really technical. The way she did that layback was impeccable. I think Macy might be kicking herself.
All right, judges are going to process one big turn. How's it going to go for Betty Lou Johnson? While we wait that to go down, we're going to hear an interview with the winner of the last heat. A very stoked Ariana Ochoa is standing by with Ben Mundy.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. Ariana Ochoa, just as we were standing here, someone just handed you a fin. I take it that's your fin?
Yeah, I lost my fin in the last wave, before about that last wave, and I saw my last wave without a fin, and I didn't know it. So it's funny when I come back to the beach, they have told me that I lost my fin. So I saw one wave with a fin. Funny.
Well, maybe keep it that way. It seems to be working. But you're in the quarterfinals of a Challenger Series event. I mean, how stoked are you right now?
Yeah, I'm super, super happy. It was a really hard hit because in the first 5 minutes, I was already in combination, and it has been a really mental and physical hit. And I'm really happy and proud of myself that I managed to turn the hit to my side. Yes, really happy to make it to the quarterfinals.
And tomorrow it could be big, so it could be even bigger. You know, does that get you excited or what?
I love big waves. I'm sure with big waves, so I'm really excited. We are having really good waves, so lucky to be competing with good waves finally, so can ask for more.
Okay, well, thanks so much, Aaron. A great performance, and looks like there's some big performances in the water. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, wow, Mundy. Massive score comes in. 9-4-3 for the big hammer from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Absolutely tore into that wave. I would have liked to seen that go a 10, Chico. Just 10 for one move, bang.
I think
a sick turn.
If she gave her a 10, I wouldn't be surprised. That turn was...
You wouldn't be angry?
No, I would be happy for her because that was probably the best turn I've seen on the woman's side this whole competition.
Super impressive from the young Hawaiian. The scoreline is massive. EDP right of the day contention straight from the get-go. Let's get another look.
Yeah, she winds up the bottom turn and she puts so much commitment into that turn. And yeah, the layback was stylish, powerful, meaty section, really hard to make. Like, I'm so impressed with Betty Lou surfing.
Economy of effort, just in terms of the number of maneuvers required to get such a big score. 9-4-3 for that one turn. The control is incredible. All right, well, it's time to ask you a question. What do you do if you're Macy Callahan right now? You're on the wrong side of a huge combo. You need a couple of nines. How do you go about, first of all, sorting your head out?
Well, I think it's in a hard position to be in, having a combination of 18 point total. But if you're in that position, you kind of like let your mind free of bad stuff and try to have fun and catch good waves and surf your best, because you know you're up against the fence, so you got nothing to lose. And if a good wave comes in, just surf your best and put everything on the line.
Here's a good-looking wave. Macy Callahan doing nice early work. It's precision jamming in the pocket. She's a bit deep, though. She did take off all the way up the point, and that section will get away from it. It's macking out there, absolutely bombing at Ribeira Diles. Look at the size of these sets. When you see the surfer come in the shot, you get the impression of just how solid that is, as they'll duck dive under a meaty bit of white water, steaming out of the North Atlantic, courtesy of an ex-Hurricane Sam. It's spinning around up there in the North Atlantic, sending thick lines of swell. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, of course, from Hawaii, so no stranger to a bit of power in the ocean, but she'll be drawing upon that experience. So far, she looks like she's really reveling in these conditions. She's having fun out there.
Yeah, it looks like all the Hawaiians are enjoying themselves here. Big walls and strong waves as we see Betty Lou paddling for this good-looking wave.
Oh, that thing just stood up and she decided not to go. Probably a wise call, actually. That one getting a little slopey down the line on the shoulder, so just letting that wave go. putting herself way out the back. Even on high tide, this could be the sort of place where we might see on smaller days surfers sitting on low tide. We get away, what are we, half an hour away from full height? So a testament to the size and the power of the swell out in the water right now. It's super cool to see, you know, as the waves get bigger and the rounds get kind of tougher, just in terms of quality, seeing those scores rocket in that excellent range, getting good nines in. Really great to see that, just entertaining our crowd down here and everybody watching online as well. Of course, Challenger Series action for your entertainment, but we've got a function. We're trying to qualify surfers. Should go from what you've seen so far. How do you like chances of one day seeing Betty Lou on the championship tour?
Yeah, I think
it might not be too far away.
Yeah, with this type of surfing, she's right there, and I would love to see her surfing on the CT. That's for sure.
Here she is. She'll drill down the line with a ton of speed, pulling in nice and clean. We said she was having fun out there. She rips down a super clean carve as well. Another great section for her. This is mastery from Betty Lou. She almost looked like stalling again for a tube there, and she belts a move to kick out with, and the crowd are stoked. That was awesome.
That was the single barrel we saw in the old competition. Betty Lou, congrats, you're the first person to get barreled on the Challenger Series.
Just tearing this wave apart. We think about that judging scale. They can go up to a 10. They've already got 9.43. Where's this going to come in, Chico? You're on the spot, mate. You're judging.
Well, I think, yeah, I don't know how the judges are going to score this. I think it's going to come on the excellent range. I think she put herself on a big wave, meaty section, barrel comes out, cut back in a beautiful carve. But yeah, what a good technique pulling into that difficult barrel. Wasn't an easy section, and I love the way she comes out of there and throws this carve in.
And on the live as well, we just had a little glimpse of Macy Callahan, who was paddling out just as Betty Lou came out of the barrel, and as if her sort of afternoon wasn't going badly enough already, on the wrong side of a couple of nines required. She sees her opponent getting barreled across in front of us, like, this is ridiculous. So yeah, it's sort of one-way traffic so far. Callahan does have time though, 15 minutes and 40 at the moment. She needs a couple of nines, or well, a 10 and an 8.43 would do it, because 18.43 is the requirement for the Australian Callahan. She's up against a woman on an absolute tear. Judges will wait to score this wave, see where it comes in. Of course, if it's lower than a 9, it'll be a throwaway, unbelievably, for Betty Lou, because she has those two numbers already up in the 9s from just the two waves ridden. That was her third. Just really enjoying the sort of feast that's been put on show for us here. Let's find out what's happening down on the beach. There's a lot of excitement. There's Ben Mundy's having a sniff about. Ben, what have you got?
Go, yo. Yeah, I'm down here, Paul. I'm just hanging out down on the beach, and there's some fun stuff going on. I'm about to do a little bit of activation down here, Paul. I think you'd quite like it. I just got to get the angles right here, because it's kind of my back side's my front side, and then my front side's my right side. And this is an activation, Paul, where you get a video, you get to put on your own Instagram account, and this is the bit I like the most. You can win a surf experience with Goni Zuba Zaretta. It's like all my perfect things coming together in once, Paul. I thought you'd like to know about it.
Where would you ask Goni to take you on this coast, mate? Where are you, Goni, heading on? You know, a little packed lunch, little picnic. Where are you heading off to?
I'm thinking a romantic kind of 3 days in a little combi van up to Galicia, and just have a fun time and just hang out and drink beer, Australia, Galicia, and surf and just be friends. So that's it. You can come down here. There's loads of fun stuff down on the event site. That's part of it. We're just going to check that there's no waves going on, and there's up and riding, Paul. I'll let you call the surf.
We're going to get a quick commercial break. Join us for more live action from the beach right after this. back to the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira Ribeira Dilias. But we're just taking a little moment here just to sort of draw breath and just soak it all in and just kind of really experience what's going down out in the water. Another number has dropped in for Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. She gets a 9.23, so a 9.23 extends that lead. However, great news for this woman on your screen, Macy Callahan. She's dropped an 8.5 and she's back at this.
Well, she's in combo still. So, yeah, it's hard to just get an 8.5 and still in combo. But nonetheless,
it's going to feel pretty good like this way.
It's going to feel really good. Great carve here to start off. She comes off the bottom again. Great style and flow. Good wave. Huge carve there from Macy. She winds up again. Long extended carve again. She has flow and style, and yeah, she hasn't found the 9, but with this type of surfing, if she gets the wave, we'll see 9s from Macy, that's for sure.
Big improvement from Macy Callahan, but she will still need 2 waves. Even if she got a 10 to go alongside that 8.5, that would still leave her shy. And the reason for that is this now backup score of a 9.23 for Betty Lou, who throws away a flat 9 and improves her total 18.66. It's been an absolute class she's put on down here. Just finding the best waves, surfing them to full potential. Got a 9.43 for a single maneuver. She's been tubed. She's thrown away a 9. Just absolutely on fire. And Macy Callahan's situation. A couple of 9s required with 11 minutes. So you got, what, 5.5 minutes? You need a 9 sort of every 5.5 minutes for the rest of the heat. Should be in contention. We know Macy's got the surfing. She just needs to find herself those waves. Need a little bit of cooperation out of the ocean. If that's going to come together, we've seen stranger things happen, particularly when the waves are pumping and we really do access that excellent range. That becomes kind of a reality for scores. If you take off on a set wave, there's a really good chance of going up through the scale. Macy will just try and stick herself in a bit deeper here. So a little positional move from under the priority. Betty Lou Johnson's got to be feeling pretty good about the way things are going. I mean, you've got a couple of 9s, you're throwing away a 9, you've been tubed. Must be feeling pretty awesome, pretty happy.
Yeah, no, I think she's just going to have fun, wait for a big set and just wind up off the top. As we see here, the local hero, Teresa Bonvalot, preparing for her next heat. She's the only soldier now for Portugal, so quite a crew there on the beach supporting her, and yeah, she might be excited to go out there and perform in front of her own crowd. I think she'll do well on this. Oh, as we see everyone getting caught by the set too on the sand.
Big set coming in. High tide is about 10 minutes away. And an absolute bomber set sneaks up the berm here. Gets everyone's feet wet. Let's hope everyone's got their belongings all gathered down on the sand. 9.5 to go in this one. Macy Callahan has got herself an excellent score, but it's still not going to be enough. She'll need 2 new waves by that improvement. But it's good to see Macy kind of back in it, just form-wise, getting herself a good wave, getting a good opportunity. She'll need a little bit more of that kind of mojo. 9 minutes and 50 in order to get herself a spot in the quarterfinals. Betty Lou already with a decent result under her belt from the US Open. Looking to go big here. When you think about some of the top performances we've seen all week, can't really think past Betty Lou at the moment. Meanwhile, Macy Callahan won't be thinking about that. She'll be looking to find herself, and she's got absolute smoker of a wave here. Nice smooth rail carve. Look at this section, and she'll draw out a nice turn again with a beautiful looking bowl on the inside. That's a huge turn, and she doesn't get that. And that will be big disappointment for her, because that was the kind of wave she needs to get herself a 9.
Yeah, if she made that last turn, I was calling it a 9 already. That wave was beautiful. She started off so well, and then she had a meaty section. She attacked it so well too. So like that section only itself was the section of the 9. And I love the way she did her bottom turn, waited, and yeah, she attacked it. So unfortunately, she fell as the score comes in as a Is a
5.6.
5.6.
5.6 in for Macy, but that wave did look like it had 9s on it. Let's get another look at it.
Yeah, she comes off the bottom and she does a quick carve here to set up this wave. And I like the second one, extended carve there and here. The wave, yeah, she belts it so hard and unfortunately she digs the front rail and goes down.
Legs just getting a little straight. She tried to cover out of that turn and get a landing. Won't be what she needs. 7.5 minutes remaining. Betty Lou prowling out the back. She ain't done yet by any stretch of the imagination. Good looking wave for her here. She'll have a little paddle in and then realise that was going to go soft, which is exactly what happens. She just lets it go. She's going to hang on to that priority. Having a real stranglehold on this heat. She definitely feels like the sort of person that's not going to kind of take anything for granted or assume she's got the work done here. I think she's just going to keep on applying the pressure all the way to the end as we set up our final clash of this round. We'll see. Luana Silva was so impressive yesterday. Absolutely ripping out here. Taking on Teresa Bombolo. Those two similar in the rankings. Teresa 41st, Luana Silva 52. So only just making it in. 64 women. Looking real good from what we've seen of her. Macy Callahan making her way back out to the peak here. It's a long old paddle back, particularly when you've fallen on a wave that might have offered you a chance. She's just going to have to keep that positive energy going and keep looking for opportunities. The North Atlantic's providing them. If she can get herself another bomb, she's got every chance. First of all, breaking this combo. She will need to get 2 9s to get past Betty Lou Johnson. She's just been on fire in this one. I mean, just the 3 waves rid of the lowest score of those 3 at 9. Sean Simkus. And a support crew on the beach for Macy Callahan. Timmy Stotts helping us out in the studio as well, commentating, which is always cool, giving us insights from the Aussie camp. At the moment, it is Camp Hawaii, who will be the happier of the 2 out there. Sets still keeping us swinging. This one's been pretty consistent. Looks like the waves are all hitting that real similar part of the reef as we're basically full on high tides. We don't have so many wide swingers now, Chico. It almost feels like a little easier to know where exactly you want to sit. It's pretty deep up the point.
Yeah, and it's not as far as on the low tide. On the low tide, I think they pedal a lot more in between waves. As on the high tide, the pedal up is a bit faster, I think. And yeah, as you said, I think it's easier to see where the wave is coming from and where it's going. And as on the low tide, there's a lot of like double ups and waves in between, and a lot of takeoff spots. Like there's almost 3, one on the inside, one in the middle, and one really deep up the point. So yeah, I think the swell is here, and the conditions have been so good today. Like since the beginning until now, we have seen like some excellent surfing and bombing waves. So good to watch.
An incredible day of Challenger Series action, nearly in the books. Still, we're going to wait and see how this unfolds at the moment. Betty Lou Johnson, who is on a roll down here, she's looking good for a spot in the quarterfinals. She can hang on to what's a massive lead. She certainly feels more likely. Macy Callahan still with a mountain to climb.
Funny thing, we've seen light winds all week, which is normally we have like 1 or 2 or 3 days without much wind, and now.
Let's check out the heat recap, see the story of how this one has gone down, and really in terms of quality, this has been so impressive from Betty Lou.
Yeah, that first snap was amazing. She comes off the bottom, big carve and quick carve, and she goes around it and boom, another quick snap there. And here she went for it and she fell, but yeah, nonetheless she started off with a 9 and then she backs it up with a 9.43 with a single maneuver like this huge layback snap off the top for a 9.43. And Betty Lou was lucky enough, she found another jam and a quick barrel there on the outside. She comes out and long wrap around, cut back, and she gets another one here. And yeah, I think if she did another turn here, that was a 10. A big snap there, 10 point. What do you think, Paul?
Oh, you don't ask for much, do you, mate? You wanted another turn in there. She got a 9.23 for that. And this was Macy Callahan. She rallied with this. This was good enough for 8.5. Unfortunately, it still leaves her in combo.
Yeah, this was really well served. A beautiful carve there, extended and committed, and this wave didn't allow Macy to do a huge turn at the end. That's why it was 8-5. But yeah, nonetheless, I think she hasn't found the 9 gem.
Macy still paddling out. No more scores added of significance, but as we were in terms of our general situation, the only difference, of course, the significance one. Time running out. 2:30 to go in this one. Just looking at that heat recap, I mean, you can see Betty Blue, the sort of surfing she's been done. It's been in the tube, throwing a huge hammer, a single turn for a 9.43. Her high score for that individual turn, throwing away a 9 as well. She would just not want this day to end. If she could keep competing into the next round today, I'm pretty sure she'd go for that option. She might be tired though, but she'd be feeling so happy with the form. We're having another look here at Macy Callahan.
Yeah, this was during the recap. She winds up this section, long carve. Looks like not a good wave, and yeah, signs of frustration there are normal. Like when you're trying so hard to get through and the waves are not cooperating with you. It's just normal to see Macy frustrated with her situation right now.
Minute 40 to go. Macy Callahan reaches the lineup. Has a little look around, surveys things, still needing a couple of 9s. Or a 10. And an 8.66. That would do it. It's a big, big total. It's a very big ask. She doesn't have time really to get anything like that kind of score now. Even if she got 1, she also doesn't have priority either. Unless something miraculous transpires in the next 75 seconds. And maybe that woman there in the spot in the quarterfinal. You've got to say, she's earned every piece of that. She has looked so good down here throughout the rounds. Impressive. We always see people, you know, in the early rounds, they're throwing down statement performances, getting wins, and you think, are they peaking too early? Can they keep posting excellent scores throughout? She hasn't let us down at all. If anything, she's actually stepped up further today, and as the stakes have got higher, the waves have got bigger, she's brought even better surfing. It's a great time to peak at an event as you go in towards finals weekend.
Yeah, I think she's building confidence, and this heat is great for her. I think she's going to feel so good going into the next round, and she knows she can post some big scores, and I think it's really important to build that confidence throughout the competition. I think that's what gives you the drive to make it happen.
Right, 20 seconds remaining in this. It's going to be Betty Lou, Johnson, get good work done. Well, good isn't really the word, it's excellent in terms of the definition of our scale, but just super impressive in terms of entertaining the crowd. That's what she's done down here. Macy Callahan, I mean, she's got an excellent number of her own, so that feels a lot better. She does have an excellent score, but she has just been on the wrong side of a juggernaut in the form of Betty Lou. And that's the way this one will wrap up. Another absolutely scintillating clash. It's been so cool to see this go down. And the emerging story of Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson just continues. Look at those numbers, 18.66, the highest of the event so far. EDP ride of the day contention from the young Hawaiian. And an absolute mastery of conditions at Ribeira Dilias. She'll bring that in, get a little debrief through on the inside, start to think about quarterfinals and everything that's going to come in front of her. So we see the official scores on board. Macy Callahan will bow out, tries to come back in France next week. Let's go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll bring in Ben Mundy for the call. We'll also bring in Tatiana Weston-Webb into the studio as well. Number 2 in the world on the championship tour. More live from Portugal right after this.
welcome back to the beach. What a performance from that surfer there. Incredible surfing. I mean, we've seen some amazing surfing all day, but that might have been the highlight. My name's Ben Mundy. I'm joined in the booth by another great surfer, Taddy Weston Webb. Taddy, thanks for coming in and sharing some insights in this heat. How are you going, first off? How are you feeling?
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, super happy to be here in Portugal. And I don't know, watching heats like this, really inspires me because the next generation is really flaring up and you can see how bright women's surfing is for the future.
It really is. I think today's been one of those days where I think because we've had a few years of just joining a competition, you haven't seen a lot of these sort of young 16, 17, 18-year-olds just come up, and then today just Boomtown, from Betty Lou to some of the Japanese surfers. This has been an incredible day where the level's gone through the roof.
Yeah, it's been really fun as a tour competitor to watch the younger surfers like Caitlin Simmers and Gabriella Bryan and people like Betty Lou and Luana come into their own, and especially I think the most beautiful part is watching how every country is evolving so much. And so you can see there's Spaniards, Japanese, Portuguese, so many different people from around the world that are just, evolving so quickly because the sport is just evolving.
Yeah,
That's
and the Hawaiian posse especially, you mentioned Gabrielle O'Brien, Betty Lou, and now we've got Luana Silva. She's already got a 7.33. So the Hawaiian posse, which you are probably quite close to, they've been really impressive as well.
Yes, so impressive. I surf with Luana. Here's
Here
the
she
replay.
goes. Yeah, you might want to talk us through this wave. It's a little bit bumpy, but she finds a groove.
She has just such a beautiful style, and she drives off the bottom so nicely. Here she's just negotiating perfectly the bumps.
Yeah, it's not easy with those bumps, but every sort of turn she connected with despite that. And another one.
Wow, that was a beautiful carve.
Amazing rail work. And
Woo! Oh, if she made that would have been definitely into the excellent range. That was a really hard section to do.
A whoop-de-woo at the end, yeah. So Luana Silva off with a really strong start. And I've got a lot to talk about with you. I've got a lot of questions for you, Taddy. I've got to say it. I watched the WSL finals, and that was, I thought, one of the most sort of exciting days of surfing I've seen in a long time. And obviously you were a part of it to the very end. Didn't get the result, eventually. But I tell you what, you were 30 minutes off a world title. I mean, how cool was that? And also, how disappointing was it?
Yeah, it was so incredible to be a part of such a phenomenal and historic day. And here goes Luana.
Okay, yeah, hold that thought. Luana trying to make her own history here. She's got a back up, has big green walls, hits the line, and massive turn. And we've seen that in the last heat with Betty Lou, got a mass turn out the back though. The local hope, Teresa Bombalos. I don't know if she got towed into this one, but she's come from way outside. A big bells-like wall, and Teresa just winding up on her backhand. And she does another one and finishes off. Can she hang on? I don't think she was. Whoa, that was gnarly. There's some rocks down there and some crazy sort of action. So Teresa putting it all on the line. So yeah, some big turns. But yeah, but the world title, you were so close, 30 minutes off a world title, but you failed there. But yeah, so how was it?
Yeah, so if I could talk you through how that week was in general for me. If for me, it was my first time really chasing a world title, and we'll just see the replay, and she's just negotiating these bumps. I find that, on another note, that this wave for backside looks so difficult, and I just commend all the backsiders that are ripping it to pieces because it's so bumpy and it's really hard to look the opposite direction and time those turns, especially with the backwash.
Yeah, and then this turn for Luana.
This was a beautiful turn. She timed it so well.
She just hits it so clean and then bang and sprays and drops out of the sky, and there's only one turn, but having to back up a 7.33. What we might do now, though, speaking of big turns, a big single turn score was from Betty Lou, the winner of the last heat. I think hopefully she's down there on the beach.
She is. Oh, wow. That was absolutely amazing. You were keeping really busy, and you weren't happy with the 9-point ride, were you? You just had to make things harder for Macy.
Oh, thank you. I just had a blast. It was really fun out there. I was able to read up the lineup really well, and that's been pretty hard out here because it's been super tricky, but I was able to do it in the last heat, and I had fun.
And now we're going to have some really pumping waves tomorrow as well.
Yes, I can't wait. I'm really excited. It'll be more like home, so it'll be fun too.
And now everyone wants to know what was going through your mind with that one maneuver wave.
Oh, I just
it was just a one section wave, so I was like, okay, we're gonna slam the thing. So yeah, I did that.
And we had barrels in the morning, barrels in the afternoon.
Yeah, I was able to find that one. I was pretty lucky.
Great stuff there, and good luck in the next round.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joanna, and thanks, Betty Lou. Yeah, oh, we've got some action down there. So that's Teresa. That's not good news. We said,
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we are okay. We've just got to make sure that Teresa's okay. She's got two of her mates helping her out. She's got a bit of time, hopefully. They've got the board. I'll take that leg rope off first thing. So that's another wave coming in. Okay, so this is potentially, I think she's in a bit more safe zone now in terms of being on the sand. And she's got some help. So this is kind of pretty heavy scenes down here. We'll just get, hopefully get Teresa on safe dry land on some soft sand. I mean, this is a woman who knows this break really well. She's surfed here all her life. It just shows, Taddy, that some things can go wrong. It's just the luck of the draw, and when you push it that hard as she did, I'm not quite sure, but there's some, yeah, it looks like everyone's not too...
That's her mum.
That's her mum right there, so she doesn't look too worried. She's obviously concerned, but I think Teresa might be okay. She's just checking her feet, so she seems to be in a safe spot. I think that's...
Switching her board already.
She's back out there. What a performance. I'll tell you what, that is such commitment that she's going back out there. And I tell you, that was Miguel Fortes. So he's the contest director has just gone down and put his body on the line. And Charlie Martin. So everyone just rallying around, and she's back out there. And that takes Tatiana Western Webb. That's some bravery right there.
That is bravery, and you know, when I feel like when you're in the heat, you have so much adrenaline pumping through your veins already that, you know, you usually make the right decisions when those things happen, and it seems like Therese is totally fine and that she's running back out, ready to, you know, game face, get back on the waves and do what she needs to do, you know?
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, she's got lucky and well, not any luck, as you say, good decision making under immense pressure, the help of some, you know, committed friends, family, and some of the people that work at the organisation. And she'll be rattled. Maybe this is not such a bad time to have a bit of time to paddle out. You know, we've been taking out this is such a long paddle, but in this instance, just maybe to spend a bit of time to regroup might be not a bad thing.
Yeah, so I think if I was Therese at the moment, I would just be taking really deep, long breaths and, you know, regrouping myself and telling myself that, you know, I can still do the job.
Yeah, exactly. Just trying to calm down. We talk about that adrenaline being there, but then trying to actually get rid of that and just get back into comp mode. You see people put their, you know, they've got some wet old trousers down there. You can tell where that swell's come in, that sort of broken the berm. So quite intense few minutes there, and that's what these heavy swells in Portugal can do. It's so much power here, isn't there, Taddy? Like you can't turn your back on the ocean for a second.
Yeah, it's so true. And I was just surfing Pedra Branca, and that's right around the corner. And it was actually quite low, the tide, when I was surfing it. And luckily the tide was coming in. But, you know, like here in Portugal, there's just so many rocks everywhere. So you really have to make smart decisions. And, you know, Teresa, she knows what she's doing. And all of her crew, they know what they're doing. And so to have them being there in that moment was crucial. And as you can see, she's already back on her way out. And she looks solid, man.
Yeah, she's a great competitor. And, you know, one of the Portuguese great surfing hopes. She's going back out now to regroup. She got a 3.83 for that wave that landed her in that strife. Luana Silva started off really strong, 7.33 to 6.93. But there's 20 minutes left on the clock. She's only lost 10 minutes effectively, and she's still in it. Obviously her feet weren't too cut up, and she was right physically. And she's out there ready to go to battle again. Like, she's paddling fast too, isn't she? She's really on the hunt. So yeah, could have been worse basically.
Well, I think that, you know, if you think about it, it's such a condensed season. There's 4 Challenger Series events. She knows this is her home break, or not her home break, but her home turf, and she needs to capitalize in this moment, and she can't let something like that, you know, rattle her and take away her opportunity. She has to be in control of the situation as much as possible. So that's what she's trying to do, is just, you know, get back in the zone and breathe and focus on what she needs to do.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Taddy, you're not surfing in this Challenger Series, but I see you've been coach and caddy to Jesse Mendez as well. So what's your vibe over here? What have you got on the cards apart from dodging rocks in Portugal?
Yeah, well, luckily I'm the luckiest woman in the world to have my husband, Jesse, supporting me all year long, and it's only the right thing to do for me to be here supporting him just as much as he supported me throughout the season. I don't think I would have been able to negotiate this season as well as I did without his support, and for me that was crucial.
Okay, so here we've got the drone footage of all that action. I mean, we can watch it now only because we know that it all worked out and she was safe in the end. Miguel Fortes, he just grabbing the board, and this is the bit where we got a little bit worried, but she just hold down, didn't she? She just
that was so impressive.
Held onto that rock and did a big dive, but that first bit where she just braced herself, and then, I mean, Fortes is copping it there, and he knows these waves inside out. I think it was the leg rope issue, but they protected her. More chaos, everyone jumping in to help, just all supporting her and protecting the athlete, which is a really amazing thing to see. And things can go quick wrong. And I mean, some of those guys down there are some of the most big wave Portuguese chargers on the planet. You know, they're amazing. So anyway, the drone footage is definitely some eye-opening, but she's okay. And now she's back out there. She's waiting for a spot, but it's Luana Silva who's going to go first. So this is the third wave. She had 2 big scores. She just seems to have so much time on the wave, and that's a nice carve, that first turn. Just waits for the section to build up again. Her timing's been impeccable. Try and finish it off. A nice bit of spray. And just really smooth, isn't she? I haven't seen a lot of Silva, but her technique and the way she just waits the time seems very impressive.
Yeah, when I was warming up for this Sunset event last year, when it got canceled, unfortunately, I had actually served so many sessions with Luana, and here's the replay. You can see her first carve is so drawn out and just well timed. And Sunset's one of her home breaks, and she's actually Brazilian as well.
Right.
She's Brazilian, raised in Hawaii. Both her mom and her dad are Brazilian, and her mom's name is actually Tatiana as well.
Okay, right.
So,
definite connection there.
Yeah, full connection. And Luana is just such a nice girl, and she's always been very respectful, and you know, you can tell that she has that base of support from her family. Her coach, Reynos Hayes, is always there on the beach supporting her. And yeah, Luana has impressed me thoroughly throughout these last few years, and you could just tell that she was a talent to be reckoned with, you know.
Yeah, it must be great seeing those, just keeping an eye on those juniors. You know, you're just a bit above, and you're at that elite level, but they're just coming up every session at Sunset. They're getting better waves or bigger waves or doing bigger turns, and now to see her on the big stage, it must feel great.
Yeah, it's, you know, for me, I love the underdog stories, and the classic underdog story right now to me is Gabrielle O'Brien.
Right.
She is incredible. She's so powerful. She's such a humble and kind human. Her mom is so beautiful inside and out, and you can just tell that her family supported her from day one with whatever she wanted to do, and you could just see her determination from a really young age. Because I live in Kauai and she's also from Kauai, it was just really fun to watch her, you know, progress throughout the years. And Jesse and I, the year before last, had already said she's going to qualify next year, which was last year, the pandemic.
Right.
And obviously that affected professional surfing and all the other sports in the world, of course. But we knew that Gabriella was going to qualify, and look how close she is, or I don't even know if she has.
I'm not sure if she has, but yes, one more heat when you think she's so close. Yeah, so what a great story. She's, you know, another Hawaiian, and just of the many Hawaiians are doing so well. But yeah, we do love those stories, and there's plenty of them. We're going to come back with more action after this short commercial break. We've got 15 minutes of this heat, and then the post-show. Please stick with us. Okay, welcome back. We've got 12 minutes. The last 12 minutes of the day, we have rifled through the round of 16 of the women's. There's only one more surfer that can get through the quarterfinals. My name is Ben Mundy. In better news, we've got Tatiana Weston-Webb, the world number 2. I've been trying to get this blooming world title story. There's been too much action going on, but yeah, I mean, you came so close. Yeah, what was your rap?
Yeah, so, well, to resume the week of the title race was really intense. It was every day I was visualizing winning the title, making the right decisions, surfing my best, and working hard, and doing everything I could in my power to do so. Here's Teresa.
Back in the water, back surfing, and pulling it out. So yeah, what bravery. Yeah, and that must take its toll, being that sort of intense, and that like the pinnacle of the sport that week sounds intense.
Yeah, and I think everyone knew it was just such a historic week, and we had this swell looming on the forecast that just looked incredible. And there's just so many factors that came into play. And obviously I knew that I was second in the world at the moment, and I was trying to defend my second place, but also go after a title. And in my head, I kept saying, like, I would be happy if I just defended my second place. And then when I defended my second place, I already knew in my head, because I had visualized it so much, that I was going to be in the final against Carissa. And when I won the first heat in the best out of 3, I just felt like so confident and so happy that I almost, I feel like I let my guard down a little. And of course, Carissa came out of the gate swinging, and you can't let a 4-time world champ, which now 5-time world champ, do that. And yeah, it was just, I would say it was the most amazing battle I've ever had in my life. And it was a really big challenge for me to try to step up to the plate and perform my best. And I felt like I came as close as someone could possibly come to winning a title. Maybe my last wave, if I completed my last turn, the judges would have maybe liked it, maybe not. You never know, those little decisions, but I was really happy about my performance.
Yeah, you should be. It was an incredible performance, pushing Carissa all the way. And I suppose that's your first time you've been in that proper pressure cooker world title environment where, as you say, with Carissa, Steph, they've done it 5 or 6 times, and it's you can't put a price on experience. So you'd think that next year with that in your locker, surely, there's the next goal is still there, right?
Yeah, and we reflected, my team and I, afterwards, and Greg Browning was one that pointed it out. He was like, hey, Tati, you didn't have being a world champion on your goal list. Right. And I was like, damn it.
Yeah, right. I knew I forgot something.
And he was like, you completed all your other goals. You didn't have being a world champion on your goal list. And you came close to winning a title. That's success in itself. And I was like, dang it. Again, I was like, dang it. Why did I not do that? From the beginning of the year, you set your goals, and you can continue setting goals throughout the year, obviously, if you achieve most of them. And I just don't think that I continued setting goals throughout the year. I think once I achieved them, I was like, okay, I just need to be in the top 5 and be solid for for that day. And I was so happy that I made it to that day, that I think that once I started visualizing the title race, it was just something that was so euphoric, I don't know, to me, but I still believed that it was going to happen. So I don't know, I believed until the very end, and it came super close.
Yeah, you did, and it's fascinating, and I really appreciate that insight, because you very rarely find out just how much energy and how much, forget the day itself, all the lead up to it, and all the decisions you make, they're also important. But here goes Silva. Tell you what, the one has been making some good decisions in this heat. He's got some big numbers, 7.33 and 6.93. And there's that sunset style you're talking about, banks around the corner. And another one, you can see the fins. In this drone shot, it just makes the waves fat. I think from the front, we're going to see that those are 3 massive turns. We can see the fins from above, and I think when maybe get you to talk us through that wave from the front angle, that's going to be really hard. And here goes Teresa. Can she scratch into this one? So back to back, so great surfing. So here she goes, the Portuguese Goofy. It's a nice turn. She's such a smooth, stylish surfer. There's another great turn. She's just looking to come in here. Clicks it around, just hangs in the foam. I think she might get out a bit earlier this time. But yeah, great surfing from both surfers. And you can see her mum, I mean, so proud, I think. Well, everyone's already proud of what she's done in this heat, just to where she was, literally hanging onto a rock for dear life to putting in some big backhand turns. But this wave, it was great. This first turn, the second turn, really impressive, Taddy.
Yeah, I love the way she drew out her first turn and timed that second turn, that lip line float. If this section right here stood up for her, she would have gone straight up into one more turn and it would have been a high score, no doubt, because her lines that she's drawing backside are really, really, really mature. And you don't see them that often. And I think that's one thing that I was so proud to see from the Japanese surfer, Shino. She did so well in drawing out her lines, so mature. And Luana, you can see her lines are just, they're kind of, she's not making any mistakes right now. It's pretty beautiful to watch.
Just really strong and powerful. And then when she gets a chance to sort of dig the rail in, she does.
That was a mini no-claim clam.
It was, yeah. It was right in the... I'm not claiming it, but I sure am, and she deserved to because really just rifled through it. And look at that number, 9.07.
Had a girl.
So that is your fellow Hawaiian with some Brazilian heritage thrown in. That's always a pretty dangerous mix in the surfing terms. I'll tell you what, you've got the Hawaiians, you've got the Brazilian
It's power
DNA.
with passion. Power with passion, man. It really makes a difference.
If there's any more of these, they're going to take over the world. But Luana's surfing really well, and she's got a big score. There's been big numbers dropping all over the course of the day. Yeah, we took that Shino and her performances. Betty Lou, all above that, often 8s and 9s. Been rating 8s and 9s.
Yeah. You know, Betty, it was so crazy because yesterday it came down to watch Mahina and Keala. Keala and Mahina are both my really good friends. I have many good friends that are in the event, but Keala and Mahina are really close to me. And then I was watching all the heats, and I'm sitting on the beach and assessing the conditions. And then Betty, like, sits down next to me, and she's like, "What do you think?" And I was like, I don't really know what to say. I was like, dude, you don't really, like, need my advice. But since Ross is also my coach and her coach, I said, Ross would say this, you know. Here's a recap.
Yeah, and that's that girl there, Luana Silva, just starting off really smooth. I mean, this wave had all sorts of lumps and backwash, but she just navigated it so well, Taddy.
You can see she's just solid on her feet, and I'm sure she's on a bit of a step up. Reynos for sure probably, you know, made her take out a step up just to handle those bumps and lumps and to draw those really clean lines. I think big surfing is getting rewarded right now, you know?
Yeah, and that's a bit of a maturity thing as well, isn't it? Just so having the confidence to step up on a board that you might not have been riding, you know, have confidence in the equipment. It all comes with experience. Teresa, I mean, tell you what, she's kept trying. God, that makes me feel a bit nervous again. But she's she just, you know, just hasn't been able to match the power or the timing or the wave selection of Silva.
I think the difference is the wave selection for sure. Backside, you can see if I think it's easier to create sharper angles on backside, but at the moment, because of the bumps and lumps, it's quite easy to read what section is going to break and what section wouldn't. And so, therefore, I would say it is advantage to front side at the moment. But like I said, backside you could create sharper angles. So if Teresa did get a wave like Luana's and only did 2 vertical backside snaps, it would result in an excellent score, undoubtedly for sure.
Yeah, and that's why that massive, well, she's got Teresa in some lockdown, so it looks like, unfortunately for the Portuguese, she'll keep swinging away, but it looks like Silva, the Hawaiians, another Hawaiian in that 8 surfers left, so a stacked Hawaiian field. And what now? You've got some time between here and France, Taddy. Obviously, Jesse's in the event up in France. What's the plan? Enjoy Portugal or head north?
Yeah, for now we're really enjoying Portugal. We're staying with all of Jesse's really good friends. We have Rafael Teixeira, Alejo Muniz, who's still in the event, and Ian Gouveia. And so we've just been cheering all of them on. And Alejo obviously is the one that's still going. And so we're supporting our soldier and hoping he does well in the event, the rest of the event.
Well, you talk about underdog stories. Just hold that thought as we see That's Teresa, so she's up and riding. 2 minutes to go. This might be her last crack of the dice. I mean, she can't get the score anyway, so it's a bit, yeah. But that underdog story, so good to see Leho back, fit, strong, ripping. It's like, you know, obviously we had so much success in the CT, and yeah, so that seems like a great underdog story so far.
Yeah, Leho's ripping, and you know, all of the boys are putting their energy and force behind him, and you know, we're just hoping that he does the best. And obviously, now until then, supporting him, and then just, you know, hopefully scoring some epic waves here in Portugal, because, you know, this region is just littered with good waves. And then we're going to head to France, and I'm actually going to be doing that event too.
Oh, okay, you're surfing in that one.
Yeah,
Wicked.
I love Hosgor, and not that I don't love Portugal, but I think I just needed a bit of a longer break after the final mentally, just to take that time and, you know, recover mentally, because it was quite a pressure-filled few weeks.
Yeah, well, that sounds like a good plan. Well, as ever, really thank you for your time and your insight. It's been a pleasure to have you and give your insight both to these emerging athletes and also your experiences at the very top of the sport. Now, I'm no sports psychologist or expert, but you might want to put win world title at the top of that goal list for 2022, and just, you know, that one step closer. It's all there potentially, isn't it?
Yeah, it's definitely on my goal list for 2022, which is crazy to say already, but
isn't it?
I think it's gonna be a really exciting year. I think there's gonna be new faces on tour, and maybe even someone like Luana or Betty Lou or Caitlin Simmers. You never know for sure. I think Gabby Bryan, I think she's almost there. So it's going to be really exciting. I'm just really excited to be a part of the future of women's surfing. And yeah, as you can see, the stars are shining bright.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a day of excellent performances across the board. All these girls trying to emulate some of your career achievements, and you can see the girls giving each other a bit of a hug.
Beautiful, huh?
Yeah, Luana would have known what she went through and would have been worried for her opponent. And then, yeah, so great to see. You know, there's some things more important than surfing, and that's, yeah, friendship and staying alive, I would say.
Yeah.
And Teresa's done both of those things. So unfortunately she bows out, but a tremendous brave and an epic performance, worthy of celebrating in itself. But Luana Silva is through to the last 8. That's a big career result for that woman. So there's the scenes. That's the end of today's play. We're going to go to a probably short break after we say goodbye to Taddy. We've got the post show coming up where we're going to swap in Pete and Paul. So thanks for your time, Taddy.
Thank
you. We'll see you down the beach cheering those Brazilians and Hawaiians on.
Yep.
Really appreciate your time. Right now, though, I think we're going to go to a short commercial break and then come back after the action for all the action from today's highlights, the EDP Waves of the Day, the highlight show, and much more. Don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to wrap it up shortly. Very warm welcome to the Estrella Galicia post-show. What a day it's been
down here at the MEO Vissla Pro Ericeira. We're just kind of processing on everything that's gone down. We've had all sorts of drama out in the water for a variety of reasons. Huge scorelines going down too. Big surf pounding the coastline here. All the ingredients coming together really for epic Challenger Series competition. Your thoughts, guys, on a big day?
Oh, there's so much to unpick. I was just going through some of the, some of the moments we've seen from the start with the men that came through. There was some, well, perfect tens. There was huge numbers. There was drama. And then the women's, I think, today's one of the best days of women's surfing I've seen in a long time. And I think the future is so bright.
I don't even know where to start.
I
literally am speechless.
Didn't even mention the rocks.
Right? I mean, I am utterly speechless. I mean, we had 10-point rides. The women, like Betty Lou Sakura, Teresa Bonvalat, that's it. I don't have anything. I'm speechless.
Incredible. Well, what we've done, we've whittled it down to quarterfinals. Let's take a look at that bracket and see our 8 surfers remaining from the women's side of the draw. We'll bring up that bracket and just see some of the talent out in the water, but from the performances we've already seen from them so far this week, we're absolutely stacked going into the quarters, guys.
Yeah, there's so much talent, and there's a real mix. There's a real mix of experience. Look at Silvana Lima and Pauline Nadeau. They're like some of the most experienced surfers on the planet. And then you've got the Matsuda, Gabrielle O'Brien, who were just Tatiana Weston Webb, which is talking up massively. Breeza Hennessy, yeah, geez, it's just...
You can't pick a winner out of there.
There's a mix of youth and experience. And, yeah, it just looks like a fascinating bracket.
I mean, if you look at today and just talk about performances today, Gabriella Bryant and that Shino Matsuda heat, that's pretty much that's the one matchup I think that if you saw from what today's action was about. Even Silvana and Paulina Nadeau. Silvana seemed like she's a level above right now, just going forward, and then back down into that bottom half. You got Brisa Hennessy against Ochoa. Ochoa was good to get through that heat, but I think Brisa has an advantage there. But that bottom one, I don't know. That one's a toss-up.
Do you know what frightens me most about Matsuda? Just cold as ice. I mean, you talk about after a big heat, you get nines and emotions. She's just like, honestly, she looks like she's just go and get an apple or something and just, go and have a little rest. And I'm just like, wow, she's just got, I mean, just so
limited
cool.
emotions, right? It's just a straight line, flat line.
Tatiana Weston Webb was just saying then, her style is so mature. Like, to have that mature, to draw at those massive backhand turns, she was just saying that is so rare in a person so young.
Well, someone who threw down a big performance right at the end, Luana Silva, is standing by with Joanna.
Yeah, and what a way to end the day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I knew that he was going to be tough with Teresa because she's the local girl, but I'm really happy to win that heat.
Are you aware of the rocks and the situation that happened during your heat?
Yeah, so after the heat, Teresa told me she got stuck on the rocks for most of the heat. I didn't know what was happening. I thought she was breathing. I'm not really sure what was going on, but yeah.
Did you get nervous when she was saying that to you?
Yeah, it was pretty scary when she was saying that to me because I thought that was going to happen to me, the same thing, but I'm glad that didn't, and I'm glad she's okay and she didn't hit anything.
And we're glad you're both okay, and also very happy that you're in the next round. Congratulations.
Awesome stuff there, Luana Silva. All smiles on a sunny afternoon in Portugal. A massive performance from her right at the end, keeping that concentration going, keeping those performances electric. And we talk about 5 moments of the day. It's not been an easy day to whittle those down just to 5 today.
Top 10,
that's
right?
been a job in itself. But we will start to look at those 5 and think about all the stuff we saw early on, going back all the way back to the men and kicking things off. A great heat.
Is that like a decade ago? Yeah, let's check it out.
So our moment number 5 comes in. It's Samuel Pupo and Jackson Baker, an absolute smoker of a heat.
Yeah, Pupo, as we know, he won this heat in 2019. He's looking so sharp. He's so comfortable at this break. And this was early on. The tide is a bit lower. There was a bit more sort of thinking to do, but he just started clicking off. And it took a big, big result from Jackson Baker, the young Aussie from Newcastle. He's been staying really calm, really impressive, Jackson. He's got a big backing. All the Aussies have been down there supporting him massively. And he just seems to be in the groove. This is a really big result for the Nova Castrian.
Yeah, he's in the round of 16. He's going to go one-on-one against Cole Hushman. Sammy Pupo, who took that heat win, is up against Dylan Moffitt in that same side of the draw. So they conceivably could see each other again.
Bring it on. Samuel Pupo throwing down this kind of stuff, looking in scintillating form. We talked about He's defending a title down here, and he throws up a little victorious index. Number 4, Santa Cruz in the house. It's your boy, Nat Young, Pete.
That's right. We had to put him in the top 5. He had a great performance. I mean, he put up big numbers. You think about another excellent heat score, 16.60. He just looks super comfortable here at this break, and as a lot of Santa Cruz guys do, just had the glide, got the magical board in there, 2-year-old surfboard. The rookie just doing his thing for him, and that's exactly what he wants. He's super confident. If he gets the waves, he could go all the way. He's going to be up in against Thiago Camarão, up against the veteran in heat number 3 of that round of 16. And look at his backhand. I mean, he just looks loose. He looks free. Goes up vertical. He's got that backhand that has got him into the final of Bells Beach, which there's some great similarities here. He's won at Steamer Lane, which has some similarities here. So I feel confident that he's going to go a lot longer than just this round of 16.
Well, you called it this morning early doors, didn't you, Pete? You thought Nat Young was going to be really dangerous, and yeah, you were 100% spot on. I mean, he's done 19 turns on that wave on itself. So yeah, he's looking on point, in form, and dangerous.
Moment number 3, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson. Whatever prep she's been working on, it's absolutely working. Dropping 9s in this heat, throwing them away. Didn't need all of her 9s.
Wait till you see this turn. I mean, are you kidding? That is just unbelievable. In like 9.43 for just one maneuver, but you just don't see that ever. That is something that is incredible. She is on fire.
Number 2, Alyssa Spencer against Shino Matsuda, 2 of the outstanding surfers. And this was a clash to save her. Shino Matsuda looked so good in here, Ben.
Yeah, she's got that goofy foot, sort of really aggressive vertical style, and she just kept hanging it up there in the pocket and somehow riding out. And this is a wave I didn't think even counted in the score. But then Spencer, only 18, she fought back, and then we just knew we had a massive battle on her hands because she was getting 9.4s. And it was such back and forth, Pete. You didn't know who to back. Exactly. At this stage, you thought Spencer was on fire, and then Matsuda came back again.
And that's exactly it. Then she scored her own 9 of the time. Like right there, she's feeling confident she would take the lead. And then Shino says, no dice. I got my own 9 right here in my back pocket. She whipped it out and takes the heat win. Incredible performance from both the men and the women. But this was the heat of the day in my eyes.
Yeah, this is my favorite turn of the day. Boom, that's a big wave. And she just almost the old Oki under the lip carve and nails it and rides out under pressure, under the pump. And what a performance from, she's going to be star of the future. You can just tell.
And bringing it in towards our number 1 moment. It feels like we haven't done an Estrella Galicia post show without just throwing huge props at this kid, Imai DeVault, and once again, absolutely tearing.
I mean, look at the quality of wave that he has here, and then it's just the quality of surfing. He really surfed this wave completely up in score point. Look at all the variety he carried, the extra quickness, and he just said, yeah, this is just a free surf. I mean, and the explosiveness that he has in the lip, the judges all day long, they want to see you just light TNT in the lip. That was happening on that wave, and that's why. Look at this one. 10 points.
Yeah, so he just went into overdrive. 9.6 for that first one, and then this was just, you know, it was just a 10 from the moment that he finished that turn. No one questioned it. All the judges, 5 judges, gave it 10, and yeah, that's the best wave I've seen in a long time. He got it.
9.6, and then you couldn't go anywhere except up, right? Yeah. So why not a 10-point ride?
That wraps things up for our top 5 moments of the day. Plenty left to come in the Estrella Galicia post show. Before we look at the EDP rides of the day, let's go down and hear from a woman who's involved in a bit of drama in her heat. She's the Portuguese favorite, Teresa Bonvalo. She's standing by with Joanna.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, you're certainly a warrior. You went in between those rocks, and then you still headed out.
Yeah, it was definitely tough. Like, I don't know, I'm lucky I'm okay. It's my birthday too, so I mean, it's a good present just to be okay. I was just like giving my all, like just not to be that close, but just a set like these big sets just like come with a lot of waves, and I was just like so stuck in there, and then my leash was stuck and I couldn't even like reach to take it off. But lucky everything went on okay. I'm okay, so I think that's a major thing. And I still went back out because I mean definitely felt a lot of nerves as well, but I was gonna just try to give my best. Unfortunately, it wasn't my time, but I'm definitely coming stronger the next one.
Well, you've definitely left Portugal very happy and very proud of you, and we wish you all a very happy birthday.
Thank you so much, everyone.
All right, yeah, happy birthday to Teresa Bonvalo. It's great to see she's doing okay. Shout out to Miguel Fortes, the boss of Cochas, the local legend, for putting it on the line as well to save Teresa. Brings us over to our EDP Ride of the Day moments, guys. And for the men's side, really, there's only one person it could be with a perfect score. It's that man again, Imai.
And as it should be. I mean, look at the first turn that you're going to see from the score. It is incredible, and he backs it up and finished strong. It was pretty much a slam dunk 10-point ride. I mean, if you think about wanting to perform a 10, like 10s are funny because 10s are one of those things where mostly it's a barrel, right, or something crazy like that. That's generally what you're going to see in a 10. But when you actually do it with just maneuvers, you know there's something special happening there, and he did that. I mean, look at that turn there, just all on edge, 100% into it. Comes back around with another beautiful carve, nice mix, and then, you know what, I'm just going to do it one more time for good measure.
Ben, do you think we can find out what music he's got going, get it for the playlist for the morning ride
yeah,
in the car? Because I think we need some of that as well.
I want to get that water bowl he's got. I want to get his playlist. I want to get the board.
And the KT, yeah.
I want everything he's got because he is absolutely on fire.
And then over to the women, the EDP Ride of the Day. Shino Matsuda on an absolute bomb and a huge score to match, 9.67.
9.67.
You know big waves, but that was a big wave, right?
No.
Just double overhead. I mean, she's obviously not
I'll even go triple overhead.
Yeah, she's not tall, but that is an 8-foot wave. 6 to 8 foot of Portuguese juice, and she's just absolutely hammered it home. So, and then she was a classic afterwards, as you said, just all smiles, all relaxed, and the mum was stoked. So that was, just a tremendous performance from an incredible surfer.
A monumental day of professional surfing is in the books down here on the Challenger Series, and guess what? More of this yet to come, guys. A little
And more
thought about
swell.
looking forward. We're looking at more swell coming for tomorrow through the weekend.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. I think that we're going to see more of this, exactly what we saw today, but let's turn it up a notch. I'm into it.
Let's dial it up. Things getting pretty serious down here. Big points up for grabs. Chance to really put a stranglehold on those ratings in the Challenger Series for our athletes. We're going to send you out with some highlights. There's lots of them from today. Hope you enjoy those. We've certainly enjoyed calling them. And we'll be back tomorrow morning, 7:35 call for an 8:05. Getting familiar, isn't it? I think everyone should know that by now. WorldSurfLeague.com. We'll look very much forward to seeing you tomorrow morning.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.